Welcome, friends. It is time to rest. Set your troubles aside till the morning and enjoy some RuneScape lore and stories to sleep to. The world of old school RuneScape is full of magic and beauty, but behind this mystical facade is a realm torn by the greed and malice of the mortals who inhabit it, and above them all, the deities they worship and fight for. Entire pantheons of divine beings are worshipped by the mortals of Gielinor, who pray in hopes of food, safety, and comfort. These gods fool the masses into thinking they care about their struggle and pain. But no god in the history of this franchise has woven more threads in the tapestry of fate than the ancient god. So ancient is this being that modern humans of Misthalin have all but forgotten his name, but his influence over this world to this day is undeniable. This being managed to conquer huge regions of Gielinor and ruled an empire larger than any that has formed since his, which encompassed the modern-day cities of Lumbridge, Varrock, Canifis, and even the entirety of the wilderness, which, during his reign, was a beautiful and bountiful green territory, consisting of several cities whose names have been long forgotten to the mortals of the modern age. The remnants of this long-dead empire are few and far between, with the most commonly encountered reminder of its power being the dark magic used by the magicians of our realm. Many of whom use deadly spells of unknown origin to freeze their fleeing opponents in place, or to drain the blood from their still beating hearts to heal their own wounds. These magics are power from another reality, and were first gifted to the player in the year 2005 when the quest Desert Treasure was released. While researching the fallen empire of the ancient god for the Varrock Museum, we discovered that the dig site west of Varrock was the capital of this once grand nation. Sentistan, it was called in times past. My young mind was captivated when doing this quest for the first time. Who was this ancient god that was wiped from the histories of Gielinor? His name is Zaros, and during the quest, we proceeded to learn many things that answered my burning questions, but created infinitely more. This quest sends us on an adventure to the far corners of RuneScape to gather 4 powerful relics, each representing a core element of the ancient magic spellbook, all whilst we are hunted by forces beyond our understanding. The Empire was powerful, not because of magics alone, but because of the races who pledged fealty to Zaros, the vampires, who channeled and represented the element of blood, held high office in his military and political structures, and they were essentially domesticated by Zaros on their homeworld of Vampirium. Prior to his arrival, they existed in animalistic packs, and were at war with the far more physically powerful Yarasa. Zaros showed them the benefits of civilization, and they quickly fought back against the Yarasa, nearly driving them extinct. The vampires were brought to Gielinor by Zaros, where they remain to this day, in control of huge parts of modern-day Mauritania. The vampires were so powerful and talented with blood magic that Zaros granted the Imperial Executioner title to a vampire named Vardorvis, who cleaved the heads of heretics and blasphemers from their bodies with his great bloody axe. The vampires weren't the only beings brought to Gielinor by Zaros. Hordes of demons were at his command, brought from a realm known by the name Infernace. They represented the ancient element of smoke and were the shock troops of the Empire. The infernal dimensions contain many unique ores and materials that the demons used to forge powerful armor and weaponry for their armies. The Avernic Defender and Oathplate armors being examples of how these special materials made the armies of demons under Zaros' command a true terror for anyone who stood across from them in battle. Their endless hordes laid siege on Gielinor in hopes of finding fresh flesh to devour and territory to offer up to their god, both of which they managed to obtain. The element of ice is by far the most commonly encountered spell type and manifests itself as the greatest offensive power known to the ancient empire. High-ranking members of the Zerosian military structure could use ice spells with incredible proficiency, with some being able to destroy entire armies of foes, as is the case with the powerful General Nex. The final element of ancient magic is my favorite, and by far the most interesting, since it is implied to be the chief source of power for the ancient spellbook, Shadow. The normal everyday magic of RuneScape is created with a mystical energy called anima, whereas the ancient spellbook uses a shadowy version of this force, drawn from the mysterious Shadow Realm, which we learn about during Desert Treasure. We even go into this realm physically during the quest in order to obtain the Shadow Diamond. In order to do this, we recruit the help of a strange individual named Rasolo, who gives us a curious artifact called the Ring of Visibility, which allows us to see the Shadow Realm that happens to overlap with our own. Shadow magic is a blasphemous, corrosive, cursing energy used for offensive spells, and even used by some like the high-ranking Zerosian Sliske to resurrect the dead and create thralls to serve his god. Much like the vampires have a natural affinity with blood magic, the Majorat who served Zaros, like Sliske, have a fundamental connection to the Shadow Realm and its powers. The Shadow Realm is a plane of infinite malevolence and pain that is deeply intertwined with the power of the ancient god. The Majorat originally came to this world, though, with the help of the demigods Icthlarin and Amasket, who had ventured out into the universe in hopes of finding beings who could fight the onslaught of Zaros, who, at the time, was attempting to claim the entirety of the Caridian Desert as his own. They were able to fight back the armies of Zaros at first, but eventually grew to realize that the ancient god was far more aligned with their natures and goals, and defected to join his empire. The Majorat now began to invade the territory they once defended under their new god's banner. It was then that the chief deity of the desert pantheon, Tumekin, sacrificed himself to fight back against the invading armies, causing them to retreat. To this day, the Zerosians haven't invaded the Caridian Desert, but there still are surviving pockets of Zerosian worshippers, like the bandits of the bandit camp, who will cleave the heads of any who wear garments of the other gods of Gielinor. Once we obtain all 4 elemental diamonds, it is time to travel to the very same Caridian Desert to free one of the most powerful beings in all of Gielinor, the Zerosian general and high priest Azanadra. Azanadra is a terrifyingly powerful Majorat who was locked inside the Pyramid of Jaldraocht, where he remained loyal to Zaros for thousands of years after his banishment. He was seen as a virtually invincible foe by the armies of the new gods of Gielinor. He was so powerful that he inspired the gods Zamorak and Saradomin to work together in order to lock him in the pyramid, as he was far too powerful to defeat in a conventional fight. This alone gives us a hint at the sheer power Zaros himself must have held during the height of the Forgotten Empire if a guy like this was at his command. Azanadra is the one who first gifts us with a taste of this shadowy power, and after freeing him, we are able to learn the secrets of ancient magics. Zaros may have been powerful, but he was betrayed by another familiar name, Zamorak, who before his ascension was also a Majorat under Zaros' service. Zaros was stabbed with a powerful artifact called the Staff of Armadil, and during this encounter, enough of his power was drained into Zamorak that this being ascended to godhood, and Zaros disappeared. Many believed him to be dead, but the wise and faithful Azanadra says otherwise. We know that Zaros was incredibly powerful and collected many different esoteric artifacts and even entire races of beings to study for his own curiosity, but it is one of his artifacts in particular that I believe holds the answers to the mystery of the ancient god. This pillar is made of a substance simply called black stone, an otherworldly conduit of the shadow realm, capable of resurrecting the dead and possessing the minds of the living, and appears as the malevolent force behind almost every story in RuneScape if you dig deep enough. Zogre Flesh Eaters, a black stone causes the Zogres to rise from the dead. Curse of Arav, Zemarigal uses a black stone to resurrect Arav from the dead and turn him into a thrall. Fishing Hamlet, a weird sea stone speaks to the inhabitants and causes them to disappear after going mad. Mostly harmless, black stones litter the ground and are used by pirates to resurrect the dead. What about the Slayer skill? A masket teaches human Slayer, which coincidentally is empowered by a black stone mask. Do you remember the free-to-play quest Knight's Sword? Thurgo, the Camdo dwarf who we helped during this quest, nearly had his entire race wiped to extinction when one of these pillars is brought to their capital city of Imcandoria. And if this sounds interesting, you're in luck, because I made an entire video just on this topic, link in the description. And finally, at the heart of the Empire, a black stone pillar, obtained by the Master of the Shadow Realm, Necromancy, and one of Zaros' closest leaders, the Majorat Sliske. It's well known that Sliske and the other Majorat, like General Khazard, can walk through the Shadow Realm with ease, and because of the quest Desert Treasure 2, we know that Black Stone has a deep connection with the Shadow Realm. And, in fact, Sliske obtained a Black Stone totem that was brought to the Zarosian city of Lassar, claiming it held important knowledge and answers about the Shadow Realm. You see, it is my belief that Zaros was not banished during his betrayal, but transcended into the Shadow Realm. Every ritual must have a sacrifice. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. When you spend time in the Shadow Realm of old school RuneScape, it begins to speak to you, and I don't think these words are empty. Many of them are copied directly from the Ambassador, a boss corrupted by the Black Stone in RuneScape 3. This creature was originally a dragonkin, until it cut out its own heart and replaced it with black stone, also called Creoth Takla, meaning black stone in the dragonkin tongue. You see, the Ambassador sank the Temple of Ulfen Creoth, an ancient dragonkin ritual site, during his own ritual to summon the entity of which the Shadow Realm truly is. The Shadow Realm is an incomprehensible eldritch abomination named Zautak. And I'm not saying it's in the Shadow Realm, it is the Shadow Realm. And Zaros is his effigy in this world, his shadow antichrist, meant to shepherd in true darkness. I'm here in the Shadow Realm having a nice conversation with pure evil, and I wanted to draw your attention to this line here. There is a stranger who wears a black mask under their skin. I believe this is a reference to Zaros. Do you remember what the vampires call him? That's right, the stranger from afar. Another line from the Shadow Realm that I find interesting is, there is a judge who has already passed your sentence. And I think this is a reference to Sliske, as the Majorat were originally called the stern judges of the Caridian. During the quest Desert Treasure 2, we are tasked with obtaining powerful artifacts that Azanadra is going to use to reach out and contact Zaros, which implies he is alive. That is, until the Majorat Sliske appears and claims to have destroyed these artifacts. But what if he's telling a fib? We know that Sliske is the most powerful Shadow Walker among the Majorat, and Azanadra does hint that Zaros is alive and well. What if Zaros lurks in the Shadow Realm to this day, and is maybe even in contact with Sliske? We know that Sliske has continuously enacted plans of deception to help the Zerosians. For example, the Tale of Nex. Nex is a creature that even the gods fear. She is the last known member of the Nihil race, and is essentially a powerful combination of vampire, Icene, demon, and Aviancy, infused with ancient magics, and is truly a spectacle to behold. After Zaros was overthrown, she stayed loyal to him in a similar manner to Azanadra. She continued to level entire armies to lash out at the young gods attempting to take her master's territory. The forces of Saradomin realized that after every battle, Nex's power would increase, and at this pace, they could never outright kill this being. So they lured her and her army into a trap and used a massive spell to freeze and paralyze them beneath the ice. It was then that the Temple of the Ancients was built on top by Saradomin to ensure that Nex's tomb would never be disturbed. But of course, Sliske took it upon himself to convince a Gothixian druid to perform a ritual that would awaken her, but he did this through deception. This druid believed that he would be awakening the great god of balance, Guthix, who Sliske convinced him was asleep in the ancient prison. Obviously, though, this was not the case, and now Nex and her armies are slowly thawing out. Would Sliske release the strongest and most loyal Zerosian follower if he were actually a traitor to the cause? I think not. What I think is, this entire time, Sliske has been communicating with Zaros in the shadow. We already know that it's possible to use the Shadow Realm to speak to the dead. There are even special nodes inside of the Lassar Shadow Realm where you can relive the memories of the dead. And on top of the Shadow Realm being able to reanimate corpses and make thralls, it doesn't seem too far-fetched that perhaps Zaros and Sliske are in contact to this day using it. Zaros has always been more into arranging fate than forcing it. The entire reason he was also called the Empty Lord is because his throne often sat empty. This theory that Zaros is alive is proven true by the events of RuneScape 3, but Since that game is technically non-canon to the events of old school RuneScape, we are not sure if this takes place in this version. There is a peculiar golem you can interact with in Desert Treasure 2 that is an archive of sorts for Zerosian knowledge. There is a lot of interesting information available about notable members of the Zerosian Empire, but some of the archive knowledge is top secret and unavailable. In this golem's records, you can look at individuals like Azanadra, which seems normal as he is an important part of the Zerosian Empire. However, you are denied access when searching Sliske, which seems odd considering Azanadra outranked him. This is more fuel for my suspicion that Sliske is the double agent, working covertly for Zaros. You are also denied access to the search terms Blackstone and Shadow Realm, of course. If you weren't aware, Zaros is the brother of the god Seren, and their mother is the elder god Ma. And even though Ma's name isn't stated explicitly on old school RuneScape, it is heavily implied to still be the case, as described by the fragments of Seren. I have tried to convince him to stay, but he will not listen. He believes our mother is controlling us, keeping us close against our will. He does not see that she acts only out of fear that she might lose us. He wants me to join him, but I won't leave her behind. She is our mother, our creator. We owe everything to her. Zaros ended up leaving and going out into the universe to discover the planets of Infernace and Vampirium that we discussed earlier. Another big confirmation that this lore is consistent between games is the fact Seren's memories also state she has been dreaming more and more recently. As she dreams, more beings are manifested. While her initial creations held some intellect, the latest ones have been purely instinctual. She is clearly running out of energy and running out of time. The beings that sacrificed themselves for her slowed things down, but it hasn't been enough. I am left with no choice, for I am powerless to help her. I have to leave her before it is too late. This memory entry describes the creation of the Musfa and, of course, Zaros' younger siblings, the Majorat, which their name literally means the children of Ma. You can even see the face of the RuneScape 3 design of Ma in the faces of the Musfa. The Musfa we fight in old school is simply a nightmare of the Majorat Djallin, which reflects the ability of his mother Ma to manifest nightmares. Ma is actually an elder god, but she was stunted and corrupted by a mysterious black stone. This caused her to be different from the other elder gods and left her stranded on Frenesque, where Seren, Zaros, and the Majorat are from. I believe that in the same way Seren is able to split herself into memories, remnants, and shadow selves, I believe that Zaros is also able to do this, and he is alive and well, pulling the strings of fate deep in the shadows of his father's embrace. Yes, Zaltok is Zaros' father. Given the dozens of implications that he inherited the Shadow Realm's power in some fashion, but Azanadra goes on to confirm in RuneScape 3 that the energy that corrupted Ma is identical to the black stone Zemorigal used to turn the hero Arav into a thrall. Zaros will most likely never return in old school RuneScape, since it is currently in the 5th age, but this doesn't mean that we might not fight some sort of fragment of Zaros in the future like we did with Seren. All of the quests in RuneScape 3 involving these gods directly is in the 6th age because there is currently a giant ward all over Gielinor called the Edicts of Guthix that Guthics put up after the God Wars to keep the young gods from destroying the place. The future of the Zerosian story is clearly centered around the Shadow Realm, and with the addition of the Cursed Archipelago, which is literally made of black stone, it leads me to believe we will be heading there to stop our world from ending. I had always wondered, though, why Zaros had never visited the Cursed Archipelago during his time in Gielinor. You would think, since it is made of black stone, that it would be a site of interest to him and Sliske, but I believe this reason is Tumekin. I think that Tumekin exploded himself to stop the Zerosian invasion. If you take a look here, the only way to survive the Shadow Realm and not go insane is to stand next to this shadow blocker here, which just simply emits a bright light. What if this is how Tumekin has warded the desert from the Zerosian invasion, but not just to protect his home, but all of Gielinor, as the closest landmass to the Cursed Archipelago is a path straight from the Caridian Desert at the Tombs of Amasket. If you take a look at the Tombs of Amasket, you will notice that it sticks out like a sore thumb from its surroundings, and appears to be made of black stone. There's some ammunition for this theory on RuneScape 3, as we know Amasket channels the power of Zaltok, as stated verbatim by her brother Icthlorin. This could definitely explain all of the thralls inside of the tombs, considering Baba is literally a baboon thrall, and Akka is a thrall of a powerful warrior, in a similar way that Sliske created the Barrows brothers. And ultimately, it is close enough to be part of the structure of the bigger complex underneath the ocean. Since we know that old school RuneScape, Amasket, and Icthlorin went to Frenesque to gather the Majorat, we can imply that Amasket was corrupted in a similar way, and indeed channels the power of Zaltok. So I guess you could say the Zerosians definitely won the war. I can't imagine how enraged Tumekin would be to find out that his daughter Amasket is corrupted by the same force he tried to fight. It's also worth noting that many of the NPCs inside of the Tombs of Amasket also use ancient magics, like Zebek using Blood Barrage, and Akka uses a variety of shadow attacks. This gives us some indirect evidence that Amasket is using the power of the Shadow Realm. If the Tombs of Amasket are indeed made of black stone, they could potentially be part of the original structure of the Cursed Archipelago. If it follows the lore of the RuneScape 3 Pirate series, then the Cursed Archipelago was once part of a massive Dragonkin temple submerged by a ritual. So, it's certainly possible the pyramid's understructure was once part of this as well. It's definitely filled with plenty of death and ancient magic. We have a good example of this happening in the city of Lassar, where a black stone pillar ends up causing the town to descend into the Shadow Realm, and even the cathedral in the center of the city submerges beneath the water. This is because Zaltok has a trope, and it's basically an anti-god. So gods ascend, but beings of the Shadow Realm, they descend. And I think that next year, we're going to descend to the depths of the ocean. All of these black stone structures and artifacts could also be why Zaros had so many sirens in his service. Sirens are humanoid aquatic creatures who have a natural gift at warding off shadow magic. The sirens have a connection to nature and the oceans, and in their society, they see the Shadow Realm as the corrosive and malevolent force that it is, and even hunt down creatures hailing from this place. The Nightmare of Ashihama is a perfect example. A siren chases the nightmare off their home island and uses siren magic to banish it, with our help of course, and this natural power is what I think Zaros recruited them for. They are also incredibly loyal, as after his betrayal, the Siren Admiral of his navy, named Persariah, sought out an artifact that could be used to return Zaros to our world, and she found the Stone of Jas deep under the ocean in the Temple of the Eye. However, it was heavily guarded by Saradomin's Justiciars. She intended on using a spell to rip open a hole in the fabric of reality and send her massive fleet directly into the temple, but instead, she sent them into the abyss. The hole in space-time began to fill with the entirety of her fleet, even consuming a sea creature that later became the Leviathan. The most interesting siren in the game so far is definitely the Whisperer. She was a close protege to the Majorat Sliske, and like the other sirens, she was incredibly loyal, deadly, and even gave her life in service to the Zerosian Empire. Her life has been unnaturally extended by exposure to black stone, turning her into something else, and to this day, she protects the sunken cathedral in Lassar, awaiting the chosen adventurer to wake her from her black stone slumber. Moving on, we know that there is an upcoming Grandmaster quest called Blood Moon Rises, where we go to the world of Vampirium, where Zaros first discovered the vampires and domesticated them. This gives us ample opportunity to find out more lore about the Empty Lord and what he was doing before he came to Vampirium. I'm pretty excited for this quest because one of my favorite things about RuneScape 3 is being able to travel to other planets and planes and experience their storylines and how they connect with ours. Also, Zaros spent a lot of time there, so I find it to be highly unlikely that we wouldn't find out some more information. This magical land known as Gielinor, where the game takes place, contains hidden knowledge behind every corner that many of the longtime adventurers in this world have never noticed. Today, we're going to be covering our first installment in RuneScape Facts You Didn't Know. Today, we're going to start off our video with an assumption that there is a human being watching this right now. Well, did you know in the old school RuneScape universe, we are technically aliens from a planet known as Terragard? Not much is known of this mysterious homeworld other than it's also the homeworld and birthplace of the mighty blue god Saradomin. RuneScape 3 has developed the lore a lot further and says it is a world of technology and dark magic. The first humans, though, set foot on our world after coming through the World Gate and began to create the first human settlements like the Fremennik and the Proto-Ardoin region surrounding the World Gate. Wait, is that how you say it? Ardoin? Ardugni? Douglas Neworth? There are many notable human kingdoms in RuneScape, such as the Kingdom of Misthalin, with the capital being Varrock, ran by King Rold III. You also have the Kingdom of Asgarnia, with the capital being Falador, ran by King Valance. And even across the entire world, you have the Kingdom of Varlamore, ran by Queen Zayani Arkin. Humans have certainly made their mark on RuneScape, so you should make your mark on this video and hit that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell for more notifications. In the lands to the far west, there is a continent known as Zeah. It consists of smaller kingdoms who all swear fealty to the great kingdom of Korund. First off, Zeah was a massive new update considering it was old school RuneScape's first new continent. Everyone was excited, and what was originally planned is a lot different to what we ended up getting. One of the smaller houses of Zeah, known as Lovakinj, was a land of lava and dwarves, and originally was conceptualized to house RuneScape's hardest PVM challenge, the Inferno. You might know of the Inferno as it is, but what it was originally intended to be was completely different, and honestly sounds like a disaster. The final boss of the Inferno, Tizcal Zuk, is in both RuneScape 3 and Old School RuneScape as the high bar to aim for in order to be considered a top tier PVMer. If this update would have went as planned, it could have robbed us of the epic adventure we see today. I think we can all agree that no matter which RuneScape you play, Zuk is pretty cool in both versions. I know this might sound like a joke, but RuneScape is a religious game. And no, I'm not just making excuses so I can play RuneScape on the church computer. Every story, every action, and every blade of grass in the RuneScape universe was carefully crafted by some sort of god. Even the very world we reside on is called Gielinor, which is an anagram for religion. The gods of RuneScape have created many wonderful things, but they've also caused immense pain and devastation. Did you know that the wilderness was created when Zamorak went to claim the Stone of Jas and decided to explode Forinthry, which is what the wilderness used to be called, because he's kind of a dick, being the god of chaos and all. Because of this incredibly violent act, an even more powerful god named Guthix woke up and cast out all the gods who were fighting over the Elder artifacts. That is why to this day we see no gods on the surface of Gielinor. In the beautiful sunlight kingdom of Varlamore, there are many mysteries to uncover. In the expansive savanna south of the capital, a war was once fought between entities more powerful than we can comprehend. The remains of a great serpentine combatant decorates the savannah, now serving as a landmark. But where the hell did that come from? The colossal worm is an ancient weapon of war, feared by many different races throughout Gielinor. It was created by an ancient and powerful dragonkin named Carulum. His laboratory can be found today at Mount Carulum, where you can fight some of his draconic experiments, including drakes, worms, and even the legendary alchemical Hydra. During the God Wars, the colossal worms were hunted to extinction due to their role in many battles. They had a ferocious nature, and this caused ancient people to fear them, and I assume the ancient inhabitants of Varlamore hunted this colossal worm because of the fact they didn't want it wrecking the vibe of the neighborhood and going on a rampage one day. I mean, would you want Godzilla to be your roommate? This is definitely a hot take, but one of the funnest things in RuneScape is questing, and they used to be made by an evil genius. Have you ever been doing Shiloh Village on a fresh account and find yourself frustrated at how many times you fail the bridge to Karn Isle? Or have you enjoyed a musty swim in the Mauritania Piss River because you failed the Nature Grotto jump? Well, you can thank former Jagex lead developer Mod Titan for these bangers, but his finest work is during the iconic Legends quest. This quest has the highest number of these quirky skill checks at around 11 different total ones. These were far more common in Mod Titan's early quests like Taurus Trap, Zogre Flesh Eaters, and of course the world famous One Small Favor quest. Mod Titan worked at Jagex until November of 2010, developing some less frustrating quests that are beloved to this day, like While Guthix Sleeps. Ultimately, this developer will be immortalized in our suffering for as long as RuneScape exists, and we hope wherever Mod Titan is today, he doesn't stub his toe this morning. The Corporeal Beast is an awe-inspiring leviathan of nightmares that drops some very attractive shields that only the tallest and handsomest adventurers can obtain. But in the context of old school RuneScape, this creature makes no sense at all. The Corp Beast was released in September of 2008 as RuneScape's new highest level boss. It was available to fight after the completion of Summer's End, which was the entire context of the beast existing, as it was about a ghost child who was essentially being haunted by the dark core inside of the corporeal beast. When old school RuneScape was released, it was not in the game since it had come out in 2008 instead of the 2007 cutoff for old school, but the community voted in the corporeal beast with the spirit shields, minus the divine spirit shield for some reason. The weird part about this entire thing is, since the summoning skill wasn't in the game and it was a requirement for the storyline that introduced the corporeal beast on RuneScape 3, old school's version would be without a storyline, just a meaningless, time-wasting jerk with no backstory and a heart full of hatred for adventurers. The next two facts I have for you today come from the humble but beautiful village of Draenor. Draenor Village is where many of our first adventures began. Whether we saved Ernest from the mad scientist who turned him into a chicken, or whether we took on the powerful vampire Count Draenor, this place has always been special. But what makes it even more special is it's haunted. And I don't just mean the silly skeletons and ghosts inside of the Draenor Manor. The gallows outside hold a spectral surprise. When logging in and out of certain worlds, you can actually see a ghost appear for a brief moment up on the gallows behind Draenor Manor. I urge you to test this out yourself because I was pretty surprised when I first found this. Who could this spirit possibly be? And did they deserve their fate? Let me know down in the comments section if you know who this is or have any theories about how they got here. I thought this was really interesting, and I'm curious if there are more of these around the game. A trip to Draenor Village wouldn't be complete without grabbing a brew from one of our many witches. I'm quite fond of Aggie, but unfortunately, if you get a little mouthy with her, she will literally rob you. Aggie has the ability to pickpocket you if you say rude things to her. She'll take your gold, and if you don't have any gold on you, a pot of flour will do. I wish that Jagex would put more interactions in the game like this because it's hilarious and potentially inconvenient for an NPC to take an item out of your inventory. And everybody knows the magic of RuneScape is being both hilarious and inconvenient. Deep beneath the feet of the people of Corund, a massive network of chasms connect each of the great houses, and at the center of these catacombs lies a horror from another world. The great black demon Skotizo, a beast that holds power unlike any we have ever seen. Skotizo was once a high-ranking member of the god Zamorak's military, having shed blood for his lord at the Battle of Karalanger. Zamorak trusted him enough to send him on an expedition to Karamja. While on this campaign, Skotizo would recover an artifact that would change the course of history. He betrayed his fellow expedition, leaving many dead. He then fled to the west to escape the grasp of his master, or any of his demon brethren that would seek his newly acquired artifact. Consumed by the dark energy of this artifact, he hid away in the catacombs of Corund, fortifying his position and lurking in wait. All while his sister, known as Zalcano, had a curse placed upon her. She would slowly turn into stone unless her brother had been captured and brought to Zamorak. All demons are from a planet known as Infernace, and they're all naturally quite powerful due to the conditions of this planet being quite harsh, and only the strong survive. Skotizo's power, though, was changed once he took possession of the Dark Altar. It has seemingly given him the powers of the Shadow Realm. In the lore book Koret's Memoirs, it gives some insight onto the nature of the catacombs, saying that I know of the powerful magic that keeps them bound below. meaning the monsters here. It also says, the entrance may be below the earth, but that realm lies beyond the reach of us mere mortals. And then ends with, other powers are at work, powers far beyond the likes of us. We know of several other places in the game where you can access the Shadow Realm, and it always heavily features the undead or slayer monsters in Black Stone. If you take a look at the little demons Skotizo summons, they are very similar to the demons you encounter in the Shadow Realm in Lassar. I also think this is why the ancient dragonkin Carulum is said to have noted Skotizo's arrival in Korund. Why would an ancient powerful dragonkin care about some ordinary demon showing up? Let me know down in the comments section if you would like to hear more about this theory on Skotizo and Black Stone. However, what we do know is that Skotizo is no longer an ordinary demon and commands a power from another reality. This here is my Iron Man, and I'm about to teach you something that's going to blow your mind. Have you ever been in the heat of battle and you just needed to slice a banana? Did you know that you can take an Armadil Godsword hilt and you can slice bananas with it? I have absolutely no idea why they coded it this way, but now that's something you know, right? You may have never noticed, but if you play in the classic layout, there's actually two dragons encircling your minimap, and they are named Atlas and Meridian. Both of their names come from geography terms. A meridian is a line that runs from the North Pole to the South Pole. It's basically the opposite of the equator, splitting the Earth in half vertically instead of horizontally. And an atlas is just a book with a bunch of maps in it. Desert Treasure 2 is by far my favorite quest in all of RuneScape, and in this quest you fight some really cool bosses, and I want to talk about one in particular, Vardorvis. He's like something out of Resident Evil, but did you know before he wound up like this, he was actually a vampire and the Grand Executioner for the Dark God Zaros himself? So how the hell did he end up with his head chopped off and infested by some T-virus parasite? After the betrayal of Zaros by the god Zamorak, Vardorvis found himself tasked with defending the Zarosian city of Lassar. It was under assault by Camdo dwarves led by Yonrith Lovakinj. Vardorvis set out to execute this leader, and Yonrith fled to Zeah. Vardorvis did everything in his power to track him down, but when he did, the Camdo dwarves led a surprise attack and beheaded Vardorvis in the Stranglewood. Little did they know, the Stranglewood held a forbidden secret that would make Vardorvis more dangerous than ever. The day prior to his beheading, one of Vardorvis's Venators discovered the Strangle, and he was accidentally infected by this party member. They inadvertently saved his life, I guess if you would call this living. The Strangle is a horrible and corrupt disease created by the Old Ones, and that's about all you need to know about it because it's pretty scary and mysterious. To this very day, the dwarves of Lovakinj still celebrate their victory over Vardorvis and the Strangled here at an effigy called Burning Man. If you've played RuneScape for virtually any amount of time, you're probably aware of the beautiful realm of Zenaris. It was released into the game 23 years ago, meaning it's too old for Leonardo DiCaprio. The city is accessed after the completion of the iconic Lost City quest, and is home of the fairies of RuneScape. You probably know most of this, but what makes Zenaris truly unique is the fact it's actually on the moon of Gielinor. The fairy rings access the Abyss, a plane that is used for teleportation, and that is how fairies and adventurers get to various points in the teleportation nexus. Fairy rings are one of the most iconic things in RuneScape, and there are some very unique places you can visit, like the Enchanted Valley. Like, look how beautiful this place is. Yeah, see, don't you feel better now? The northern shores of Relica may appear barren and desolate, but beneath the waves, an entire ecosystem thrives, And just like in the real world, every ecosystem in Gielinor has a top to its food chain. And underneath this remote lighthouse, we can encounter the species at the pinnacle of predation. Dagannoth exists in a caste system, which means there are various specializations within the same species in order to perform a function that benefits the colony as a whole. You could look at a species like ants in real life and understand how they work, with a queen, soldiers, and scout ants all performing various duties that benefit the colony. The top of this hierarchy could be contested, but many would point to the Dagannoth Kings as the apex variant of this species. They are an iconic trio of beings that many adventurer has been slain by, and only the strongest can even reach these monstrosities, much less defeat them. But for those who do, massive piles of loot await. They were put into the game in November of 2005, and each of the kings' name has a different meaning in Latin. Supremus means highest, Primus means first, and Rex means king. Each of the kings represents a corner of the combat triangle, and they drop rings that correlate with the style they represent. The strongest and bravest heroes of Relica have fought this beast on many occasions, showing battle scars and telling their stories around the campfire. We can only hope that one day this threat will be completely wiped out, but that day is not today. On the far eastern coast of the swampy continent of Mauritania, there is a mysterious town known simply as Sleep. This town was founded by a powerful justiciar named Phosani. She was a traitor to the Saradominist cause and ended up pledging allegiance to Lord Draken in order to conquer the Hallowvale, and eventually started the town of Sleep. Lord Draken allowed Phosani and her sisterhood to remain in vampire territory in exchange for blood offerings from the townspeople of Sleep. Phosani built a Zamorakian temple with her sisterhood under the influence of something called the Elixir of Everlasting, a potion that was used to extend the life of mortals, similar to the way vampires live many ages, but it came with a horrible price. Those who drank it began to sleep for longer and longer periods of time, until eventually they would fall into a forever slumber. Once the town people realized what they had done, anyone who had drank the elixir was locked inside the Zamorakian sanctuary beneath their feet, for their own safety of course, giving them an isolated and safe place to remain in their eternal slumber. Now that the town was under the effect of the elixir, it was time for the real nightmare to begin. An eldritch horror from another reality broke into the monastery and began feasting on the sleeping townsfolk. To this horrific being, the sanctuary was an all-you-can-eat buffet, that is, until a siren named Shura came to take on the nightmare. This siren was from a land known as Ashihama. It's an island in what we would call the Eastern Lands near the Wushenko Isles. These landmasses are partially accessible in RuneScape 3, and sirens battle eldritch horrors often there. This is where Shura learned of this monstrosity, and how to at least have a fighting chance against it. With the help of brave adventurers, Shura was able to banish the nightmare back to whence she came, at least for now. The nightmare drops an armor set called Inquisitor, which is incredibly powerful offensive armor for specifically the Crush style. This armor set is a reskin of Justiciar from Theater of Blood. This actually fits into the lore because of the fact Sleep was founded by a Justiciar named Phosani, but after she abandoned her Saradominist ways, she changed up her armor to fit a more Zamorakian theme. The Inquisitor armor set is one of the best looking sets in the game, but as cool as it looks, it has an even cooler backstory. I hope that Jagex continues to have this attention to detail with future armor and weapons. Another interesting and tragic story going on here is the tale of the Painted One. He came all the way to sleep from Varlamore, and when he did, he got blamed for the curse that was put on the townspeople, lulling them into sleep, which was actually the elixir. But the townspeople who didn't take it ended up killing this man because I guess he just looked shady. It must be the face tattoos. But something I find really weird about this is he looks strikingly similar to the doctor from Mr. Nobody, which is really heavily associated with sleep and dreams. So I'm curious if this is a little Easter egg or not. But either way, really tragic story, and they shouldn't have done my boy the Painted One that way. Deep within the wilderness, where only the bravest may venture, is an arena where magicians come from far and wide to test their knowledge of arcane battle against one another. On the 22nd of September 2003, the Mage Arena was released. This is one of the most iconic mini-quests in the entire game. Upon defeating Collodion, you gain access to one of 3 god capes, along with a staff and spell associated with the god you pick. In February of 2018, Mage Arena got a sequel, and in this mini-quest you venture out into the wilderness and track down 3 different monstrosities that correspond to each of the 3 gods from the first one. I wanted to specifically talk about Porasdir. Collodion, who you get the mini-quest from, says, "From what I can tell, he is completely mad. He roams the wilderness, killing all who he comes across without mercy. Even his own kind do not escape his fury. He's known to battle the Justiciar quite regularly. Perhaps they are old enemies." We just got done talking about the Justiciar in the last fact, and they are essentially powerful Saradominist warriors, similar to the Templar in real life. Mod Ghost also stated that Porasdir is a Suteroth demon, which is in the same clan as Krill Suteroth, for example. He was a powerful general for the god Zamorak himself, and we're lucky to have escaped with our lives. On the 18th of April 2005, Desert Treasure was released, and at the time it was the absolute pinnacle of difficulty. I can't tell you how many times I died to the vampire guy in Mauritania and had to remake the silver pot. But did you know that during production for that quest, an even more difficult challenge was set for the player? Mod Ash stated on Twitter that during production there was a bandit warrior who was supposed to be one of the bosses for the quest, and he had the capability of one-hitting you. Even though the existing bosses are relatively difficult, they don't have any abilities like this. I'm curious how this would have went if it was implemented into the game. It's also pretty interesting that Azanadra's character model, the Anubis-looking one, was actually an asset from a quest that got scrapped. It's really cool that Desert Treasure was cobbled together from a bunch of different things and ended up being one of the best and most beloved quests in RuneScape history. I think another reason that Desert Treasure had such high stakes was because during the quest, you had to worry about randomly being attacked by the Stranger and getting Dragon Dagger specced out. One of the developers put in the game's source code that the intention of the Stranger was so players will be randomly attacked by a ninja NPC, foreshadowing future quests I was thinking of, and later on Reddit stated that Sir Tiffy the White Knight sent this Stranger in order to prevent us from releasing Azanadra. The Abyss is one of the most interesting concepts in all of RuneScape, a reality between time and space that can be used to teleport and defy the laws of physics, or at least avoid them. But inside the Abyss, we often find ourselves in disturbing, fleshy environments, and that is because we are inside an unbelievably massive Chthonian demon named Hostilius. There is a ton of lore about this topic on RuneScape 3, but I will keep this fact within canon sources from old school RuneScape, being the lead of narrative design, Mod Ed, who says that the various areas of the Abyss that we visit are different organs in the body of this massive demon. Mod Ed states that the Abyssal Sire boss area is Hostilius's lungs, and the scar we visit in Desert Treasure 2 to fight the Leviathan is his brain, and the OG Abyss that we use for runecrafting is his heart. Some of the other members of the Chthonian demon race in Old School include Duke Succulus, who is hidden in Gorok, Blood Reavers contained in Nex's frozen prison, and of course the abyssal demons like Sire, who defend the flesh of their master Hostilius. The Knight's Sword is one of the most iconic quests in RuneScape history. During this adventure, we whip up a red berry pie in order to bribe one of the last remaining Camdo dwarves to use his expertise in smithing to replicate a priceless heirloom. The Camdo dwarves are quite a mysterious race, but over the last decade or so, Old School RuneScape has released some very interesting lore regarding this race. They hail from a land known as Acheron, a desolate frozen wasteland where the Camdo capital of Camdoria was located. This city was a once bustling metropolis, that is, until a strange black totem found on a beach in Acheron was taken back to the city so the elders of the Camdos would be able to decipher what to do with it. But soon the entire city was wiped out, and this strange black stone totem seemed to possess the elders, and there is an account in the lore book The Fall of Camdoria that describes a horrific beast with tentacles and claws being summoned from a throne of oily black stone. Any and all survivors fled and abandoned the once great city. Many years later, the Majorat Sliske would have this strange black stone totem brought to the Zarosian city of Lassar, and he would place magical wards around it to protect the locals from its corrupting presence. He wanted this artifact in order to learn more about the Shadow Realm. Sliske was already known for his immense power over the Shadow Realm, so I shudder to think at what his true reason for wanting the stone was. After the betrayal of Zaros, Sliske removed the wards from the stone and allowed it to corrupt and destroy its new home of Lassar, mostly for his sick amusement and to run a test to see what would happen. To this day, the totem remains under Ice Mountain, awaiting the day the shadow will once again see the light. On the northern coast of Zeah, east of the horrific prison of the Wintertot, lies a small fishing hamlet containing one of the strangest mysteries in the entirety of the continent. And no, it's not just this mysterious crevice, even though it is pretty mysterious. There is also a weird, or I guess you could also call it mysterious, shrine dedicated to what appears to be a prehistoric shell. The hamlet was very clearly abandoned and would be completely empty if it weren't for the single inhabitant, Rakhar, and also mysterious Fremennik, who appears to have parked his ship nearby and basically decided to squat here and go literally insane. He mumbles a bunch of nothings, but if the player is wearing a specific snelm, he will spill the beans on what's going on. He says, "Beyond the reef, within the deep, the Kaisertief remains asleep. They whisper of a dream to climb across the moon supreme, to visit their watery hall, answer their call, embrace the fall, and save us all." This is very creepy and all, but doesn't really fill us in too much on what has happened here. Thankfully, there is a journal available nearby that was owned by one of Rakhar's expedition crew members, Larkor. It details what happens on this horrific expedition. When they first arrived here, the locals were incredibly hospitable to the Fremennik crew and simply asked for help with fishing in return for their hospitality. On one of these fishing expeditions, they recovered what was called a snake stone, and here is where the story gets dark. The stone began to poison and corrupt the expedition crew, and they claimed it would whisper to them. One member even began to drink the ocean itself, saying that it would bring him closer to the gods. One night, the townspeople were abducted and taken into the mysterious crevice. I guess it was the crevice after all. Rackar tried to throw the sea stone into the ocean to get rid of it, but the rest of the crew jumped him and did some unspecified thing to him to keep him from doing it again. I don't know. The final entry says, "Tonight we ascend." I really hope we get more answers here in the future, because all of this sounds right up Zaltok's alley. If you don't know who Zaltok is, it's basically the same entity that's behind all the Blackstone stuff that we just talked about with Imcandoria and Lassar. It would be really cool to see a quest here, because since A Kingdom Divided came out, we've not really had any Zeah lore, so this would be really neat. If you've unlocked Prifddinas and attempted the Corrupted Gauntlet, you know how frustrating the Crystalline Hunlift can be, but did you know that its name is literally Welsh for nightmare? I think that's pretty accurate, to be honest. There are no other examples of Hunlifts in old school RuneScape, but in RuneScape 3, there is a God Wars 2 boss who can transform into a Hunlift named Hellware. The gauntlet in which the Hunlift resides was actually created by the Amlod clan in order to prep its warriors to defend Prifddinas during the God Wars. This kind of means that the Hunlift is just our sparring partner, so I wonder if he's taking it easy on us. Next up, I want to talk about the main villain of the iconic Underground Pass quest. He is known as the Son of Zamorak and wields terrifying dark magic, and guess what? It's up to us to stop him. Iban was introduced to RuneScape way back in March of 2003 and has instilled fear in many noobs attempting to complete the Underground Pass to unlock access to Taranwen. Not much is known about Iban other than the fact he's not actually the biological son of the god Zamorak. He was from a wealthy noble family, but decided to join the Black Knights, also called the Kinshra, and was personally trained by Lord Daquarius. He became so powerful and devastating on the battlefield that he had hundreds of victories over the opposing White Knights, but this was not enough for Iban. He hungered for more. In the Tale of Iban lorebook, it says, "His hunger for more went far past the realm of mere mortals, into the shadowy places of darkness." Iban's ambition was almost godlike in its insatiability. Iban's fundamental desire was to control the hearts and minds of his fellow men, to take them beyond the pale of mere allegiance, and corrupt them into a force of evil. A whole legion of these soulless beings, their minds demented from the sheer power of darkness that channeled through them. Zombies, void of emotions, without feelings or care, servants to their wicked masters, even unto death. He was eventually slain by the White Knights, but was then resurrected by a powerful witch in the Underground Pass, who created an elaborate ritual with many steps in order to keep him from becoming a mindless zombie during his resurrection. 1 year after his resurrection, the King of Ardoin had enough of his reign of terror and tasked a brave adventurer with killing Iban again. And to the surprise of many, this was accomplished, and with Iban out of the way, the Underground Pass would be used by the people of RuneScape as a route to the Elven province of Taranwen. Has it ever occurred to you that Barbarian Village seems kind of random and is in the middle of nowhere? Where did the barbarians even come from? Well, the village was actually created 200 years ago by the Fremennik people as an outpost during a massive crusade on wizards in RuneScape. The nomadic tribes of Relica banded together and marched all the way to the Wizard's Tower and literally burned it to the ground because they saw runecrafting and magic as a heresy. Over time, the Fremennik tribes began to disperse from Misthalin and returned to their homes, having sustained heavy casualties. Barbarian Village is what remains of this great crusade, with the modern-day inhabitants sharing a cultural lineage with modern-day Fremenniks. The barbarians of today are much more tolerant of wizards, and even created the Stronghold of Security to help all adventurers keep their accounts safe, even magic users. The Fremennik believed, and still believe, that magic and runecrafting belonged to the gods alone, so they destroyed many of the runecrafting altars around Gielinor. They also nearly wiped out the remaining Camdo dwarves because of their use of the superheat spell. Geez, the Camdo just can't catch a break, can they? The mage training arena also suffered an attack during this age, but not at the hands of the Fremennik. A band of warriors and archers that trained in Misthalin actually assaulted and destroyed the mage training arena due to their sympathies with the tribes of the North's assault on wizards. They too believed that magic was a heresy. The barbarians might not like this, but RuneScape is a game full of magic and wonder. Thousands of stories, facts, and information one could explore and get lost in. The oceans of RuneScape are evil, and no, I'm not joking. The most sinister tales ever told in RuneScape are now playing out in front of our very eyes. Old school RuneScape's first new skill was finally released, and it's all the community can talk about.
Why are people saying it's live? Don't f***ing make me shit myself. That's it. I need to lock the ruck in. I need to lock the ruck in right now. I need to lock the ruck in!
The race to 99, the new items, skilling methods, all the new resource areas, all of which are welcomed additions to the game. The thing that I couldn't stop thinking about though was where the story of sailing was taking us. I had hints, suspicions, even an educated guess if you'd like to call it that. And I'm happy to say that old school RuneScape is going to be facing off against a threat that dwarfs the God Wars and makes the Falador Massacre look like playtime. I have my sneaking suspicions that something deep in the ocean is coming for your soul, and as for the citizens of Gielinor, you will not be able to save them. With the release of Sailing on November 19th, there were 4 new quests introduced into the game. The first one was a tutorial for the sailing skill itself, called Pandemonium, which essentially teaches us the basics of the high seas. The second quest is called Prying Times, which teaches us some more advanced functions of sailing and how to interact with the scenery in the ocean. Nothing too evil so far, right? In the third quest, we enact regime change on the city of Catherby with a literal fish we purchase from a shady guy on the beach, who we install as mayor. It does require a fair bit of paperwork to do so, but surprisingly few questions are asked about why a fish is now mayor. This quest teaches us how to track the currents around Gielinor to gain experience and generally find our way through the ocean. After this quest is complete, it's time to spend many hours at sea alone with our thoughts, until we level to 45, and then begin our true exploration of what Gielinor's oceans have to offer. On a small desert island at the bottom of the world, the true stakes of the new sailing skill are presented. One of the sentient races of this region are the Tortuga, humanoid reptilian turtle people, and on this island is one of these cute creatures. But upon reaching conversation distance with this being, my heart ran cold. The entire right arm was missing from the elbow down and was now a mutilated, bloody stump. In shock and alone, I knew that this creature needed my help or it would die. After a conversation, I got a rough idea that this creature was attacked, betrayed, and tossed into the ocean to die. It also even kind of sounded like it was being tossed to something in the ocean. In our attempt to save this poor creature, we agreed to take it back to its village on the nearby island of the Great Conch in the Unquiet Ocean. The Unquiet Ocean is a beautiful, expansive body of water to the south of the Caridian Desert and Asgarnia. It is inhabited by many islands and has a rich history of trade, innovation, and even piracy. Piracy is far less common in the modern age due to the civilized nature of many nations of Gielinor, simply seeing piracy as barbaric. It is interesting, though, that the hub of modern pirate activity is relatively close to the place we found our Tortugan friend. I wonder if there is a connection between the attack and the barbaric nature of these reclusive sea bandits. When we arrive at the Great Conch, we are greeted by the elders of the Tortugans, thankful that I saved their tribe member, Flupa. At the end of the quest, we catch a glimpse at a passing by ship headed rapidly into the cursed archipelago. It is potentially even the group who harmed Flupa. The ship appears with red sails and closely matches the ships at the Red Reef Coral Company. A quest is currently in development as a sequel to this one, and while exploring the Unquiet Ocean near the Red Reef, I found what appears to be the base for the Red Reef Coral Company, containing many gruesome and peculiar artifacts inside, but currently it is unable to be explored on foot. The ship that we spotted during the quest was headed east into the cursed archipelago. What makes this particularly alarming is the fact that if one wished to pursue these people, you would be dragged under the currents into a watery black hell and tortured for all eternity. That's pretty strange, isn't it?
Let the many mouths of my Leviathan consume you.
What in the name of Saradomin is going on here? Well, let me tell you.
His arrival is inevitable.
Deep beneath the waves at the bottom of the world is an ancient sunken dragonkin temple, and the final ritual site meant to summon an eldritch horror into our world. It goes by many names, and you may have even encountered it in your adventures without even realizing it. The Pirate Quest series has several quests currently in old school RuneScape up until the Great Brain Robbery. Well, with the sailing update, they added the quest locations featured in the fully played out version of this quest series from RuneScape 3. Just south of Karamja, you will see a newly added island, Rock Island Prison, which is the location of which you visit during the Rocking Out quest. The main antagonist of this quest series is a pirate named Rabbid Jack. He is already mentioned several times in the old school RuneScape lore, as well as his underwater lair in the Cursed Archipelago. I believe that without a shadow of a doubt, the ship we saw during the Tortugan quest was one under Rabbid Jack's control. I find it incredibly unlikely that this ship was just some random pirates, due to the fact that they're going directly into Rabbid Jack's territory, and I doubt he would take this lightly. What I find to be the most unlikely thing is that random pirates have a way to protect themselves against the profane curse on the waters here in the Cursed Archipelago, as we know no ordinary boat can pass. We also know that in the Rocking Out quest, which is most likely coming to old school, that Rabbid Jack is always wearing red and his ship sails are red, so this definitely could have been his ship. Rabbid Jack's name strikes fear in the hearts of men all throughout Gielinor for his ruthless villainy style, which is typically more manipulative than it is outright violent. He definitely will crush a skull though if he needs to. He prefers to be a puppet master more than an outright warrior, but is one of the most feared men on the sea for a reason. He is the mastermind behind the brain death rum epidemic. This drink is a favored spirit by the pirates of Gielinor's oceans for whatever reason. This rum is made from mind-controlling slug foreskin and piss water to slowly corrupt, kill, and mind control the disgusting people who can stomach this drink. Ugh. During the Great Brain Robbery quest, we get a ton of information about Rabbid Jack from some of the NPCs in his army. A high-ranking captain named Donnie tells us in a moment of gloating, "After we take the island, I'll have the boss haul your body to the temple, and never mind." Nope, I already heard it, dude. The temple he is referring to is known as Ulfen Creoth, which is now called the Cursed Archipelago. What we see on the map here is just the tip of the iceberg, as this place is an ancient sunken dragonkin temple. It is described canonically as, quote, "a city made of black stone where the screams are ever silent." Even the name Ulfen Creoth is dragonkin for the sunken black. This ancient temple is the hub of all of the Blackstone Shadow Realm stories all throughout Gielinor, which of course includes the pirate story that we're talking about now, Desert Treasure 2, and the Blackstone Pillar. In my opinion, the Lassar Undercity gives us the biggest insight into what is potentially coming from the Cursed Archipelago. I already mentioned how it hints to it by talking about the city made of black stone. Well, a bunch of the environmental texts that are displayed in the Lassar Undercity Shadow Realm during Desert Treasure 2 are shared with a particular boss on RuneScape 3. This is the Ambassador, and you fight him, you guessed it, at the Cursed Archipelago under the water. Even though Rabbid Jack is the human behind all of this, he is not the highest guy on the pay grade. This dude was a dragonkin, but is now something else. He literally cut his own heart out and replaced it with black stone. I would be almost willing to bet my bank that after the Pirate Quest series plays out in 2026, we will be getting the Ambassador as an endgame boss here. It's already confirmed by Captain Donnie that this temple exists here. During the quest The Rum Deal, Captain Donnie threatens to, quote, "After we take the island, I'll have the boss haul your body to the temple, and, never mind." This is further confirmed when, during the invasion of Brain Death Isle in the Great Brain Robbery quest, Brother Tranquility confirms that Rabbid Jack and his crew retreated beneath the ocean after we fought them back. And guess how this temple ended up under the ocean to begin with? He was once just a simple dragonkin priest who wanted to help free his people from the curse the Elder Gods had placed upon them to protect the Stone of Jas. He began to study ancient religious texts which spoke of a strange black stone, which seemingly had the unheard of ability to cleave the soul in two. He performed a horrific procedure on himself, cleaving out his own heart and replacing it with black stone. This operation changed him entirely into something else. He was, however, successful at ridding himself of the curse, but at what cost? While doing research for this video, I noticed something new and it really creeped me out. In the place where you hear the Ambassador's dialogue on old school RuneScape, there is an item that you can obtain called the Blackstone Fragment, which is used during the Whisperer boss fight. Well, I noticed that it looks almost exactly like a human heart. I wonder if this is how the Whisperer gained her spooky new form. Perhaps it's even her heart. Almost everyone who has received the blessing of the Black Stone is a master manipulator. The Ambassador is even referred to as the Seven Heads of the Hydra. This is because he controls many different factions of pirates, priests, companies, and warriors all throughout the oceans of Gielinor, all with the intent on gathering the material necessary to summon Zautok. This, truthfully, is probably why the Red Coral Company seems to be involved somehow, just another head of the Hydra. Beneath the waves of the archipelago, the ambassador conducts a choir of the nameless damned from the Antiverse to bleed the world of joy and hope and to create the ultimate monument to suffering. The ritual is said to be musical in nature and beautiful to his ears. Ironically, all of the servants of Zautok see it as truly beautiful and throw themselves into the meat grinder for his sake willingly. They almost always think that they are doing the right thing, which adds to the sickening zealot vibe of the entire story. The best part of this tale is it all takes place in the 5th Age, meaning it takes place canonically during the events of old school RuneScape, time-wise. It's not canon till it's in the game, right? With the addition of Rock Island Prison, we basically have the upcoming pirate story all but confirmed, and like many other pieces of content such as Araxor, While Gothic Sleeps, and Nex, old school RuneScape has a great track record of taking RuneScape 3 content, making it even better, and then dropping it on us with a fury. We know that there are going to be several big patches for sailing, and again, I hope just like they did with Varlamore, that it comes with a good quest series and some endgame PvM combat. My big hope though is that we don't have to fight stuff on boats. It's kinda janky, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe they'll fix it, but still. I know that a lot of people hope that Raids 4 doesn't have a sailing requirement on it, and hear me out, it might not. Before sailing was ever added, we got to the islands of Gielinor with NPCs, and right now we still can't sail into the cursed archipelago. This means that at some point we will probably have to befriend a person who can. In RuneScape 3, we access the cursed archipelago using a rowboat, or the actual ambassador fight, which you talk to a Fremenic lady who rows you out to sea and chucks you into the ocean. This would be a pretty easy workaround, but I'm curious what the community thinks. Do you hope that Raids 4 has a sailing requirement? The only thing that I would be dreading is them actually adding sailing to the bossing combat. That sounds like Butt Cheeks Jackson. I think it's pretty likely that Raids 4 will require a quest in order to do it. It's definitely been the gold standard for the last few years to put a quest requirement on endgame bosses, and I hope that they do this here. I'm kind of biased as someone who loves the lore though, so I'm sorry to my Spacebar brothers. Now that the Varlamore saga has been concluded, this has become the next big hub of narrative for old school RuneScape, and I hope that just like they did with Varlamore, they keep writing interesting characters, fun quest boss fights, and give us plenty of great rewards. Quests are definitely something that truly shines in our game and shows how unique the world of RuneScape is. Today, we will be adventuring to the far corners of Gielinor in order to uncover the mystery of the powerful dark warlord who conquered the entirety of Zeah. You have heard his name countless times without a second thought to his identity. You have plundered his lairs for riches beyond your wildest dreams, and you have met his generals and guardians, of which he used to become the most powerful and feared conqueror, perhaps in the entirety of RuneScape history. The great and mighty continent of Zeah has known much strife in its time, even though when we think of battles in RuneScape, our first thoughts are the God Wars, the awe-inspiring battle taking place beneath the frozen Asgardian mountains. But unlike the generals of the God Wars, who are relatively simple to defeat for seasoned adventurers, the beings involved in Zeah's clash are the things of nightmares. Zeah is a continent to the far west and consists of two major landmasses with Great Corund and to the south, Varlamore. There are many distinct ecosystems and inhabitants of these expansive lands. The oldest known recorded histories of Zeah detail the existence of an ancient and mysterious race known simply as the Old Ones. They were advanced in magic and science, having created many different wonders. They even created a strange artifact known as the icosahedron that is located in Varlamore at a prison known as Nepot Zili. The Old Ones' population began to dwindle in numbers, and they started looking for a way to save their people. They began experiments on soul transference, but were to our knowledge unsuccessful and unable to save their people. After this, they mostly went extinct, and the land was inherited to the men and dwarves who had begun to come over while fleeing the God Wars on the mainland. The great kingdom of Korend was established by these refugees, and they began to build massive infrastructure and trade with one another. Many different rulers tried to take control of Zeah, but it wasn't until the Fourth Age that things truly got dark, and Zeah saw its first conqueror. The Fourth Age was also known as the Age of Mortals. It was by far the most important time for the tribes of men, especially after the devastation the God Wars had inflicted on Gielinor. During the Fourth Age, the various races of Gielinor began to repopulate the land and establish strongholds, territories, and even entire countries. Humans notably became the most common race in Gielinor, settling virtually every corner of the map. But before this, most humans could be found living in barbaric tribes or under the rule of the vampires of Zamorak's army in Mauritania. Humans began to search for a new place to call home now that the gods they had once served no longer resided in Gielinor. They were finally free to decide their own fate, to feast on success, or to starve from their misfortune, but no longer would the divine rulers make this call. In the far western continent of Zeah, the early humans and dwarves began to establish towns and clans. Not only did some come to Zeah to prosper during the Fourth Age, but there were some early comers during the Third Age God Wars. The Lovacange dwarves first came to Zeah to escape the grasp of an evil Zerosian vampire executioner. That was a mouthful. They managed to slay this vampire and established the clan of Lovacange in the north. Some of the other earlier clans to Zeah include Arceus and the Fishers of Piscarilius. During the Fourth Age, farmers and woodcutters began to settle the southern end of Zeah and established a land of plenty. They began to trade with another forming clan to their west, the Shazians. The Hosidius corn and fruits were welcomed goods in exchange for the protection of the Shazian mercenaries from the horrors of the intercontinent. The new settlers of Zeah were prosperous and happy, but they had no idea of what lurked beneath their feet. One of the other, I guess you would say, refugees during the God Wars was a demon general of Zamorak himself named Skotizo. This demon had stolen an artifact he was supposed to retrieve for the god Zamorak and ended up fleeing to Zeah. He used this artifact to establish the Catacombs of Korend, a deep network that runs between each of the clans of Zeah and has a truly sinister nature. It is said to not even be part of our physical reality and instead resides in another realm. It's full of many different types of abominations, but most notably, Skotizo himself still lurks down there, awaiting the day his sins will be brought to the light. With this great demonic terror beneath their feet, and many threats, both human and supernatural, on the surface, the citizens of Zeah had to be constantly vigilant, and, out of necessity, the kingdoms of Zeah united to form the great nation of Khorend. This proved to be an excellent strategy, as having allies made facing abominations such as Wintertot, an otherworldly ice demon who froze a chunk of the continent, much more manageable. When the powerful kingdoms of Great Khorend are united, they are unstoppable, but with great power comes great corruption. You probably thought I was going to say responsibility, but I'm not Uncle Ben. But in the 33rd decade, the most bloodthirsty individual in Zeah's history rose to power. His name is King Shazian VII, and he took control of Great Khorend from the spineless relatives who gave up the Shazian name due to shame. And this is the individual who later came to be known as Xeric. Before he violently took control of the throne, he was known as Lord Rykard Shazian. It's kind of a funny coincidence that there is also a Lord Rykard in Elden Ring, and just like Xeric, he is so afraid of his mortality that he seeks out esoteric knowledge in order to extend his life past his death. In one of the earliest historical accounts we have from his time as king, it says that he began scouring Zeah for sources of dark magical power and found the artifact that the Zamorakian demon Skotizo had brought here from Karamja and used to create the catacombs of Khorend. This mysterious dark altar is one that has single-handedly shaped the course of Zeah's history in many different ways. The Arceus people used it to create great rune altars of blood and soul, as it apparently had the ability to tap into what's called the River of Souls. This is the passageway of the dead to the afterlife, the entrance to which is guarded by the horrific slayer beast Cerberus deep in the Taverley dungeon. But long before the birth of King Shazian, it was used to power a magical seal placed on the massive and looming doors of Din, a prison for the mysterious and evil ice demon Wintertot. This ice demon had frozen solid the northern part of the continent, and thankfully with the help of this altar, they were able to seal it away. King Shazian found this artifact to be fascinating, as it was said to be able to twist dimensions, warp minds, and bridge the gap between life and death. The king knew that these were not just wise tales, but a blueprint for how he would become the greatest and most feared king Zeah had ever known. The king began to study the power of the Dark Altar in a great tower of magic, of which he even added prisons and various accommodations for his many sick experiments, all with the goal of learning how to control this dark power. His hunger for knowledge led him to seek out other sources of this malevolent dark energy, and gathered his best men together to undergo an expedition to the mysterious Mount Quidamortum. This mountain was the perfect place for the king to continue his experiments due to its naturally occurring malevolence. The name Quidamortum itself means living dead in Latin. A temple was constructed in the mountain, and it was here that the king began to experiment on the local fauna with the help of another mysterious dark altar, seemingly having the ability to amplify the power of the original dark altar he had spent so much time obsessed with. This experimentation led to corrupted abominations being unleashed upon the Kibos lowlands where the mountain resided, and some of these abominations even flourished, as is seen with the complex society of the Lizardmen being present to this current day. You may have already guessed this, but Lizardmen are actually a cross between men and lizards. I'm not really sure how Xeric managed to achieve this, but I don't really want to think about it too much. It was clear that he was compiling an army of these beasts with heinous intent, and it seemed like the king had finally found the power he sought after, but the way the king had taken power to begin with had not been something favored by many. Under Xeric's command, he had many powerful regiments, such as the Twisted Archers and the Kodai Mages. But it was the elite warriors who made the move to save Khorend. During the Battle of Concourse, King Shazian was ambushed by the elite warriors and ended up being stuck like the pig he was. This, my friends, is where the story truly gets interesting. A few days later is when the great and powerful Xeric first appeared to usher in the Age of Strife, bearing a striking similarity to the recently deceased dictator, King Shazian. It is speculated that his remains were used and he was resurrected, but for quite some time I wondered, what if there was more to this story, and the reason that Xeric's origin is so ambiguous is because King Shazian isn't actually Xeric. The king was a terrible human and incredibly evil, but what if Xeric wasn't a human and never was? And what if the answer to this question was hidden right in plain sight? When Xeric appeared, he ushered in what came to be known as the Age of Strife, in which he essentially forcefully conquered the entirety of Great Khorend with a massive army of lizard men. He then proceeded to brutally murder the leaders of each of the great houses of Khorend, seemingly in retribution for King Shazian's murder. It is thought that Xeric used the power of the Dark Altar to reanimate himself in a thrall-like state from King Shazian's corpse, and now he has begun terrorizing the inhabitants of Zeah to the point that many of them have fled to the neighboring country of Varlamore. Xeric was using his Lizard Man army to capture and torture even regular citizens who posed no threat and seemingly had gone mad and cared only for death and destruction. The remaining citizens of Khorend spent every day in constant fear of a senseless and brutal death at the hands of the living dead king. In spite of the situation at hand, the people of Great Khorend have always had an intense desire to be free. Ever since escaping the mainland during the God Wars, these people were willing to die for their freedom. A coalition known as Humans Against Xeric banded together hundreds of citizens to lead a revolt against their ruler, but unfortunately they were unsuccessful in overthrowing him. But they were successful in not being enslaved to his will anymore, as he swiftly sent over 200 of them to the afterlife. This crippling defeat left people feeling hopeless and subjugated to the Dark Warlord's will, but humans are resilient and capable of great things. They just need to remember who they truly are. Xeric's reign of terror continued all across the continent until a young farmer witnessed a child being brutally murdered by the lizard men and decided to fight back. In front of the entire town, a simple farmer named Byrne slayed this reptilian foe, showing the townspeople even they had the power to fight back against the great oppressor. Humans have always been able to dig deep in their souls for courage when up against insurmountable odds. This is most certainly one of the reasons Xeric and many other dark entities are hungry for your soul. It's a weapon, a blinding light against the shadow that has unlimited potential if you simply wield it with courage. The citizens of Great Khorend realized the potential within themselves and began to unite and fight back at scale against the lizard men. And within 7 days, surprisingly, they had completely rid their lands of Xeric's army, forcing the Dark Warlord deep into the Kibos lowlands to Mount Quidamortum, where during his mortal life he had constructed a temple complex for his dark research. Surprisingly, the humans of Great Corinth managed to destroy the temple and weaken Xeric enough that they were able to quite literally force him into exile deep within what we know now as the Chambers of Xeric. To this day, we have no idea what truly happened to him, on the record at least, but one thing RuneScape's lore team has always done is give the answer to those with a keen eye. We know that above all, Xeric was obsessed with immortality and power, but there are several mysteries regarding how he managed to perform some of the insane feats he accomplished. How did he miraculously resurrect from the dead? How did he learn to make thralls and perform necromancy? Did he have an accomplice we weren't aware of? Maybe even a mentor? And is there a deeper threat lurking in the shadows that still waits for us to this day? The Chambers of Xeric was old school RuneScape's very first raid, and there are many interesting stories, bosses, and lore to be encountered inside, but unfortunately, Xeric himself is nowhere to be found. Fortunately, what you will find here are the stories of his expeditions and experiments that are all well documented in the lore books that are protected by powerful beings of various sorts within the dungeon. And also, the luckiest of adventurers may find some incredibly rare artifacts to fill us in on what went on here, and ultimately, who was Xeric? The coveted Twisted Bow, a powerful weapon used by the twisted archers of Xeric's army. The Dragon Claws, an artifact crafted by the Dragonkin race, possibly obtained from Zeah's native Dragonkin Carulam. Din's Bulwark, the impenetrable shield wielded by the hero Din. And the legendary magic weapon, the Kodai Wand, a magical relic used to cast the powerful ancient magics. This always confused me about the Kodai Wand. The ancient spellbook is unlocked by freeing the powerful Majorat Azanadra, a general of the dark god Zaros. The word Kodai literally means ancient in Japanese. These magics are a dark blessing of the Empty Lord, and it's strange that magicians way outside his empire would have access to the finest Zerosian weaponry. How did this knowledge and weapon get to Zeah? And, more directly, how did it get to Xeric? There are no known Zerosian settlements in Zeah, and less than a handful of Zerosians have ever set foot in Great Corinth. Who gave this weapon to him and his Kodai mages? Is there a Zerosian plot on Zeah that we're not aware of? His knowledge of ancient magic is both unsettling and suspicious, but it's nothing compared to his mastery of making thralls from both the living and the dead as easily as a person writes their name on a piece of paper. By far the most powerful user of thrall magic in RuneScape history is the infamous Majorat Sliske. He is a master of the Shadow Realm, and ironically a high-ranking Zerosian leader, serving directly under the god Zaros himself. He created the most well-known thralls in all of RuneScape, and I am of course talking about the Barrows brothers. He made a pact with them to give them immense knowledge and powerful supernatural weapons and armor. In exchange, he wanted their servitude when he deemed them worthy. The Barrows brothers became seemingly invincible. They shed blood, battle after battle. All the while, Sliske spied on them from the Shadow Realm, watching their slow but inevitable demise. And when they were finally slain, he resurrected them as thralls, and Sliske claimed to have acquired them for servitude to his own master, Zaros. Perhaps you can see where I'm going with this one. During his reign, Xeric shared his knowledge and power to transform his closest advisor, Zamfir, into a terrifying, powerful thrall wizard capable of casting many powerful arcane corruptions upon those he encounters, and to this day, Zamfir schemes and commits acts of violence on behalf of Xeric, such as attempting to free the ice demon Wintertot, and attempting to murder us for eavesdropping on a conversation he was having with his master Xeric, who at the time was possessing a man named Veos to communicate with Zamfir. This all takes place during the quest A Kingdom Divided, and confirms that in one way or another, Xeric is out there and plotting his return. Sliske's use of thralls is very similar to Xeric's, as in the Desert Treasure 2 quest, Sliske turns several once living characters into thralls he can control in order to manipulate us into obtaining powerful artifacts for him, before revealing himself at the end of the quest. Could there perhaps be a relation between the Zerosian Majorat and the undead warlord on the other side of the planet? One of the most famous spells in the game is the iconic Ice Barrage. Ice is one of the 4 ancient elements of the Zerosian spellbook, and the stronger a person is with this school of magic, the greater control they have over this frigid, destructive element. I mentioned that Zamfir had attempted to free the Wintertot earlier, which is an unbelievably strong ice demon or monster that ravaged Zeah and froze the northern reaches of the continent solid before being trapped by the great dwarven smith Din. It is unknown how Wintertot ended up in Zeah, but what if we have the answer right in front of our eyes? Even though Wintertot was first encountered over 120 years before Xeric took control of Corund, what if there was some sort of connection? Sliske is a puppet master of the highest order. What if he released this beast upon Corund? Could this be why Zamfir, the servant of Xeric, sought to free it from its prison? It seems coincidental at first glance, but wait. Inside of the chambers of Xeric is an ice demon that is fought in an identical way to Wintertot, requiring heroes collect logs to burn in braziers, and only the hardiest adventurers will survive the cold and beat this demon. Perhaps the Wintertot's arrival is not so mysterious after all. It's also worth noting that the Kodai wand we discussed earlier can control the ancient elements, but specifically grants unlimited water runes to the user, meaning that it can literally be used to manifest and control the ancient element of ice. Was this used at some point to control the Wintertot? Upon completion of the quest A Kingdom Divided and barely managing to survive an exchange with Zamfir, we are given access to some powerful new Arceus spells, which will aid us in our battles to come against these dark forces. Xeric and the other students of the Dark Altar were able to work with the dead like it was nothing, but one thing they struggled to do was something that was quite simple on the mainland, and that was teleportation. Transportation all over Zeah, such as cart systems, became necessary to move about the kingdom quickly. The Arceus spellbook does, however, contain some teleports. Apparently, Zamfir discovered techniques used to traverse time and space rapidly, and shared them with his master, allowing Xeric to create a powerful talisman to move about his kingdom and exert maximum control at all times. My theory that Sliske is secretly the one mentoring Xeric gets all the more serious once we take a look at the Arceus spellbook. There are some incredibly weird teleport destinations in this book of magic that Xeric himself discovered and used, such as the teleport to Barrows. Do I need to emphasize why this is particularly creepy? Xeric is using Sliske magic, Sliske tactics, and now has a key to Sliske's front door. And he's supposed to have no connection to this Majorat? I think not. There's another peculiar teleport within this book, and that is to Harmony Isle, which is very close to the Blackstone Pillars on Mosley Harmless, which we know Sliske is intensely fascinated with. This pillar is a conduit to the Shadow Realm, and has the ability to plunge surrounding areas deep into this parallel realm, and cause horrific beasts to manifest and kill you. This pillar can also perform a rare type of necromancy and return the dead to the living, all kinds of fun stuff. This idea of a powerful dark artifact that can warp reality and bring the dead back to life is very similar to the dark altar that Xeric is fascinated with, meaning that Sliske would most likely want to get his hands on this item and its power if he knew about it. The Blackstone Pillar shares more similarities with the altar when we dive into some of Khorne's lore. It is said that the Khorne catacombs are in a different realm entirely than the surface world, and this would give a huge motivation and reason for Sliske to be the one behind Xeric's dark enterprise. Originally, the demon Skotizo brought this artifact to Zeah, defying his master, the god Zamorak, who commanded he retrieve it in the first place. Skotizo is a black demon, and at one time before Zamorak's betrayal of Zaros, all demons on Gielinor sweared fealty to the dark god Zaros. This means that at one point, Sliske and Skotizo were colleagues, as well as literally every other demon on RuneScape. Zaros was betrayed by Zamorak, and many of the demons chose to help Zamorak in his treasonous act, but there were some who did not abandon the ancient god and leave his side. This topic becomes even more interesting when we realize that Skotizo is not the only powerful demon on Zeah. There is another one, who also wields the destructive power of the God of Shadows. The demons in Zaros' army were powerful and presumably taught many of his magical skills, and the demon Yama has been aiding Xeric's campaigns in Zeah for many years. During the fight with Yama, he uses many shadow attacks and even uses the term Umbra in one of his spells, which literally translates to shadow. It's clear that Yama was a powerful and knowledgeable ancient magic-wielding demon. It's worth noting that he even sends one of his disciples, the Judge of Yama, to murder us, and attacking us outright isn't enough. He literally pulls us into what appears to be the Shadow Realm itself in an attempt to snuff out our light. There are Zerosian demons seemingly all over Zeah at this point, and it would be virtually impossible that Sliske did not know of this place. The Chambers of Xeric are a visual experience and have a ton of environmental storytelling aspects hidden within them. One particularly interesting fact is that the complex itself was built by the great artisan of Xeric, Tecton, who was once just a human, and now his new body that he inhabits was simply a gift from his master for his service. This is very similar to the way Sliske treated the Barrows brothers, and the demon Yama we just spoke of also happens to be the master of pacts, making deals with mortals in exchange for mercy and blessings. And it's clear that many people who use the shadow for power adopt this philosophy. It is very similar to the concept of a monkey paw, where you get wishes, but they're twisted and come with an immense cost. Xeric, for example, was murdered by his own people and resurrected as a powerful shadow wizard with a complete control of the dead. But what price did he pay? Well, I can tell you. In all of these pacts, the ultimate cost is your most valuable and priceless possession, your soul. The Dark Altar is known to connect to the River of Souls, which explains how and why this artifact is the central catalyst of the dark activities on Zeah. If we continue our delve through the chambers, we can observe some more incredible evidence that Sliske is potentially involved here. Xeric has many warriors, mages, and archers that are fitted with the finest weapons and armor guarding this dungeon. And in the tightrope room, there is a peculiar type of archer wielding Carol's armor. Yes, that's right. This archer on Zeah, under the service of a dark thrall-wielding warlord, is wielding Carol's pieces. I wonder how those got here. If you weren't aware, the only way to obtain this armor in the game is to kill the Barrows brothers, and since we know Sliske created them, this is just another coincidence, of course. You may already know this, but you can only obtain this armor by fighting the Barrows brothers and receiving it as a drop from their chest. And since Sliske created them, this is another direct connection to the Majorat. While doing research for this video, I explored the entirety of Zeah and scoured temples, abandoned villages, and every dark, dangerous crevice that I could possibly find. It was on a hillside near the ice beast Wintertot that my blood ran cold. Near an ancient, forgotten burial site, there is what appears to be a ritual site that holds a very, very, very strange pattern visible from the minimap that is virtually identical to the symbol used by the ancient god Zaros, who Sliske served. In person, this ritual site is slightly washed out and faded by the elements, but still clearly very close to the ancient symbol, even using the patented ancient purple colors. Could this be where the ice demon Wintertot was summoned? Could this be the area Sliske convened with Xeric to show him the esoteric knowledge of the ancient gods? Peculiar. Outside the chambers of Xeric, we can see the symbol used by the Great Warlord, and it is very similar to the Zaros symbol, seemingly slightly changed as though it was passed down through the ages. It has the trademark X and 4 hemispheres in a circular orientation. The most bone-chilling evidence, though, that Xeric was under Sliske's control, or even Sliske himself, is one of the statues representing Xeric inside of the chambers. You will see these on many walls in the dungeon, and a simple examine yields interesting information. A stylized representation of Xeric, very peculiar. We know that Sliske is a skeletal-looking Majorat with a hood and wields shadow magic and is virtually identical to the depiction we find here in the chambers. What if, in the same way Sliske disguised himself as Ketla in Desert Treasure and the odd old man at the Barrows to manipulate the masses and obtain rare artifacts? What if he did the same with King Shazian? Was Xeric an actual reincarnation, or was Xeric Sliske himself? The answers lurk out there in the shadows, and only time will tell if we can uncover the secrets of Xeric, the secrets of Zeah, and ultimately the secrets of life and death. Xeric always seemed to be reaching for knowledge he could never quite grasp, but the threads of fate are always intertwined in the most peculiar patterns, and little did he know the power he desired would be found in his eternal prison. Tecton may have been the one who built much of the chambers of Xeric, but long before this artisan ever turned one stone, Mount Quidamortum was home to an ancient race that, for some reason, abandoned this place of dark energy. There are relics found within the dungeon that do not match the work of the great artisan Tecton. This symbol found here on these chests is that of the Dragonkin, the race of beings who created dragons, worms, and hydras, and potentially the great guardian of Quidamortum, the Great Olm. The Dragonkin developed technology like the dragon weapons we know and love, and Dragonbane items to maintain control over the beasts they created. The Great Olm is weak to Dragonbane weaponry, meaning he does indeed share some familial lineage with dragons, and he drops Dragon Claws and the Dragon Hunter crossbow. giving more credence to the idea that this chasm was first settled by the Dragonkin. But this begs the question, where did they go? We know that the energy of the mountain was channeled by Xeric at his altar on the surface before its destruction, but did he find the source of this malevolent energy that he was looking for? His high priest by the name of Vasa Nesterio joined Xeric in his exile at Mount Quidamortum, and during his clerical duties in this prison, he discovered a strange purple crystal. This was indeed the power Xeric was looking for, but Vasa Nesterio was not going to let this opportunity to take this power and become a god slip through his fingers. Upon attempting to seize the crystals for himself, an earthquake hit and caused a massive rockfall to crush Vasa's fleshy human body. Before he could slip into the afterlife and die, the power of the crystals changed him. He believed that he had now become some sort of god, and that naturally he would now have the strength to take on his master Xeric and become the leader of the expedition. But instead of becoming the leader, he instead got one shot by Xeric and bound by a curse to the cavern to defend it for the rest of time until the mountain itself crumbles to the ages and his spirit seeps into the oblivion between worlds. In hindsight, one of the most interesting and suspicious aspects of Xeric's storyline is how we were first introduced to it. It all started with a simple conversation with a humble treasure hunter named Veos, and come to find out, he was actually being possessed by the Dark Warlord Xeric himself, meaning we had interacted and spoke with him many times already. If Veos is Xeric, is Xeric Sliske? It's hard to know who to trust in this day and age, but I promise, my friend, if you hit that subscribe button, you can trust me to release some of the juiciest and most interesting old school RuneScape lore videos you've ever seen. The number one question on most RuneScapers' minds after hearing the tale of Xeric is what happened to him deep in the chambers, and more importantly, what is next. After defeating the final boss of the dungeon, the Great Olm, you will find a lore book called the Dark Journal. And in this journal, you will find a bone-chilling message confirming our suspicions that Xeric is alive and well, but also hinting at the dark, inescapable evil to come. I am truly awestruck by the power that our Lord now wields. If we were to return to Corinth as he originally planned, I have no doubt that we would regain our former dominion over the kingdom with very little effort. I sense he has a new plan in mind. Perhaps the throne of Corinth has become too small a trophy to satisfy the ambitions of Lord Xeric. My friends, I greatly appreciate you watching today's video. It's one I've thought about for years, and it feels awesome to finally get it produced and uploading. Make sure to go and check out some of my other lore videos in the description. I have a lot of theories and ideas for videos to be made, so I will for sure continue to work very hard on bringing you the deepest dives into RuneScape lore. Next up, we will be visiting the steaming jungles of Varlamore and attempting to survive an expedition through a well-guarded ancient archive with a horrific secret. Can we uncover the truth? Can we discover the identity of the doom of Mok'Aitl? In the vast and beautiful land of Varlamore, human kingdoms flourish under the intense, life-giving sun of Ralos, their patron deity of light and justice. But deep beneath the ground, under the sprawling and fertile land of their realm, lies a mystery that has terrified and perplexed the individuals who call this place home for thousands of years. Vast abandoned complexes built by a long-dead civilization litter every corner of this land and hold many powerful artifacts and secrets guarded by malevolent entities that seek to devour and gorge on the flesh of the unlucky who stumble upon them. But one entity in particular is so deep and buried that many think of it as just an old wise tale to keep the children of the villages from venturing too far into the ancient ruins of this land. The people of Varlamore are mostly descended from humans escaping the destruction of the God Wars on the mainland in the Second Age, and quickly adopted the existing religion of the ancient civilization who built the megastructures of Varlamore in a past age. This race of sentient creatures were called the Old Ones, and very little is known about them other than small scraps of information found in their megaliths, and less reliably in the tales of the modern humans who adopted their religion. In the religious teachings of Losanium, there are two main deities called Ralos, the god of the sun, and Ranul, the god of the moon. They tell a tale of a great cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth, where these gods will come together to end the current world at a place called Makaitel in an event called Zemyoa. Makaitel is a great archive of knowledge built by the Old Ones and contains many strange structures, artifacts, and beings, most of which seem to be connected to the god Ralos and Ranul, who, once again, are meant to meet for an epic apocalypse at this location. But at the heart of this labyrinth is by far the strangest boss in the entirety of old-school RuneScape. It is called Osto Oyak, or more commonly known as the Doom of Makaitel, an alien insect-like being with a great shield seemingly mimicking the Avernic demons found all over the world. But what is it? The Doom entered the game on the 23rd of June 2025 with the grand finale to a series of quests in which we save RuneScape from the followers of Ranul, who seek to cause an apocalypse to bring about a new age. But thankfully, a brave adventurer stops their heinous plan. The Doom drops many powerful artifacts like the Avernic Treads, as well as a cloth that can empower deadly Zenite jewelry, and even a piece of this creature's body that can be used to do devastating magic damage to your enemies. But still, what is it? Our first hint is the fact that it is weak to Demonbane weapons, but Demon is quite a broad category in RuneScape, with the two main types of demons being Avernic and Chthonian, which are quite different from each other. The Avernic demons are by far the most common type of demon found all over Gielinor. They are the stereotypical, mostly red and black, devilish horned creatures with slashing claws and gnashing teeth. And even within this Avernic category exist various subspecies like imps, lesser demons, greater demons, and black demons, with some special varieties of each of these distinct subspecies being found as well, like the tormented demons, the great black demon Skotizo, or the powerful greater demons Yama and Kirill Suteroth. These demons were brought to RuneScape by the ancient lord Zaros and served him faithfully until his usurping by the Lord of Chaos Zamorak, who stole his power and became the leader of the Avernic demon hordes. Many of the Avernic demons are great physical combatants, capable of using powerful melee and sometimes magic attacks, with the most proficient being able to use even the element of shadow to great effect to resurrect the dead or control the minds of the weak. But what about the other main type of demons? The Chthonian demons are quite different from the Avernic demons in both form and function. Chthonian demons are much more rare, but they can still be found all over Gielinor, and even in other universes entirely, like the Abyssal Demons, which are powerful Chthonians from a realm between realities. These demons are intelligent and fierce. They are capable of devouring and absorbing their foes, using the strength of their meals to increase their own power, even taking on the characteristics of the creatures they eat. The Chthonian demons of the Abyss are simply part of a caste system, and all of the flesh-like appendages that we encounter in the Abyss are simply organ structures, all part of a massive Chthonian demon named Hostilius. These individual creatures are capable of their own thoughts, but they typically work in tandem with one another, similarly to cells in a body. The Chthonian demons that we encounter in our realm have their own goals and ambitions, but they often ally with other powerful beings to further their own desire. Chthonian demons have no specific body plan like the bipedal Avernic demons, and can be found in all shapes and sizes, changing their shape to perform whatever their current task is. This is where we can begin to identify the origin of the Doom. The Doom happens to have a massive great shield made of claws that, when in a resting position, appears to be the face of a traditional Avernic demon. It even uses these claws like a trapdoor spider to seemingly lure in prey close enough to devour it. Although I'm not sure this terrifying mimicry is going to lure in many humans, it definitely could lure in a lost Avernic demon looking for their own kind. There is a biology term called aggressive mimicry, which allows a predator to lure prey closer and approach undetected in order to spring an ambush. It's well documented in species like certain spiders, snakes, and even fish. This behavior, as creepy as it is, isn't meant to scare us off, it's meant to lure prey in. This alone is not enough to say that the Doom is conclusively a Chthonian demon, but its clever predatory nature in conjunction with its ability to change its body plan at will according to its desired function is something that Chthonians can do. For example, the Blood Reavers found in the ancient prison are a type of Chthonian demon. They are built to be fast, predatory, blood-sucking nightmares on the battlefield that served the god Zaros like fierce alien bloodhounds. The Doom also has small grubs that can enter the battlefield under its control, like the way the smaller Chthonians of the Abyss serve Hostilius. Another hint that it could be potentially a Chthonian. But if it is a Chthonian, how the hell did it end up in Varlamore, an entire continent away from the other members of its species? All demons were brought to Gielinor by the god Zaros, and served him loyally even after his defeat, at least the Chthonian demons did. The great Chthonian demon Duke Succulus still gathers power in his stronghold to the north, plotting to bring back the Lord Zaros to our realm, which could potentially explain why the Doom is here in Varlamore. The massive temple structure in which the Doom resides is not just a place of worship, but a great archive of knowledge from the age of the Old Ones. It was meant to hold the knowledge of this advanced race for ages to come, due to the fact the Old Ones began to go extinct due to an unknown cause. The Old Ones were advanced beyond our comprehension and had an incredible understanding of architecture, engineering, biology, and even had their own form of powerful magic called Naguanil that could be used to summon and control great beings called Nagua, but unfortunately this knowledge is mostly forgotten about in the modern era. If the Doom is indeed a Chthonian demon, it most likely is here not for food, but for knowledge. Makaitul contains the stockpiled knowledge of the Old Ones, and the Zerosian Empire that brought the demons here was known to lust after and campaign for powerful artifacts and information. One example being the Black Stone Pillar brought to the Zerosian city of Lassar, which was studied and had the ability to control the minds of the weak, resurrect the dead, and even enter the mysterious Shadow Realm, the source of the ancient magics of Zaros. What if the Doom was sent here many ages ago to obtain knowledge that would be of importance to whatever master it serves? The temple that it's in is mostly empty after all, and it seems peculiar that a predator would not move on to a place with more food if that was its sole purpose. So, what is it looking for exactly? No actual record of Zerosians in Varlamore exist, but there are several smoking guns that Zaros' influence has indeed shaped this realm in ages long past. The magic of the Old Ones was used to trap powerful Nagua named the Perilous Moons inside of an ancient temple. These Nagua were summoned here by a shaman who was close to death in the age of the Old Ones, but after seeing the sheer destruction that they would cause if they were to be let free, the shaman's companions chose to betray him and use the same magic used to summon them to trap them in this prison named Nepotzli. What's weird about this is the fact that these Nagua can cast both Arceus magic and ancient magics, which was thought to only be accessible by the Zerosians. The Blue Moon specifically drops a spear that can be used to cast ancient magics. Our character only gets access to this magic after it completes the quest Desert Treasure, where one of Zaros' most trusted generals gifts us with this knowledge. So, how did it end up here? Zerosians were known to use the Shadow Realm not only for ancient magic, but to covertly travel and to hide from observation. It is totally possible that in the early campaign to conquer RuneScape, that a party of these Zerosians made their way to the Empire of the Old Ones in Varlamore. They could have even potentially been the catalyst behind the downfall of the Old Ones, and would explain why this monstrosity was in Machiatl. But interestingly enough, there is even more evidence that the Doom is a Chthonian. The various abyssal demons that can be fought all drop pieces of their bodies, which can be used as powerful weaponry like the famous Abyssal Whip or the Abyssal Bludgeon from the Abyssal Sire. And interestingly enough, the Doom drops a piece of its body called the Eye of Ayak, one of the strongest magical weapons in the game, fitting this category as well. The Doom also drops a powerful cloth that can be used to upgrade the Tormented Bracelet, a drop that can be crafted from a Zenyte obtained from demonic gorillas. These gorillas are thrall-like beasts in service to the shadow-wielding corrupted gnome Gloth, which seems to have some interesting necromancy powers derived potentially from the Shadow Realm itself, since we know this can be used to create thralls and to resurrect the dead. The Zenyte jewelry is still only obtainable from these demonic gorillas, but near the boss encounter of the Doom in Machiatl, you can obtain what is called demonic tears to charge the weapon crafted from the Doom. It's worth noting that these look incredibly similar to Zenytes from the demonic gorillas, and this implies some sort of shadowy connection, since drops from the Doom can work together with drops from the gorillas. The examined text of the Cloth of Machiatl says a rare cloth imbued with wild magic, left behind by a fallen monster. This gives us some insight as to why the Doom was here, as it's clearly not just another piece of its body like the Eye of Ayak, but rather an artifact left behind, and this could explain why the Doom nested here and why the archive was built here as well. Could there be some powerful source of this wild magic of the Old Ones deep beneath the ground here? It is said, after all, that Machiatl was built by the refugees from the God Wars, in an attempt to help the old ones who were dying out preserve their knowledge, and during its construction, they woke this beast up. The God Wars took place directly after Zaros' defeat, as the remnants of his empire scattered and was split amongst the other gods and fought over, which would give a perfect timeline for when the Doom actually traveled here. Potentially after Zaros' defeat, masterless, it traveled to these lands and slumbered until this archive's construction began on top of it. But since we know that there are several users of ancient magics in Varlamore, that it could have potentially been here for quite some time, maybe even on an expedition for the Empty Lord himself. Another interesting drop are the Avernic treads, named after the Avernic demons, which it seems to be mimicking. Once again, Zaros brought every demon in Gielinor here himself, so at some point the Doom did cross the Zarosian demons, and perhaps this is a leftover from one of its meals, as it doesn't really seem to have regular feet. The lore of Machiatl potentially implicates a hidden Zarosian connection as well. The gods Ranul and Ralos are opposite aspects of one another, and are meant to unite here to cause the end of the world and birth a new one. But what if this happened already? One is a god of light and the sun. The other is a god of shadow and the moon. This fits the description of two other gods in RuneScape, but let's specifically look at Ranul, the god of the moon, first. Ranul's teachings are centered around the pursuit of knowledge, and to an extent, secrecy. He teaches them that it is okay to withhold information that can cause harm to another. This is very similar to Zaros' governance strategy, and often would conceal information for the greater good. Very little is known about Ranul other than his scarce teachings, but there are several clues that this may indeed be a Varlamorian depiction of Zaros himself. The mysterious blue moon, a Nagua in the prison of Nepotzli that we discussed earlier, fits the description of a follower of Ranul, and his iconography in his prison implicates this as well. But what is truly strange is his use of the ancient element of ice, magic thought to be derived directly from Zaros himself. If Ranul is indeed Zaros, then who is Ralos? Zaros is infamous for his conquest in the Second Age before the construction of Machiatl, and during his campaign to take over the Caridian Desert, a god of sun and light fought against his armies to stop them. Sound familiar? Tumekin fits the description of Ralos to a T, other than the name. Tumekin's name could have easily been lost in translation throughout the generations that passed down this story. Ralos, after all, is simply the word solar backwards, but this is not the only indication that they could be the same entity. Tumekin caused a great explosion in the desert to stop Zaros from claiming his land, and he has not been seen since, but is implied to still be alive somewhere in the desert by his children. What's ironic is that Ralos is said to have been created from a great explosion of light, which fits the description of this event. Zaros too found himself in a similar situation when Zamorak betrayed him and he straight up disappeared. This is even what kicked off the God Wars itself, which, if you were an outside observer, could very well look like the prophecy of Ralos and Ranul ending the world and starting a new age. There are memorials to both Ranul and Ralos inside Machiatl, which imply they could both be dead, since a memorial is often left after important individuals pass on. Perhaps Machiatl holds the key to their divine resurrection and potentially their return to Gielinor, which would explain why a Chthonian demon brought to this world by Zaros guards this empty labyrinth in the middle of nowhere to this day. During the development process for the Doom, one idea that they pitched us was an item called the Demonic Digger, which has nothing to do with my theory today, but it still deserves to be remembered regardless. Another item they pitched was the new best in slot magic cape called the Eldritch Veil, meant to be similar to the Dizana's Quiver and the Infernal Cape. Now, in the RuneScape universe, there are very few Eldritch beings, but one that has consistently played a part in both games are, you guessed it, the Chthonian demons. It's truly my belief that the Doom is a Chthonian demon, and it is in this location for a specific reason, and that this place holds one of many powerful artifacts found all over Gielinor. Today, we are going on a journey to the far corners of RuneScape and solving a tragic and terrifying mystery that we first encountered over 20 years ago. This video will take us to the edge of our sanity and beyond, into the darkest imaginable depths. Free-to-play RuneScape was the Wild West back in the day. Armor trimming, 10k GP girlfriends, and red berry pies were all the backbone of my free-to-play experience. The Knight's Sword quest was released in April of 2001, and in this quest we must replace a rare Faladorian Knight's Sword made by an ancient race of dwarven smiths for a young squire who misplaced this priceless heirloom. It's actually a very intimidating quest as a lower level player because we must venture to the southern shore of Asgarnia and survive encounters with mysterious, icy, frozen colossi. But before we do all that good stuff, we must find a rare dwarven smith. Thankfully, our good friend Reldo in Varrock is a master of RuneScape trivia and is quite a hit with the ladies. He knew exactly where we could find this rare dwarven smithy, as well as a host of useful information. Camdo dwarves, as they are called, are an ancient clan of dwarves who are renowned worldwide for their skill and craftsmanship. They have crafted many powerful artifacts for the kingdoms of men. They once gifted the city of Avaraka, or known today as Varrock, the Shield of Arav. And for the citizens of Falador, they created the Knight's Priceless Sword that we have been tasked with recreating. Reldo also notes their love of red berry pie, perhaps hinting even at a bribe before telling us to search the southern shore of Misthalin near the entrance to the Asgarnian Ice Dungeon. After a brief search along the shoreline, we managed to locate our handsome new Camdo friend. Thurgo agrees to help us make the sword, but he's going to need a rare mineral from within the ice dungeon. Unfortunately, Thurgo was not willing to make the sword for free and asked for a red berry pie in exchange for his labor. After a little bit of work, the rest of the quest goes relatively smoothly. Thurgo gets his red berry pie and we get our sword and return it to Falador. But that is just where the story begins. The Camdo dwarves had apparently been driven to near extinction, but by what or who? This answer is something that truly blew my mind. Over time, we went without any answers to the Camdo mystery. In 2018, Old School RuneScape dropped the epic Grandmaster quest Dragon Slayer 2, and we travel all around the globe in order to stop a dragon apocalypse. Completing this quest is such an accomplishment to the people of Gielinor that we are invited to join the Myth Guild. The prestigious institution holds many useful facilities that may help an adventurer prepare for future endeavors, But sitting comfortably on a bookshelf next to a mighty Fremennik warrior is a book that would answer the 20-year mystery of what happened to the Camdo dwarves. This single book has within its pages a story that connects the darkest corners of the globe together in a blanket of horror and dread that can never be escaped. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? A book is a portal to another time and place, and this one in particular takes you to the far north of the planet, to a land known as Acheron. This wretched place was inhospitable to most life, but in underground caverns, the mighty Camdo dwarves forged and hammered out a comfortable existence. The ancient Fremennik were some of the only humans to ever explore this harsh land, often trading with the Camdo dwarves, and even to this day, they plan to return for an expedition, according to their current leader, Brunt the Chieftain. The book on the shelf is titled Candoria Falls, and it gives some insight into the final days of the Camdo homeland. The acolytes of Candoria found a strange black stone totem with symbols scratched into it in a similar fashion to the rune rocks of Relica. Thinking that the village elders would know how to handle such an artifact, it was sent back to the capital to be examined. That single decision caused their entire civilization unimaginable pain for hundreds of years. Now that the totem had been moved, the book details massive storms that came out of nowhere and raged with an unnatural fury, and the dwarf recording this story was currently seeking refuge on the Isle of Garmer, hidden in the Forge of the Giants. Even though the author of this tale was safe for now, they were isolated without sufficient food stores, so regardless, they would soon have to brave the storm and venture back into Candoria. The Giants of the Forge warned the expedition party that there were omens of death about, and that they should be prepared and go with reinforcements. The Giants were even kind enough to give the dwarves fiery bright jewelry that can be used to bargain with the Ospa tribes of Candoria. This is one of the few mentions of the Ospa in old school RuneScape lore, but in RuneScape 3, the Ospa are sapient, powerful fire elementals that were brought to Gielinor by the dark god Zaros, and their presence in Acheron is something of a surprise to me. I may have a theory later that would coincide with this fact, but I wanted to point out something for now. The Ospa from RuneScape 3 share striking similarities with the entities the Nagua in Perilous Moons, but instead of being a fire elemental, they seem to have taken on other elemental powers. I wonder if they're related somehow. But anyway, the dwarves set out for Candoria, and thankfully they made it safely from the Isle of Garmer where they had taken shelter, but their safety would not last. Upon entering the city, it was empty, creepily silent, a once bustling metropolis completely devoid of life, but a gentle sound could be heard coming from the inside of one of the elders' temples. What happens next would haunt the history books of Gielinor forever. The temple was a scene from a nightmare. Piles of bodies, pools of blood. A large globulous mass sat hungrily on a throne of oily black rock. A shock of tentacles capped with claws dangled above its 3 pulsing bulbous eyes. The elders circled the creature, chanting incantations in a strange unknown tongue, covered head to toe in a mixture of blood and thick black sludge. They paid us no attention until the creature noticed our presence and began screaming. A fight soon broke out, and the temple quickly turned into a blaze, the flames licking the ceiling. The harsh cackle from the elders as they burned pierced our minds with unimaginable terror. We're none the wiser of how that thing came to be, but that idol must have been far older than we first assumed. We fled back to the Isle of Garmer. We have suffered many losses, but the storm has quieted, and thus returning home was far easier. All the land surrounding Imcandoria is now blanketed with a very thick layer of snow. It shows no sign of change, and thus we must leave. The horrific monstrosity described in this lore book is very similar to the Chthonian demons of RuneScape, like the Abyssal Sire and the Duke of Suck. But it also vaguely reminds me of the Phantom Musfa, and as much as I try to use old school RuneScape only lore, it fits the description of the Stalker bosses in Daemonheim of RuneScape 3. Either way, it's definitely an Eldritch horror, I'm just not sure which brand. One thing we can say for certain is we would not want to run into this being in a dark alley, which is exactly where it would be hanging out. This Blackstone totem had clearly been more than just some ancient relic, but a summoning device for evil and a conduit of the Shadow Realm itself. It had possessed and corrupted the minds of the leaders of the Camdo, and seemingly took joy in the mass murder of men, women, and children. A terrible ritual performed with the blood of these innocent people. But now what? The author of this story could have never predicted that this Blackstone pillar would follow the Camdo tribe for generations, spelling their doom every time they crossed paths. The surviving Camdo dwarves would return to the Isle of Garmer, shocked by what they had just witnessed, but lucky to be alive. This event was so traumatic that the dwarves transcribed this story into the stone itself to preserve the warning for future generations to stay far away from Imcandoria. With no home, no purpose, and no leader, the Camdo turned to the divine. Saradomin promised the Camdo a new home. If they agreed to go to war for his cause, they would have to lay siege on the fort of Lassar, a Zarosian city and settlement that was occupied by both citizen and military assets. The Camdo agreed to fight this war for Saradomin, and the siege of Lassar began. During the reign of the great shadow god Zaros, he placed a Majorat by the name of Sliske in charge of the defense of Lassar. He was a very close advisor and officer for the great Zarosian Empire. He is the main antagonist in the Desert Treasure 2 quest, and is currently what I would consider to be the main villain of old school in general. When I say that he is a disgusting vile rat, that is an understatement. He is responsible for horrific things like enslaving the Barrows brothers for all eternity, and is often on the giving end of betrayal. There is no back he will not stab to pursue his endeavors. He is gifted with a network of spies, both natural and supernatural, with the ability to use the Shadow Realm itself sometimes. He managed to locate Imcandoria, and I bet you can guess what he wanted from there. The horrific murderous ritual that had taken place at this ancient dwarven city was exactly the type of thing Sliske would be interested in, but what was more disturbing is the fact he himself did not transport this Blackstone pillar back to Lassar. The inhabitants of Imcandoria did. Literally the creepiest lore bit ever. The dwarves who were brutally murdered somehow willingly brought this Blackstone pillar to a city that was about to be invaded by the Imcando's descendants. The Blackstone will come for us all. During Desert Treasure 2, you recover remnants of conversations that happened during Sliske's occupation of Lassar while you're in the Shadow Realm, and they give some insight into their sick reasoning for wanting this item. During a conversation with one of the researchers, Sliske informs them that the pillar was uncovered by the dwarves, and that some of them remained under its control and the others fled south, and that they are the ones who brought it to Lassar, and that once they got there, the stone discarded them and they succumbed to its influence. One of the researchers is rightfully concerned that it will do the same to them, but Sliske assures them that he has properly shielded it and it will do them no harm. During another conversation with one of the researchers, he gives some crucial information about this black stone pillar. He says, the totem seems to act as a conduit between our world and the Shadow Realm. In theory, it could be used to harvest energy from there. Sliske commands the researchers to begin attempting to pull energy from the Shadow Realm, and even leaves them one of his companions, who also happens to be an expert in the Shadow, to help with their work. Not only does she have expertise, but she's so unbearably creepy that her discomfort will drive their work. Her name is the Whisperer. She is part of the Siren race and has clearly been through some stuff. The scientists of Lassar continue to work on this black stone pillar day and night, trying to discover its secrets. They eventually uncovered that it could be used to perform a rare type of necromancy, where instead of just reviving the body, it also revives the soul. Unfortunately, anyone who the pillar resurrected would quickly find themselves muttering about curses and seas and black stone. It's clear that this is an eldritch artifact from another reality, a relic of the Shadow Realm. One scientist describes it as beautiful, that it's no pillar, it's something more. As the weeks and months went by, the god Saradomin began to plan his attack on Lassar, and the remaining Zerosian factions quickly had to figure out how they were going to deal with this invasion. Instead of making sure the townspeople were safe, Sliske ordered the Whisperer to lock up Lassar, and to remove all of the protective wards from the Blackstone Pillar in order to perform a test and to see what would happen. Well, I think you could probably guess what happens. The townspeople quickly begin killing one another, but they definitely don't stay dead. Eventually, with the help of the Camdo dwarves, the city of Lassar falls. The Camdo dwarves were celebrating a mighty victory without realizing the horror beneath their feet. Knowing that Lassar was about to be captured by the Saradominist Camdo dwarves, the Whisperer and the remaining Zerosian personnel retreated to the Lassar Undercity. This happened to be the area they kept the Blackstone Totem in, and the proximity to this drove the remaining researchers mad. During the battle, a brave Camdo warrior was being hunted by the Carnifex Maximus Vardorvis, a fierce vampire lord for the god Zaros. The Camdo ran as far as he could. He ended up clearing the entire continent. I'm not gonna lie, Vardorvis is pretty scary, and I bet he was even scarier in his prime. The dwarf ran all the way to Zeah, where he was chased by the Carnifex Maximus, and he ended up getting even with him in an ambush and cleaving his head straight off his shoulders. This dwarf loved Zeah so much that he actually stayed there and ended up starting his very own clan. The dwarves back home began to rebuild Lassar into their city of Camdozel, and to pay them back for their hard work, the god Saradomin taught them use of magic, specifically of the Superheat spell. This spell was used to create the finest alloys to be used in powerful weapons for the Empire. The city of Camdozel became a marvel of engineering. The Camdo dwarves' talent for smithing and crafting was unmatched in all of Gielinor. Their weapons and jewelry were of the highest demand, and Camdozel was the envy of Asgarnia. But all the way on the other side of the world, the Lovacange Camdo dwarves were going through an age of strife. Zeah had many warring factions who vied for power, but none was more feared than the dark wizard Xeric. The Camdo dwarves feared him so much that they moved south into the Custodia Mountains, where they established the town of Camtorum. Very little was known about the dwarves of Camtorum until the modern day. They mostly kept to themselves until they signed an agreement with the Grand Museum in the capital to allow archaeologists to perform excavations around the city to learn more about their culture. As I began to learn more about Camtorum and its surroundings, my blood ran cold. I realized that beneath both Lassar and Camtorum resides grand, magical blackstone artifacts, both of which are capable of altering reality. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Nepot-Zili is a magical prison deep beneath the dwarven city of Camtorum, and within it resides some of the most powerful beings in all of Varlamore. When I first saw these creatures, they reminded me of something. But in the book earlier that we read, in which the Camdo are murdered, there is mention of a race known as the Ospa. They appear in RuneScape 3 as four-armed elemental beings, and I just couldn't help but think they look a lot like the Nagua. I also find it to be a very strange coincidence that the Ospa I mentioned earlier served Zaros, and the boss Nagua inside Nepot-Zili seem to represent the ancient elements. The blue moon represents the element of ice, like in Ice Barrage. The blood moon represents the element of blood. And then the eclipse moon, which I believe represents the element of shadow. We have no idea if the dark god Zaros ever came to Varlamore, but it's very ironic that these beings are using the magic of his elements. It's also worth noting that you get one of the few staves in the entire game that can auto-cast ancient magics here, so I feel like there is a deeper connection than we're aware of. Back in the land of Asgarnia, the remaining Camdo dwarves in the conquered Zarosian city of Lassar absolutely flourish. They are so wealthy and prosperous that they begin crafting weaponry that is envied all over Gielinor. They manage to make a blade known as Silverlight out of Demonbane ore to help an adventurer slay a particularly powerful demon. They even aid in a battle with a mighty Majorat by crafting the Shield of Arav for Varrock royalty. This prosperous age was wonderful, but the Camdo, if anything, are unfortunate, and death was headed their way once again. Have you ever seen a really pissed off barbarian? During the early years of the 5th Age, the powerful Fremennik war chief Gunnar led a massive crusade all throughout Gielinor to slay any magic user or runecrafter they could find. They believed that the use of magic was reserved for the gods themselves. During their travels, they met the Camdo dwarves and noticed that they used the superheat spell to make their bars, and this was enough for Gunnar to sentence them to death. They brutally slayed the Camdos until only one remained, and to this day he watches over the ruins of Camdozel. And during this entire massacre, the original Blackstone pillar that caused their ancestors to flee Camdoria rested beneath their feet, undisturbed, for now. There is one more slightly mysterious Camdo dwarf in Asgarnia. It is not known how Thurgo managed to survive the Fremennik hordes, but we're sure glad he did. It is my opinion that this tragedy is why Thurgo is always so willing to help an adventurer in need. That is, of course, for a slice of red berry pie. It must be truly lonely living down here on the coast of Asgarnia, looking out at the sea and knowing what follows you and why. I can only hope that one day we can help Thurgo break this curse. That one day we can save them all. Hello, brave adventurer, and welcome to the world of old school RuneScape, a land that has been created, conquered, and even outright destroyed by the divine beings of our universe and beyond. The mortals of RuneScape flock to the various temples of our world to beg the gods for blessings that will provide protection, nourishment, and even power to the followers who worship them. You may be asking yourself, though, what is a god? It's not a power level, it's not the size or strength of an empire, but it comes down to one important word: worship. Many of the members of today's list are not nearly powerful enough to create worlds, while some definitely are, but they are all powerful enough to demand the worship of their disciples. Humans, gnomes, vampires, dwarves, sirens, and all other manner of races of our world have served a variety of divine beings throughout the eons, and they have all waged perpetual war on one another to claim artifacts, territory, and even the very souls of the opposition, all in the name of their gods. The people who created RuneScape always built the narrative around the perpetual struggle between mortal and god. Even the very planet on which the game takes place, Gielinor, is an anagram for the word religion. There have been many times throughout the 20 years I've played this game that I've encountered the choice of which deity to serve, from choosing the Saradomin rune set to pick up hot babes in free-to-play, to the time me and the boys hopped in the Zamorak portal at Castle Wars and used the magic of an ancient god to smack up the opposition. From the first moment our universe was created, the mortals who would come to inhabit the planets of the cosmos were doomed, their entire lives simply a meal for the great architects of reality. RuneScape itself was the final realm created by the first gods on today's list, the Elder Gods. These entities are so ancient that their names are hardly known to the modern inhabitants of Gielinor. Much more information about them is known on our brother game RuneScape 3, which is currently in the 6th age. However, old school RuneScape is still in the 5th age, so we must search through the scraps of rubble of our world for even a mere hint of their existence. By far the most well-known Elder God in old school is Jas. She is indirectly responsible for virtually every great cataclysm and blessing inside the confines of our universe. You see, the Elder Gods created all life throughout the cosmos, and they do so to create the powerful and coveted energy called anima. Anima is the force produced by all living things, and the actual physical power behind the magic we see wielded in Gielinor. Anima is also the power which, in sufficient quantities, can ascend a mortal to godhood, as we will see later on down the list. Even Melzar the Mad knows of Jas, and writes tales of the cabbage of Jas, which is most likely a reference to the life on Gielinor and the anima it produces. He states that the cabbage of Jas is used by gods to create all life and magic. All runes have a path to its power. This is well known in the lore elsewhere, as we know the runes and magic of Gielinor were created using Jas's power, with the help of one of her artifacts, aptly named the Stone of Jas. However, over the eons, this stone has had many different names, including the Eye. As powerful as the stone was, it was actually just one small fraction of the total power Jas possessed, and as many wonders as it created in its time on Gielinor, it also caused many unimaginable suffering. During the early history of Gielinor, there was a powerful technological race called the Dragonkin. They were enslaved with a terrible curse that causes them immense pain when the Stone of Jas is used excessively. This is because of some great unnamed blasphemy that they performed in times before written record. We can only assume that in an act of divine judgment, Jas made this blasphemy right by enslaving the Dragonkin race for all eternity. There are many users of the stone on today's list, as it has been the primary source of conflict throughout the entire history of RuneScape, the fight between God and mortal, spurred on by the leftover power of a vast cosmic entity. The stone is fortunately the only remnant of Jas's power left on Gielinor, as during the 5th Age, her location has yet to be discovered. But for those who have ventured into the future, you know that she is currently out there, resting, waiting, and ready for the moment the great dinner bell rings. Her sisters mostly go unnamed in the 5th Age, but we do have information on 2 other Elder Gods. Ful is the Mother of Flames, the embodiment of heat and pressure. She created a great horde of beasts from the flames of her womb, most notably the inhabitants of Mor Ul Rek, deep inside the volcano on Karamja. The Tazar are powerful creatures of obsidian and magma that exist in a caste system, and even though they appear fearsome, many of them are actually quite kind and well-spoken. The Tazar seem to be as old as time, and even say they have been here since the ocean was a stream, implying that they could be millions of years old. But as old as they are, the Elder God of Magma seems to have produced life before the Tazar, as deep beneath their birthing pool lies the prison of the formidable Tezcal Zuk, a great archangel of fire and death that is locked behind an ancient ancestral glyph, perhaps by Ful herself. Ful's name is only mentioned outright in the name of a song within a volcano on the continent of Zeah. Mount Carulam is home to a faction of Tazar who left Mor Ul Rek many years ago to help maintain the balance between life and death on Gielinor. They did so to keep the anima mundi of the world pure, and to this day they await the instructions of their mysterious mother. The final fleeting mention of any Elder God in old school RuneScape is in the story of Ma. While being lesser known to the citizens of Gielinor than the other elders, she is still a truly special being on a cosmic level, and her children have shaped the story of the game more than virtually any others. You see her name reflected in her offspring, the Majorat, the children of Ma. Ma created other powerful beings, including 2 literal gods named Zaros and Saren, which gives testimony to her power. She is in a constant state of nightmares, and only survives due to the aid of her children, but unfortunately her eldest son, Zaros, began to grow weary and wished to abandon her in search of meaning, whilst her daughter did her best to care for her, but it was not enough. Whilst much more about Ma is known in RuneScape 3, in old school RuneScape, our only known records of her existing are from the goddess Saren, the next god on our list. Saren is the goddess of the elves, crystal, and purity, and is one of the few gods on today's list that was born as a god instead of ascending. After Saren's brother had left her alone with her dying mother on Infernace, she began to witness new brothers and sisters being created from the nightmares of Ma. These Majorat were immensely powerful by mortal standards, but truly just a parody of the strength Zaros and Saren wielded. Seeing these creations gave Saren the brilliant but sinister idea to return their power to the mother. she taught these Majorat a ritual that would be performed by sacrificing one another, and part of the power would be returned to the mother, prolonging her life and calming her. Eventually, this sick game got the best of Saren, and she could no longer withstand the brutal and agonizing existence that was her life on Frenesque. And just like her brother, she ventured out into the universe in search of peace and belonging. She discovered the crystalline world of Tardiad, and given her own crystal nature, it was the perfect world for her to find her identity. Saren discovered the spectacular elven race living on this new paradise, but was horrified by the fact that they grew old and died. She attempted to save the elves and drastically increase their lifespan by taking her own essence and infusing it with crystals to perform the Great Song of Creation, which did achieve her desired goal. However, there was an unforeseen side effect, since the crystals of the elves themselves were now part of Saren. In her absence, the elves would begin to wither and die an incredibly painful death. After the Song of Creation, a mysterious green god came to Tardiad and offered Saren a new home on the perfect world of Gielinor. She hoped that this new world would contain the power she needed to cure the curse binding the elves to her, so that they could be free to live their own lives in every corner of the cosmos. On this new world, they set up the province of Turanwin, and with their advanced crystal magic, sang into form several crystal cities. After many thousands of years, Saren discovered the energy of true death deep underground, and attempted to use this energy to counter her pure light, hoping to break the chains binding the elves to her, but instead she created a dark reflection of herself. Instead of destroying this dark Saren that lashed out at her creator, she simply built a prison around it and called it the Temple of Light. She hoped to leave it up to the elves to decide what to do with the fragment when the time came. Peace and prosperity were all the elves knew, until all over Gielinor a massive war between the gods waged, and this caused so much destruction to the anima mundi of the world from the millions of lives who were extinguished, that the god who had originally invited her to RuneScape in the first place had now forced all of the gods to leave, including Saren. She knew that if she departed, it would kill her elves, so in order to save them from certain death, she fractured herself into crystal slivers that hold her memories and energy, constantly in the presence of her elves, but in a state of quasi-death. It is unknown if Saren could ever truly return, but it is my belief she would never want to. From the moment that Saren's life began, she lived in service of others, whether it be her mother on Frenesque or now the elves on Gielinor. Saren finally achieved the thing she wanted most, a family and a purpose. But whatever happened to her brother? The next god on the list has been my favorite since I was a child. He is the son of an elder god, the ancient king, the empty lord, and the stranger from afar. His influence is something that is unmatched in all of RuneScape, but who is he? I've made an entire video on this topic in grueling detail if you are interested, but today I will relish in the opportunity of telling you his tale once again. Zaros is the twin brother of Saren. He was born of the elder god Ma. He grew tiresome on their homeworld of Frenesque and sought meaning and purpose. He traveled to many different worlds, gaining the worship and loyalty of powerful races that joined his growing empire. He came upon a world of blood, Vampirium, where he discovered a race of humanoid creatures, the vampires, that were in a constant struggle with the massive beastly Yarasa, who often decimated them in battle. Zaros taught these vampires the strength in numbers and the benefits of living a civilized life. The united vampire race was able to drive the Yarasa to near extinction, in much the same way his sister Saren became the leader of the Elvish tribes. Zaros had now become the savior of the vampires. He took these new bloodthirsty warriors out into the universe to create the greatest empire it had ever seen. He led his empire to the various worlds in the cosmos, where he began to gain the fealty of the races who inhabited them. He conquered the various tribes of demons from the infernal dimensions to use as shock troops to expand his empire further. He recruited the Illusioncan Dragon Riders to act as an air force of sorts, to ride through the sky as scouts, and to execute aerial attacks of fire and death. His encounters with these various powerful races even led him to breed a super soldier named Nex. She was a combination of Icene, Aviancy, Demon, Vampire, and even contained some of his very own shadowy essence, making her powerful enough to level entire armies on her own. At this point, Zaros had by far the most formidable military the universe had ever seen, and he eventually stumbled upon the world of Gielinor. He began to grow his influence here immediately, in spite of other gods having colonized the land before him. Some of these other gods' followers even committed heresy and began to worship Zaros and pray to him for strength and prosperity. He conquered most of modern-day Misthalin, Asgarnia, Mauritania, Forinthry, and even a small portion of the Caridian Desert, where some bandit tribes still worship his emblem to this day. During his campaign to conquer the Caridian Desert, Zaros' armies ran into powerful opposition. Sons of the same elder god as Zaros, the Majorat. Although they were much weaker than Zaros, they recognized the dark familial bond and ended up pledging fealty to Zaros to become some of the Empire's strongest political and military leaders. Zaros was not just an ordinary god. He possessed an immense power over the Shadow Realm, the source of the powerful magic he taught to his followers. Unlike the anima of our world, which could be channeled in the form of fire, water, earth, and air, Zaros taught the Majorat to command the elements of blood, ice, smoke, and even the very shadows lurking around every corner and in the hearts of all mortals. His empire began to grow and grow, but as time went on, Zaros was more absent. This had always been his governance strategy. He was even given the moniker the Empty Lord, or the Stranger from Afar, due to his often empty throne. This absence began to fester, and the Majorat who served him so fiercely began to doubt his direction. The Legatus Maximus Zamorak, a powerful Majorat warlord, devised a plan with the demons and vampires of the Empire to betray Zaros and use a powerful elder artifact named the Staff of Armadil to transfer his power into Zamorak. Zamorak plunged the staff into Zaros' body, while through an act of fate managed to impale himself. It is said that he absorbed much of Zaros' power, but the fact is, Zamorak was never able to live up to the legacy of his older sibling Zaros, and many whisper of Zaros' return to this day. The Shadow Realm that Zaros commanded is a realm of the dead, a sinister place where death is but a construct of the mind, and no evil is impossible. It is said that he will return one day, and his loyal have pledged to answer his call when he does. The next god on the list is one of the most well-known in the franchise, the great green god who helped Saren come to Gielinor, the god of balance, Guthix. Guthix is definitely one of the most important gods in the series, as after the Elder Gods created the planet, Guthix began to cultivate and shape the anima mundi of the world like a divine gardener. He was worshipped by all sorts of mortal life, the humans, gnomes, Ents, dwarves, moss giants, and of course the legendary Void Knights. Guthix had a simple philosophy that guided his godhood: balance. Life is a symphony of push and pull, of scarce and plenty, and of joy and sorrow. Guthix understood this, and in much the same way Zaros left his empire to govern itself, Guthix was an empty lord of sorts. His natural affinity for the anima mundi was present in the magics and society of his followers. The gnomes, for example, use magic trees to teleport great distances and coax these same trees into growing to massive sizes and providing a safe haven from the outside world. Nature is something that can be easily disturbed in the RuneScape universe, so Guthix had some of his more pious followers take a more hands-on approach to keeping balance. The Void Knights were created by Guthix to protect Gielinor from threats from another reality. The Void is a realm outside of space and time, which little is known about. However, we do know it does contain a life of sorts. Void pests pour into our world through great rifts in space-time, and they are the primary enemy of the Void Knights, but these deadly creatures are far from the only threat to the balance in Gielinor. The other gods who discovered this world are the primary threat to the balance of life. Guthix shaped the world in the First Age, and after he achieved equilibrium, he reached out to other gods like Saren and her elves to come and live harmoniously on this newly crafted world. He left a mandate to his followers who he left behind to live in harmony with nature, and if this was done properly, he would not be needed any longer. He began to sleep. The First Age came and went, and during the Second Age, many other gods began to trickle into this realm. These gods represented different ideals, but fundamentally balanced each other out. War and peace, justice and malevolence, chaos and order, all had a place in this world. It wasn't until after the defeat of Zaros that the world truly tipped into disequilibrium. Many gods had now fought to claim the power and territory Zaros had once held firmly in his grasp, and this caused a massive war, of course named the God Wars. This conflict annihilated the planet and uprooted millions of souls, causing them to seek refuge in far-off lands. But it wasn't until the former Zarosian Zamorak claimed the Stone of Jas and dropped the equivalent of an atomic bomb that Guthix woke up from his slumber. In an instant, Zamorak had decimated the entire northern half of the continent, causing so much death that the anima mundi itself cried out to Guthix, and in his might he rose from his slumber and cast out all of the young gods from our world with a massive decree, an edict that was meant to protect the future of mortal life on RuneScape. He made a solemn promise that if the gods returned, he would awaken and unmake this world, destroying everything the gods fought over, truly being both the savior and potential great enemy of all life on our world. To this day, he still slumbers, although his location is unknown. Many relics and hints of his whereabouts exist. For example, deep beneath the city of Lumbridge, his powerful tears can be collected and used to gain immense knowledge. This is accompanied by a massive complex of Gothixian temples, where Guthix had stored the powerful Stone of Jas before it was stolen by a pesky Majorat named Lucian. Interestingly enough, the next raid coming to the game is centered around plundering the ancient Gothixian archive, where unfathomable and powerful knowledge is stored. But what if potentially even Guthix himself resides at the end? The teaser for one of the bosses from the raid is identical in design to the 20-year-old depiction of Guthix. Perhaps in the same way we have encountered fragments of other gods like Saren, maybe this creature is but a mouthpiece for Guthix himself. Soon our questions will be answered. Next up, we have another god who played a pivotal role in the God Wars, Saradomin, the god of justice and light. Saradomin is often depicted as a human, but his backstory is very ambiguous and old school. It is known that he possessed at one point several powerful artifacts, including the Stone of Jas, which he used to grow his power and empire. To this day, he is the most openly worshipped god in Gielinor, and has many churches and institutions dedicated to his teachings. His actual history, though, is relatively murky, but he has undoubtedly been on Gielinor since the First Age. Early RuneScape legends used to tell a story of Saradomin creating the world with Zamorak and Guthix, but this is a wise tale with no bearing, as Zamorak was not even a god until the betrayal of Zaros. During the hero's quest, it is even said by a high priest of Saradomin that he first stepped foot on Gielinor at the island of Infernace, explaining why this island is viewed as sacred ground, but also implying that he is not from this world. Saradomin is most likely a human who ascended through the use of elder artifacts in the First Age or early Second Age, but regardless, he has been here for quite some time, and his influence can be felt virtually everywhere. His teachings of justice were something that created a vast, safe, and prosperous society that consisted of many powerful races and factions, but predominantly that of humans. White Knights, monks, wizards, the Justiciar. These feared human factions have conquered much of Asgarnia, Misthalin, Kandarin, and even far-off parts of the world like Mauritania. These humans were certainly formidable, but the true scourge of his military might are the angelic Icene. The Icene are a race of humanoid winged warriors that were able to conquer the region known as Hallowvale in Mauritania for their lord Saradomin. They possess superhuman strength and a monstrous magical might, and are in many ways the opposite of the vampires. They often found themselves clashing with the vampires at different points in time. The vampires have been a constant terror to the citizens of the Saradominist Empire, and to safeguard the mainland Misthalin from these evil creatures, 7 priestly warriors of Saradomin used his divine power to bless the River Salve, making it holy and unpassable to creatures like the vampires and werewolves of Mauritania who served the Dark Lord Zamorak. Design-wise, he is based off of the Judeo-Christian god, and the civilizations who worship him are an analog of the Holy Roman Empire. He was cast out of Gielinor along with the other gods by Guthix at the conclusion of the God Wars. His influence still remains surprisingly strong to this day, even with his whereabouts being unknown. It's worth noting that even though Saradomin had one of the mightiest empires RuneScape had ever seen, that he did fear one name, Zaros, and to this day, wherever he is, Saradomin shudders at the thought of the Dark Lord finding him. The next deity on today's list is the one who inherited Zaros' ancient empire, or at least a significant portion of it. Zamorak, the Lord of Chaos, a once mortal Majorat from the world of Frenesque, came to RuneScape with the help of the Caridian demigods Icthlarin and Amasket, who were in search of a military might that could oppose Zaros' dominion on Gielinor. But soon after the Majorat came here, they recognized the familial bond they shared with Zaros and abandoned the desert Pantheon to fight for the Dark Lord. Zamorak was a military leader and a scourge on the battlefield who began to grow impatient at the absence of Zaros, who had left his empire to be governed by the Majorat. Zamorak began planning to overthrow Zaros and take control of the empire for himself. With the help of vampires, werewolves, and demons, he acquired the support and artifacts he needed to betray the Empty Lord. Zamorak stabbed Zaros with the Staff of Armadil, transferring a fraction of Zaros' power to himself, more than enough to ascend into godhood. With Zaros gone, Zamorak attempted to take control of the ancient empire, but the loyal to Zaros made this virtually impossible. Now that Zamorak was officially a god, his ambition had grown just as much as his power. He and his armies laid siege to any settlement which did not immediately pledge fealty to his banner. His goal was not to take over all of the former Zarosian Empire, but the entire world and everything in it. Many of the remaining loyal Zarosians fled to the northern parts of Forinthry, and Zamorak's armies of demons followed. It was in the city of Karalanger that a bloody battle was fought between the dragon riders of Zaros and the platoon of Zamorakians led by the great black demon Skotizo. This battle was considered a success by Zamorak, and he even rewarded Skotizo with a mission to Karamja to obtain a powerful artifact, but Skotizo betrayed Zamorak and fled to a far-off land. To punish Skotizo, he cursed his sister Zalcano with a painful curse that afflicts her to this day. There were several other pockets of Zarosian resistance that held out from the Lord of Chaos, but this turmoil intrigued the other gods of Gielinor, which led to the famous God Wars. Zamorak's conquest eventually obtained the Stone of Jas from Saradomin and caused the end of the God Wars with his destruction of Forinthry. He was of course ejected from our world with the other gods by Guthix, and his whereabouts are currently unknown, but he could likely be on the worlds of Infernace or Vampirium, as it's where the demons and vampires who serve him are from. In the same way that Saradomin has many powerful human factions around Gielinor like the Justiciars and the White Knights who still pray to him, Zamorak has the Dagon High and the Black Knights who still carry out his work on RuneScape in his absence, awaiting his return. Should Zamorak ever find a way to return to our world, Gielinor will surely burn. The next deity on our list was likely the most physically brutal combatant in the entirety of the God Wars. He is served by beings all across our world that civilized society deems barbaric, but their goal is truly elegant and simple: war. Bandos is RuneScape's god of war, and is well documented for turning battlefields into meat grinders, destroying even his own forces for the mere amusement. During the Second Age, his forces of goblins, orcs, ogres, and many other monstrosities were brought here from their swampy homeworld called Ubisk, and united under his banner. They built a series of strongholds within the modern-day Feldip Hills and began their campaign of brutality. To this day, the descendants of those early pilgrims still live in the Feldup Hills and offer up prayer and sacrifices to their god in hopes of blessings. He fought many battles while on our world to obtain a plethora of divine and powerful artifacts to grow his strength, such as his pilgrimage to Soul Isle to obtain the Soul Stone from an opposing god's faction of winged warriors. When he obtained this artifact, he celebrated by wiping out all on the battlefield, including his own forces, seemingly just for the amusement. He also sent one of his most trusted generals, Snarldor, to an ancient Zamorakian fortress in Mauritania to enlist the gargoyles of the tower to his armies. But during the ritual that was intended to gain control of the gargoyles, ancient Zamorakian magic caused them to turn on the Bandosians, and a bloody battle broke out, ending in the Bandosians retreating. The God Wars went on, battle after battle, until of course the conclusion where Bandos, along with the other gods, were forced off our world by the edicts. But the loyalty and fear Bandos had instilled in his followers remains even to this day. The modern Bandosian races have a hierarchy of importance in their religion, and only the orcs and orgs are given permission to speak his true name, while other races, such as the goblins, refer to him as the Big High War God. The goblins have 4 simple commandments given to them by Bandos. Not to run from battle, cowards must die. Not to show mercy, merciful must die. Not to doubt the Big High War God, doubters must die. Not to make own plans, thinkers must die. These commandments sum up Bandos' philosophy perfectly. He currently resides on the planet of Ubisk, and even though he can never return, he has promised to send a chosen commander, his avatar on this world, to lead the goblins and the other Bandosians to total victory over the other gods of RuneScape. The final major combatant of the God Wars was a benevolent deity of justice and law who ruled the skies of Gielinor during the Second Age, Armadyl. His empire is described in fleeting detail throughout RuneScape, but thankfully in our adventures we have had access to some incredible information to fill us in on this being. Armadyl commanded a race of winged warriors called the Avianci, who possessed formidable combat prowess that made them a serious contender to control Gielinor. Their base of operations was called the Empyrean Citadel, a massive floating complex above the surface of Kandarin, where the modern-day Temple of Ikov now resides. Armadyl found himself in open conflict with many of the other gods, but specifically the Bandosians of the Feldup Hills to the south were his main opposition. His Aviancies were not just capable warriors, but skilled smiths who even created the legendary God Sword, of which all factions fought to obtain. Armadyl possessed many powerful artifacts, including his legendary staff, the Staff of Armadyl, an elder artifact created by the Elder Gods. It was stolen by the forces of Zamorak and used to betray Zaros. His possession of an artifact this powerful indicates that during the height of the God Wars, he was a truly terrifying entity to come across. Unfortunately, these artifacts were not enough to save Armadyl's followers, and the only known Avianci alive on Gielinor today wage war beneath the ice of Asgarnia in an attempt to regain their stolen God Sword. Armadyl does, however, have a small faction of humans who safeguard his relics, the Guardians of Armadyl, who had managed to reclaim their staff. That is, before we aided a Majorat in stealing it once again. Armadyl was more important to the history of RuneScape than he gets credit for, and hopefully future adventures fill us in even more on his majestic aerial empire. Now that we've covered each of the factions who competed in the God Wars, it's time to travel to the far-off continent of Zeah, consisting of two subcontinents called Khorend and Varlamore. A majority of human inhabitants from these lands were refugees fleeing from the God Wars on the mainland, but there were inhabitants who built massive structures of worship long before these human pilgrims arrived. An advanced race, simply called the Old Ones, built these temples and structures all over these lands, some for study, some for worship, and others have had their purpose lost with time. The Old Ones followed a religion called Losanium, which involved the worship of two main deities, Ranul and Ralos. Ralos is a deity of the sun, who is said to have been created by a massive explosion of light and energy before the world was even in existence. For many thousands of years, the inhabitants of Varlamore would sacrifice criminals to Ralos on the cliffs outside of their capital city, but eventually a great king named Maximus would order the Great Colosseum be put on these cliffs, and the Colosseum would now offer blood to their god. It was believed that without these blood offerings and deaths, Ralos' power could potentially fade. He is generally regarded as a benevolent entity, as his tenets can be found in the Tome of the Sun, and include being brave, bold, honest, hardworking, and to spread positive energies to those around them, being a shining light for others. It even encourages fighting against those who spread negativity but do not hate them, instead pity them for their inability to see the light of Ralos in their lives. This is most likely why they sacrificed criminals of all people to the god, because this is their way of ridding the world of darkness. Ranul is the brother of Ralos, and he is the god of the moon. In many ways, Ranul is the polar opposite of his brother. He was born from the darkness of night, and his foundational belief is that death is the most important part of life, as he would be the one to guide freshly dead souls to the gates of Mictal, the Losanium version of a final resting place or heaven. He is a god of learning and knowledge who encourages the discovery of the secrets around us, with the exception of knowledge that could be dangerous, and if learning something harms another person, it is permissible to withhold that information from them or lie to them. His followers are far fewer in number compared to his brother, but they are still widespread across Varlamore and Khorend. In the Losanium religion, he is just as important as Ralos, but many see his worship as blasphemous, and this has even caused many to hide their worship of Ranul. In the Forthos dungeon, a group of Ranul's worshippers were corrupted by a dark wizard, and their belief in honoring death was radicalized and used to encourage the premature death of others, also called murder. Ranul's actual name is Lunar Backwards, which is probably where they got the idea from, since he's the god of the moon. It is said that in the end of days, Ranul and Ralos will unite in an event called Zeah, which will destroy the world in a massive eclipse, and from the ash and ember a new world will be born. But a rogue cult dedicated to Ranul believe it is their duty to cause the events that lead to Zeah. This event will allegedly take place at a massive archive in Varlamore called Mokaitel. It is curious to note that in this archive are two memorials to Ranul and Ralos, perhaps implying that they are in fact long dead, and inside is a monster of ravenous demonic nature that gorges on the flesh of any who trespass on this sacred land. In the northern part of the continent, there are a number of pseudo-religious figureheads who receive the worship of various mortals. First off is the undead warlock Xeric. who managed to conquer the entire nation of Korund. He is one of the false gods on our list, and in spite of being incredibly powerful and coming back from death, he is not explicitly divine. He is, however, worshipped as a god by the army of lizardmen at his disposal. Xeric's power comes from a mysterious artifact that was brought to Korund by the Zamorakian general Skotizo. He was supposed to bring this artifact to the god Zamorak, but instead fled with it, and since its time on Korund, it has caused all sorts of mayhem, including resurrecting Xeric and empowering him. During his reign, one of Xeric's expeditions discovered a terrifying source of magic that was believed to have the power to transform a mortal into a god. His high priest, a man named Vasa Mysterio, found this power first in the form of a massive magic crystal, and while absorbing this power, he was crushed to death in a cave-in, but instead of the afterlife, he found himself in a powerful new divine form, stuck between life and death. He claimed to be a god now and tried to take control of Xeric's cult, but instead of taking control, he was easily defeated by Xeric and enslaved to guard the entrance to the chambers in which this power resided. To our knowledge, Xeric never managed to become an actual god, but I will say that his whereabouts to this day are unknown, and I guarantee wherever he is cooking up a plan to achieve that goal. Another entity that receives the worship from a congregation of mortals is the great demon Yama, who is prayed to and bargained with to help the various humans of Korund achieve a variety of goals, mostly at the cost of their soul. Souls, after all, are a powerful currency for divine beings, and each one obtained grows Yama's power closer to the divine. Yama's cult is widespread, but due to his generally malevolent nature, their worship is typically done in private. He has powerful demon legionaries at his command, including the formidable Judge of Yama. The judges pass the final sentence of death on the guilty and takes their soul to their final prison. The final deity that can be found being worshipped in Zeah is by far the least known, and a shrine dedicated to this entity can be found in the small fishing hamlet on the northern coast of the continent. It lurks beneath the ocean, calling to sailors who used to inhabit this small fishing hamlet, until it slowly drove them insane after they discovered a peculiar artifact during a fishing trip called the Snake Stone. This stone began to call out to the inhabitants, and it started to fester in their minds and souls, until one night the villagers disappeared down a peculiar hole in the ground. Whilst this may seem puzzling and terrifying, and no place for any sane person to live, one Fremenic inhabitant remains in the village, worshipping an altar dedicated to this entity, named the Kaisertief, which in German means the Emperor of the Deep. This entity has parallels to another god we will go over in more detail later, and in my opinion is most likely the same being. I truly hope that we get more information on what happened here and what lurks beneath the ocean. Perhaps it is too late to stop it from reaching its insidious goal, and as far as the mortals of this region, I'm really not sure if we can save them. The Fremenic are a group of humans from the northern shores of Relica that over time have split off into several distinct societies. We will specifically be examining the Moon Clan of Lunar Isle, who have the incredible ability to perform spells without the use of runestones, something that was widely thought to be impossible for ordinary men. They were originally part of the Fremenic tribes until the founder of the Moon Clan, a seer named V, discovered a powerful artifact called the Stone of Jas, which we've talked about quite a bit so far. It granted him enough power to ascend to godhood and give him the strength needed to change the world forever by creating the art of runecrafting. He created rune altars all over RuneScape to democratize the use of runes and give many thousands the ability to practice magic, which up until this point only the powerful and rich of Gielinor had the ability to use magic, and now even the common man could perform feats of alchemy and teleportation. V was a hero to the people of the North, not only for his discoveries, but due to his bravery and ferocity in battle. Over the course of countless centuries, the Fremennik tribes had faced a continuous onslaught from a race of horrific beings called the Basilisk, reptilian monstrosities that could turn a full-grown man to stone without the proper protective equipment. V fought against these creatures for many years until he managed to strike a near-fatal blow on their kind by enslaving their mightiest leader, the Jormungand. Without the Jormungand to direct them, the Basilisk struggled to stay organized and could not possibly fight the powerful, united Fremennik tribes any longer and dispersed from their shores immediately. The Basilisk can only be found in the darkest caves of the Relic region in the modern era, and are simply a husk of the formidable monstrosities they used to be. V was a hero of men, and a true example of a god who cares for his subjects. V's whereabouts to this day are unknown, but he presumably left Gielinor when the God Wars ended and the Edicts of Guthix were put into place. Regardless of his whereabouts, the Fremennik still sing of his triumphs to this day in the long halls of their villages. Another god recognized in the Fremennik religions is the Kindle, a massive bear-like entity that is known for taking damsels as a sacrifice for blessings of safety from its ravenous, destructive nature. This god was thought to inhabit the northern mountains of the Relica region, and we actually discover its true nature during the Mountain Daughter quest. Come to find out, the Kindle is just a mortal man, wearing the hides of a bear, and had begun preying on the women of the nomadic tribes at the base of the mountain, until of course a hero came along and slayed this foul beast. The Kindle is hopefully gone from this land for good, so that the Fremennik may live in peace. Deep in the jungle on the island of Karamja are great stone totems that loom over the villagers who inhabit the land. These idols represent a great pantheon of mysterious gods whose names are rarely spoken to outsiders from the mainland. Over the years, these gods have guided and inspired great heroes of Karamja, and allegedly still speak to the tribesmen priests like Trufitus, who enters a trance-like state with the help of local herbs. These gods allegedly were very displeased with the tribespeople of the island, and only a ritual and offering would placate them, which we do during the quest Jungle Potion. The names of these gods are Shaika, the Patriarch, the creator of the disturbing Shaikan, meant to test the young warriors of the tribe, only being killable by truly skilled huntsmen. Then you have Karazi, the mother of the appropriately named Karazi Jungle on Karamja, and finally their daughter Raharni. The villagers have kept all other information hidden, whispered of only in the absence of mainlanders. It is unknown where these gods reside, but one day we will return and learn the truth of these mysterious deities. Far to the west, on the island of Ape Atoll, resides an empire of apes who have an impressive civilized society consisting of a town, temples, and many underground structures containing riches and utilities that have aided many adventurers over the years. These apes are so advanced that they even have a government structure, but above even the king of the island is their patron deity, the goddess Marimbo. Marimbo is depicted as a great gorilla in various shrines around the island. This god is said to receive all the thoughts and prayers of the island's inhabitants, which they find great comfort in her blessings. Marimbo could potentially be a symbolic god, but is described as a physical, tangible being. But unfortunately, due to the edicts of Guthix, Marimbo is most likely somewhere off-planet, monkeying around. Marimbo is so important to the apes that even their town is named after her, simply named Merim. Her temples are a great place to test your strength against the powerful guardians inside, and she will even answer the prayers of non-apes, empowering those who simply bend the knee to her idols. In the beautiful kingdom of Ardoin, there has been a constant struggle to rebuild from the devastation that was wrought by the God Wars. In this new era without these divine beings, many cults have appeared to promise the blessings of divinity upon the mortals struggling to survive around the kingdom, such as the cult of Haziel, deep in the sewers, praying to a smelly Majorat, who is definitely not a god, but one cult specifically claims to worship an entity named Iben, son of the famous God Wars combatant Zamorak. During the quest Underground Pass, we fight our way through a peculiar dungeon that at its heart sits Iben the Dark Lord. Iben is a god of pain, strife, and deception, and all the other classical tropes of evil, but his servants see his dark deeds as necessary, a cleansing for an imperfect world that treats them unfairly. It is heavily implied that after Iben was slain by a brave adventurer, that he was not the son of Zamorak, but instead just a human cultist parading as divine, using the dark energy seeping from the death altar deep under his lair to put on the appearance of being a god. During his mortal life, Iben was a member of the Kintra Black Knights and was trained by Lord Dequarius himself, the supreme leader of these knights. He was said to have been an incredible swordsman who slayed many hundreds of white knights in the name of Zamorak. However, his streak came to an end when, during an assault by the White Knights known as Dawn Ascent, he was ultimately slain and put to rest. A witch named Cardia found his corpse and used dark magic to resurrect him to lead their army of darkness, to become the son of a god, metaphorically, of course. He began to use the dark magic from his resurrection to slowly corrupt and transform the underground pass between Ardoin and Isafdar to become a hellish labyrinth, a monument to his chaos and evil. Iben may not be an actual god, but it doesn't make him any less scary and dangerous to those who choose to explore his hideout. You better be prepared, or the underground pass will become your underground tomb. The humble cabbage is the most iconic vegetable in the entirety of RuneScape, and the next god on our list is the source of their unfathomable power. Brassica Prime is the god of cabbages. Yes, cabbages. And the religion of this god is centered around taking the time to savor the flavor of life and being like sauerkraut by giving one's mind the space to ferment and awakening the nutrients within. This religion gives very wise and British flavored lessons for the player to consider when first discovering the wisdom of Brassica Prime. It is unknown where this god came from, but it's apparently like the other gods. It is powered by anima, specifically the anima mundi or life force of the world. The cabbages around Gielinor seem to be much wiser and more important to RuneScape than we realize. So, in your adventures, treat your vegetables with loving care. Even though he's a literal vegetable, Brassica Prime is not a pacifist. He has a powerful military force called the Brassican Mages, who use mighty typeless magic attacks that have taken the life of many adventurer. Brassica's whereabouts are currently unknown, but surely he still resides on Gielinor as a god of nature and anima mundi, so be careful to treat your cabbage with care, or taste the wrath of Brassica Prime. The next god on our list is a well-known meme and mascot of RuneScape itself, the Gnome Child. This entity can be worshipped in our player-owned house after building a chapel icon dedicated to him, and it is enshrined with the mantra, "He watches you with interest, but will not intervene," which potentially implies he is unable to offer more than words of wisdom due to the edicts of Guthix, or just prefers not to interfere in the adventures of mortals. It is said that his true form is incomprehensible to those of lesser perception, and maybe that's a good thing. He states that he does worship Guthix, the god of balance, due to the fact that Guthix has exceptional coordination, which is a play on the word balance. This could also explain why he can remain on Gielinor in spite of the edicts that kicked out the other gods after the God Wars. It is unknown what the future of the Gnome Child holds, but he does warn us that the new world will rise from the underground, possibly hinting at the shadowy gnome kingdom of Arpasandra, deep under the poison wastes to the south. We can only hope that in this battle, the Gnome Child chooses to aid us, or we are surely doomed. The next being on our list is worshipped in the poison wastes of Taranwin. It is an abomination created by a powerful race of scientists called the Dragonkin. Its name is Zulrah, and it has the ability to hypnotize and brainwash the unfortunate souls who cross paths with it. It uses its influence to convince its worshippers to send any adventurers who they come across into the swamp to be devoured as an offering to this monstrosity. Zulrah is simply a biological creature and not explicitly divine, but its influence is still undeniable. It is capable of using all three combat styles, as well as being able to flood the battlefield with its offspring, making it a formidable opponent for even the most seasoned adventurers. It is unknown if Zulrah is one of a kind, or if there are greater serpents out in the swamp, as the record of its creation implies that there are indeed more of them, and potentially even greater Zulrah-kin deeper in the swamp. Let's hope we never answer this question, or humanity itself could be in danger should these beings ever escape their swampy prison. The next god on our list is another iconic and meme-worthy entity that has warmed the hearts of adventurers for decades now, Bob the Cat. He can be found depicted on various treasure trail rewards and worshipped in our player-owned house, similarly to the Gnome Child. He can also be physically encountered all over the map, as he is one of the few characters who has free range over the entirety of Misthalin, Asgarnia, and Kandarin. Bob the Cat explores the world with his girlfriend Nate, but his story begins in an unexpected way. His life as a cat began in the city of Varrock, as he was raised by a sweet woman named Gertrude. But long before Bob's birth, he existed in the form of a mighty human named Robert the Strong. He was born in the Fourth Age town called Arkney, and was one of the greatest heroes this world had ever seen, being able to stand toe-to-toe with the god-killing monstrosities, the Dragonkin, and even slayed several of them in his lifetime. During his human life, His greatest companion was the mighty war panther Odysseus, which could potentially explain why he was reincarnated as a humble feline. He explores Gielinor in his current feline form, adventuring and aiding those who have the ability to speak to him using artifacts such as the Cat Speak amulet. It is uncertain what the future of RuneScape brings, but it is certain that Bob the Cat is one of our mightiest allies in the battles to come, as during the conclusion to the Grandmaster quest While Guthix Sleeps, we speak to Robert the Strong in a weird dreamlike state. He tells us that the only way to stop the coming Dragonkin invasion is to use the Curse of Jas against them. We are going to need every bit of help we can get, or the Dragonkin will surely destroy our world. The vampires of RuneScape have served a multitude of gods in their time on this planet, but before they came to our world, they lived in feudal tribes spread out over the world of Vampirium. The founders of each house were greatly respected, but specifically the patriarch of House Vitor was considered to be divine. The Vitor clan was by far the strongest vampire tribe on Vampirium, so much so that the god Vitor was revered by more than just his family and other vampires. Even the beasts of this world recognized his power and worshipped this vampire, even throwing their own lives away as sacrifices in awe of his might. He was the original owner of artifacts like the Scythe of Vitor, and to this day, his descendants rule over the vampire settlement of Versenyaza, home of the Theater of Blood, where the strongest adventurers may find these artifacts, which can be used to devastating effect on large enemies, causing massive blood loss with its devastating design. It is unknown what happened to God Vitor, but perhaps we will find out more in the upcoming Vampire Grandmaster quest, Blood Moon Rises, which will be taking us off-planet to the world of Vampirium. When adventuring on this planet, be prepared, because every living thing on it looks at your blood as a delicious snack, and you can't learn more cool lore if you're dead after all. The next deity on our list is the only one that you could physically hug if you ever encountered them in the wilderness known as the United Kingdom, God Ash, product manager of old school RuneScape. Mod Ash is one of the most beloved humans that has ever worked on a Jagex game, and for many years, his colorful and engaging personality kept many entertained and interested in the fledgling RuneScape server known as Old School RuneScape. When the game broke away from RuneScape 3, his hilarious and dedicated nature was a big driving force behind the game's social media presence. And aside from his dedication to the player engagement aspect of his job, he also developed many different pieces of content. And as a talented musician, he even made many of the game's music tracks, such as Coil, the theme for Zulrah. Mod Ash has since left Twitter for an unknown reason, but it's very similar to the despair felt by the mortals of Gielinor when the Edicts of Guthix separated them from their various leaders. Mod Ash is a great person, and I hope whatever he is up to these days brings him joy and satisfaction, because he sure brought that to us for many years. At the beginning of my RuneScape journey as a child, random events were both a pleasant and sometimes terrifying surprise, and one particular random event terrorized me, and is the next deity on our list, the Evil Chicken. This entity is worshipped by a human named Nesty and various others who have built shrines to him in several locations around the game, one being in the Woodcutters Guild on Zeah, and another is on the literal moon of Xanaris, which also functions as a secret entrance to his lair and contains black dragons who defend this chicken god with their lives. The evil chicken is a much more complex entity than one would expect, and has truly disturbing and ambitious goals that he works to carry out. He can be found in the Champions Guild chicken coop and is a powerful magical combatant. His explicit origins are unknown, but there are several theories written about in the Book on Chickens, literally called the Book on Chickens. One theory is that a powerful magician attempted to summon a demon to aid him in his dark endeavors, but instead summoned a chicken. Disappointed at the failure of this summoning ritual, the mage banished the chicken to the abyss, where its intense hatred grew, and it managed to survive and return to our world with a vengeance. Another theory says that the evil chicken was once an ordinary bird with above average intelligence, and he grew displeased with farm life and realized that his entire kind was simply enslaved to provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner for humans, and in his hatred, he sought out the knowledge to gain enough power to destroy humanity for good. Regardless of the evil chicken's origins, he is real, he is here, and he must be respected as the true threat to all life in the universe. In a similar vein of worship, and perhaps even related in some way, is the god worshipped in the Rabbid realm that was visited during the 2020 Easter event, the almighty egg, the omelet Zeah. The rabbits of the realm pray to this entity under the direction of the Duke Rabatio in the city of Bunbridge. The Duke is a religious zealot dedicated to this egg, and claims that it serves an incomprehensible greater good. Perhaps this entity is the benevolence that will stop the evil chicken from executing his plans to destroy our world. Get it? Executing? Welcome to the Caridian Desert, home to a kingdom built by the followers of the next pantheon of gods on our list. This desert has been an incredibly important part of Gielinor's geopolitical ongoings for many thousands of years, and countless gods have attempted to claim control over its pristine beauty and abundance of resources, but for the most part, it remains inhabited by its original people and gods. The pantheon who rule this land is led by the great god of the sun and light, Tumekken, and his wife Elidinus, mother of the desert and purifier of corruption. In the modern age, there are very few verified facts about these entities, but for those who have a keen eye, there remains many remnants, artifacts, and folk tales that fill us in about Tumekken and Elidinus' life. A common saying in these deserts is, "You'll see him wherever you look, but never actually notice him," regarding Tumekken. This could be interpreted a variety of ways, but mostly demonstrates his predominantly hands-off approach to governance. Tumekken and Elidinus ruled over their desert empire for many years, but began to grow discontent. They had many devout worshippers, but longed for something more, for a family to call their own. So, out of their union, they used their essences to create two children of sorts from their beloved pets, a cat and a desert jackal. The jackal came to be known as Icthlarin, the god of the underworld, protector of the dead, and a fiercely loyal entity who is known to bless and interact with mortals on Gielinor to aid them in their adventures, and of course the pet cat that came to be known as Amasket, the goddess of rebirth. These four became the major gods of the desert pantheon and helped usher in a functioning and prosperous nation here in the desert. Tumekken was not done creating divinity though. During a 4-day slumber, Tumekken's dreams began to take form as the 4 minor deities of the Caridian pantheon. The first being Ap-Mechan, a baboon demigod with a playful and unpredictable temperament that to this day is worshipped by the desert baboons of the region. She is represented by the ideas of companionship and loyalty, one of Tumechan's most important philosophies. On the second day of slumber, Tumechan dreamed of a giant warrior of sound mind and body, whom he imparted his divine essence into, creating the demigod Het, a being worshipped by soldiers and doctors for his representation of health and strength of both mind and body. On the third day, Tumechan dreamt of a great feast in his honor, but was horrified at the waste and excess of humans, and whilst later exploring the desert, came upon a crocodile who he saw as patient and resourceful, with which he blessed with his own divine essence, claiming this entity would serve as a constant reminder to not overindulge, and with this blessing, Crondus was born. And on the final day, Tumechan had a dream of terrible isolation, where in the most remote parts of the kingdom, he observed a scarab burrowing in and out of the sand. Snatching it up, he claimed it was the most isolated of beings, and with his divine essence, it would serve as a reminder of the importance of tranquility and the dangers of true isolation from your loved ones. And with this, the demigod Cerberus was born. The major and minor gods of the Caridian Pantheon encompass the most important virtues of life and death, and managed to harmoniously govern the desert for many years, until the arrival of the Empty Lord's armies. The Caridian Pantheon was incredibly powerful, but they could not stop the forward march of the new god's empire, and in a desperate attempt to save their homeland, Amasket and Icthlorin traveled to the far-off world of Frenesque and found the Majorat tribes and asked them to fight for them, and the Majorat agreed to travel to Gielinor and aid in the defense of the desert. But this would be the gravest mistake that the Caridian Pantheon would ever make, and it would cost them everything. At first, the Majorat were the scourge of the battlefield, but quickly realized they shared much more of their philosophies and shadowy nature with Zaros' empire, who too was from Frenesque, and they turned on the Pantheon they had agreed to fight for. Unable to stop the now combined forces of Zaros and the Majorat, Tumechan, the leader of the Caridian Pantheon, made a final play to secure the region for his people. In a great explosion of light and anima, Tumechan leveled the Zarosian armies and blessed the sands of the desert to be unconquerable by these shadowy denizens, pushing back their invasion at the cost of his own life. It is unknown if Tumechan survived this grand detonation, but he is survived by his children and the demigods he created, who are often referred to as his avatars. His daughter Amasket has since become quite problematic to the inhabitants of the desert, and seemingly the events that led up to this war drove her literally insane, corrupting her into her current form called the Devourer. She has attempted to claim any and all relics containing her father Tumechan's power, including the literal other members of the Caridian Pantheon. She would use their followers of these demigods to lure them into traps and imprison them within the tombs of Amasket. To capture Het, the avatar of health and strength, she poisoned one of his warriors with a curse, trapping him between life and death, causing him to call out to Het himself, who could not abandon his faithful, and upon appearing to help this warrior, he was betrayed by Amasket and trapped inside the tombs. To capture Cerberus, Amasket promised blessings to the nearly extinct Dawn Scarab Kefri, who above all just wanted children. Amasket blessed her with offspring, but of course they were cursed and warped, and used this to break Kefri's mind. and in her pain she cried out to Cerberus, who appeared to ease her suffering, and subsequently was trapped inside the tombs. To capture the demigod Crondus, she promised the great crocodilian Zebek an endless buffet of meats, but upon the food entering his mouth, it would turn to dust, which enraged him and drove him to hunger. He cried out to Crondus, luring him into Amasket's grasp, and finally the demigod Apmechan was lured in using the great matriarch of the desert baboons, Baba. Amasket took Baba and put her in a horrific zombie-like state of torture and agony, which caused Apmechan to appear, who attempted to ease her pain, but Amasket captured them. Amasket planned to use these gods to ascend beyond the demigod status into a full-fledged goddess of corruption, since each of them contains a piece of her father Tumechan. But thanks to a heroic adventurer, me, these demigods were set free and Amasket's plan was foiled, for now. The next god on our list is truly different from all the others, as I would call it an anti-god. Technically, it has no name on Old School, but RuneScape 3 has extensive storylines fleshed out, and let me assure you, it has many names. You have experienced this god in a peculiar way for decades, without even realizing it. From the moment you entered the Shadow Realm during Desert Treasure over 20 years ago, it has had its eye on you. The god of the Shadow Realm is one that is hard to explain, but I've done my best on this channel in the past. Check out this video if you're interested in more. It is evil. It wants all living beings in our universe to die. It is also obsessed with letting you know there is no chance at stopping it, and it carries the catchphrase, "Do you really think you can save them?" This catchphrase is an attempt to mock the player due to its own perceived inevitability. It has many followers, most of them unknowingly, and it is featured heavily in the pirate storyline, as the Black Stones found on Moseley Harmless have an immediate connection to this being. These black stones can be used to turn pirates into subservient zombies. It can be used to raise the dead into thralls, and also used to enter the Shadow Realm, the home of this entity. It refers to its followers as the Silent Choir, which seems to happen when you go mad from the Black Stone. You officially join the Silent Choir. It is openly worshipped by the horrors on Moseley Harmless, and some of them even wear black masks made of this Shadow Realm material. The Black Stone is the force behind most of the malevolence in RuneScape, and recently the story has been evolving in a unique way from RuneScape 3, as the Majorat Sliske shows an intense interest in this Black Stone, and even takes one of the pillars and keeps them in the Zerosian city of Lassar, where it transforms his follower, the Whisperer, into a immortal thrall, and makes all of the village people go insane. No, not those village people. He commands the scientists of the Zerosian city of Lassar to study a black stone pillar that was brought there by Camdo dwarves under its influence. We know that Sliske is deeply ingrained in the story of the Shadow Realm, and now since Old School RuneScape is introducing the concept of black stone revolving around the Shadow Realm, the two are interestingly conjoined. This entity is the main malevolence behind the Pirate Quest series, and it seems that they're going to be continuing this on Old School RuneScape. It's played out to its conclusion on RuneScape 3, but I won't give any spoilers. With the addition of sailing, it's almost guaranteed that they do continue this story, and they recently added Rock Island Prison, which is a quest location for the Rocking Out quest, which is later in the series. They have also added the Cursed Archipelago, which is the location you have your final showdown with this entity at the end of the Pirate Quest series on RuneScape 3. So given that this plays out the same way, we should be going there in an attempt to save them all. It's worth noting that this entity could be the force behind several other stories in Old School, including the god of the fishing hamlet, the Kaisertief, because that does mean the Emperor of the Deep, and we know that Zautok has a deep connection with oceans and sailing and madness, so it's probably the same being, but for now, we have no conclusive evidence. A boss is typically a mighty and unique creature found all throughout virtually any video game that you play. They are meant to serve as an experience that makes the immersion into the game even more enjoyable. They often mark key points in the story of a game, guarding the next quest location, and some are just outright meant to wipe you off the map and serve as a skill check for the best players in the game. The player versus monster or PvM community in RuneScape is massive, and millions of views each month are brought in by various streamers and YouTubers showing off their skills and taking on the near impossible. Our first boss in today's video is actually Old School RuneScape's very first exclusive boss. You probably already know this, but Old School RuneScape is actually a branch off of the original RuneScape 3. The game began to grow in popularity, but felt kind of stagnant, so the developers began working on a new challenge. Zulrah was so incredibly epic to experience on release as a level 80-something noob. I died so many times to this new challenge in the swamp. It was the only boss aside from Jad that required prayer switching to kill. What Zulrah introduced that was truly revolutionary was the concept of a full gear swap. At the time, Zulrah wasn't meleeable and had several distinct forms, each partially immune to either magic or ranged, and would also swap attacks accordingly. This made Zulrah an incredible challenge that was harder than anything that had come before it. Very few adventurers know the origin story of Zulrah, not because it isn't cool, but because it's very hard to do biological field research when your subject of study is trying to literally digest you. When you first discover the village of Zalandra, which you access Zulrah by, you realize that the people here are under some sort of spell or trance, seeming to worship the swamp beast. You fight Zulrah by offering yourself as a human sacrifice, but then you pull the old switcheroo. This creature always had a lot of mystery surrounding it. After all, it is a giant death snake in the middle of a swamp that requires a long quest series to access and relatively high skills to even kill it, so it wasn't exactly easy to investigate. Thankfully, one of the lore journals nearby fills us in on the origin of this magnificent foe. Zulrah is simply the result of an ancient dragonkin experiment, and based on the journal, it seemingly ate its dragonkin creators. The journal references to Zulrah as a Vorkath, which many will recognize as another boss's name, but this word actually means failure in the dragonkin language. The disturbing part of this journal is it kind of indicates that there are more failures lurking out in the swamp waiting to be discovered. Those who manage to defeat this beast may find themselves rewarded with some of the best gear in the game, including the Tanzanite Fang, which can be turned into the legendary Toxic Blowpipe. You may also obtain a powerful helmet, which shields you from poison damage, and is incredibly useful at places like Zamorak God Wars, or even here at Zulrah. There is a bounty of other drops you can obtain here, but the best way to find out is to come kill it for yourself. Just remember, keep your health above 0 and you'll be fine. Next up, we have the biggest daddy of them all, Sol Heradet, RuneScape's current highest level creature. Sol Heradet is a massive colossi who can be fought in the Fortis Colosseum, but may only be challenged by those strong enough to clear the waves of adversaries that come beforehand. Sol Haradet is a mysterious being due to the fact he does appear humanoid and with what I would call a soul, but Mod Ed specifically stated he wanted to leave Sol Haradet's origin ambiguous and allow players to think of their own story. So that's what we will do. Perhaps Sol Haradet is a great warrior from times past, whose gladiator spirit was undefeatable, but the passage of time wore down his body, and through the great price of his freedom, a powerful Varlamore priestess has blessed him with a new mighty body, but cursed him to live out his days in the Colosseum. It's also possible that Sol Haradet is some sort of vessel meant to eventually be occupied by some sort of deity. After all, the denizens of the Colosseum worship an ancient god named Ralos, god of the sun, and Sol Haradet's name means heir of the sun in Latin. Maybe there is a deeper connection between this titan and its divine inspiration. Only those who have defeated Sol Haradet may wear the coveted Dishonest Quiver, an item so powerful and prestigious that every archer in Gielinor daydreams about having one. Do you have what it takes to be champion of the Colosseum? Next up on the list, we have the beloved but undead Vorkath, an ancient dragonkin experiment made from a blue dragon. As we mentioned with Zulrah, the word Vorkath means failure in dragonkin, and essentially Vorkath was dumped on the island of Ungael to guard the laboratory that they had abandoned. He is one of the better bosses for mid-game players to camp for GP, but for those who are lucky, like myself on my Iron Man, you can obtain one of the best range shields in the game with the Dragonfire Ward. I also have to say this is one of my favorite looking items, so I'm really happy to have it. Maybe you should go kill some Vorkath and get one for yourself. Vorkath appears in both Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3, but one notable difference is Old School's version has only 3 legs, while RuneScape 3's version has all 4. Next up on the list, we have an incredible foe with a combat level of 1238 and described as a demon of quite obviously fathomable power. The vicious grin rarely leaves his face. The demon Yama is indeed a formidable foe, and for those who seek the Oathplate armor, you will have to go through him. Yama is a duo boss and has been given the name the Master of Pacts. He is known to trick the mortals of Great Korund out of their souls. He resides in the Chasm of Fire south of the Lovacange district in Zeah. He is especially difficult when approached in a solo encounter, and for the bravest of warriors, he has an extra challenge where not only do you undergo the fight alone, but with conditions binded by contracts. And to those who master this combat encounter, you are given the right to wear the Radiant Oathplate armor to showcase your mastery over the great demon Yama. This demon has a long history with the inhabitants of Great Korund and commands many legions of demonic creatures as well as mortal followers who have given their soul to Yama in exchange for their darkest fantasies. During the quest A Kingdom Divided, Yama sends one of his judges to turn a woman named Sophia to ash in front of our eyes for betraying his generosity. If you're going to make a bargain with Yama, which I don't recommend, make sure to honor your end of the deal, or get ready to take a nap in an ashtray. Next up, we will be visiting an ancient prison deep beneath the frozen mountains of Trollheim, where a creature even the gods fear is lurking. Nex is an imported boss from RuneScape 3 that was released in 2011. When this boss released back in the day, I actually pretended to be sick so I could stay home and kill it with my friends. This creature is a general to the ancient god Zaros, the entity that ancient magics are derived from. After her master Zaros was betrayed, she was set on a path of revenge against the Majorat who had double-crossed him. She and her army began to take control of the area around the Weiss Mountain ritual site, a place where the Majorat had to travel to perform a rejuvenation ritual to maintain their lives. She was seen as an unstoppable force and would grow stronger after every battle. Her army was lured deep into a trap by the god Saradomin's forces and placed under an enchantment of frozen sleep. However, she was so formidable that even though they fell for this trap, she was still able to cause massive casualties for the Saradominists. She was released in the modern age by the tricky Majorat Sliske, who seems to have remained loyal to the Zerosian cause. He tricked a Saradominist priest into performing a ritual that actually woke Nex from her slumber. He told this priest that he would be awakening the great god Guthix in order to bring an end to the turmoil in the world, but this was a lie. In the modern age, her prison has been discovered by mighty adventurers, and for those who can overcome this primordial ancient demigod, you may obtain the mightiest melee armor in the entire game, the iconic Torva set, worn by the mighty warriors of the Zerosian Empire. We can only hope that she never escapes her icy prison, or Gielinor will surely run red with blood. The Abyss is a realm that can be accessed through tears in our reality, and the humans of Gielinor have predominantly used the Abyss as a means to travel to runecrafting altars. However, for those who spend enough time in this wretched place, you will begin to encounter the denizens of the Abyss. The Abyssal Sire is our first Slayer exclusive boss on the list and can only be challenged by those assigned an Abyssal Demon task. It drops pieces to the mighty crush weapon, the Abyssal Bludgeon, and this may come as a surprise, but it is simply just part of a larger organism. The Abyssal Sire is occupying the region of a massive defeated god known as Hostilius, the Chthonian demon. You can visit other areas of the Abyss and see a difference in the organ structure, such as the Scar being the brain of this beast, and the Abyssal runecrafting area being the heart region. Chthonian demons exist all throughout Gielinor and can continue to grow to enormous size through their near-endless lifespan if given access to enough poor creatures to eat. Professional advice here: never invite a Chthonian demon over for dinner. If you give an Abyssal demon a cookie, it will want your firstborn son. Deep beneath the elven realm of Turanwen, in the heart of the crystal city of Priftenos, lies a monstrosity that is so impervious to the sword and spears of men that it must be defeated by the brave artisans of Gielinor. Zalcano is our very first skilling boss on today's video and is a massive former Zamorakian demon, cursed to slowly turn to stone as an eternal torture as retribution for treason carried out by her older brother. This greatly fascinated the elves of the Amlod clan, who found her roaming the forests of their lands, seemingly in search of someone or something. They could not let this mighty demon roam free and feared it would be the first of many to come in search of their fresh elven meat. They built a prison of crystalline magic and lured her into it. They began to study her, noting that she had completely descended into madness due to her curse. To the brave adventurers who can set her free from her torment, you may find yourself rewarded with powerful crystal tools and resources beyond your wildest imagination. Today's video has been a terrifying journey through Gielinor so far, so why don't we take a little vacation to a beautiful jungle and just kick our feet up, relax, and AFK on the second monitor for a while. The next boss on our list is mostly a boss in name and is actually basically a meme group training method intended to relieve the issues of crashing that can happen at places like sand crabs. This quirky Reddit-inspired boss seems like it couldn't possibly be a threat to the prepared adventurers of Gielinor, but in fact, as of August, it was confirmed that this monstrosity has defeated over 34 hardcore Iron Men. He doesn't have any unique drops, but often has unique people that you can encounter during your training sessions here. If you're looking for a colorful change to your second monitor activities, consider coming to the Gemstone Crab for a few and finish up those combat levels. While we are in the jungles of Varlamore, I want to visit a boss I find infinitely more intriguing. The Doom of Makaitl, also known as Osto Ayak, inhabits the massive abandoned archives of the long-dead race called the Old Ones. The name Osto Ayak simply means the undercreature in the language of the Old Ones, and the signature drop from here, the Eye of Ayak, means Eye of the Creature. The Doom is definitely some sort of demon, as it is weak to demon-bane weapons and spells, but has a very insect-like appearance with a massive shield used very much like a trapdoor spider hatch. Its shield seems to be mimicking the look of a more traditional Avernic demon, and it's creepy to think about why this creature chose this camouflage, but I personally don't plan on asking it why. Aside from the powerful wand it drops, you could also expect some Avernic treads, RuneScape's best-in-slot boots, as well as the Cloth of Makaitl, used to make confliction gauntlets that greatly increase your accuracy with one-handed magic weapons. This boss is incredible and a true experience when fighting it for the first time. If you haven't completed the questline to access it, I totally recommend you do. Good luck against the Doom adventurer. The modern-day wilderness is expansive and treacherous, but once was a lush green empire ruled by the ancient god Zaros, and was known by the name Forinthry. To this day, beneath the surface of this land where lava flows and spirits linger, there are horrific remnants of times long past, known by the name Revenant. They come in a variety of forms and are led by the great beast Revenant Maledictus, a horrific long-dead abomination, bearing the cross of the ancient god Zaros impaled through its core. These creatures can drop powerful weapons, enchanted to do tremendous damage in the wilderness against the other abominations lurking in its shadows. Upon killing Maledictus, the adventurer is blessed with a skull above their head, or perhaps cursed. This allows them to deal more damage against revenant kind, and also puts a target on the player's head, as many would betray another man for a chance at this immense power. To those who manage to survive their encounter with the Revenants, you should set your sights on defeating the great titans of the wilderness that drop pieces to an ancient weapon, broken apart and split amongst them to keep the power out of the hands of mortals. The giant Zamorakian skeletal champions, Vetion and Calvarion, carry the blade of the Voidwaker amongst their rattling bones. These behemoths command total control over skeletal hellhounds that will rip the flesh from our bones in an instant. The little information that is known about Vetion comes from the powerful Ceradominist warrior Andros Mai, who says that Vetion's power comes from the ancient tomb he resides in. These champions reside in a hotspot of PvP activity, and only the strongest and quick-witted will obtain the relics from this dungeon. At one point, Vetion freely roamed the wilderness, but was seen as too difficult for most, and during a rework was moved here to this dungeon, given the Voidwaker drop, and an easier version of the fight was added, known as Calvarion. Vet'ion could now drop his skull, and it could be used to upgrade the wilderness weapon Thammaron's Scepter into an Accursed Scepter, making it significantly stronger and changing the appearance. These changes also affected the great Ursine beast Callisto, who once roamed the desolate coast of the wilderness near the Lava Dragon Isles. This beast, like Vet'ion, has a lesser version of the fight named Arturio, and they both drop pieces to the Voidwaker. Callisto was also given a drop called the Claws of Callisto, which could be used to upgrade the Vigorous Chainmace to an Ursine Chainmace, also making it significantly stronger. South of the entrance to Callisto and Arturio, there is a pile of bear droppings with the Examine Now You Know, which answers the age-old question, does a bear shit in the woods? The final boss with a piece to the Voidwaker is the massive arachnid monster Venenatus and the lesser variant Spindel. They are said to be the last of their species and reside in the Great Silk Chasm, hiding from the dwarves who are responsible for the extinction of their kind. This boss also drops an upgrade for a wilderness weapon with the Fangs of Venenatus, which can be used to upgrade the crossbow into the Webweaver bow. All three of these bosses drop the Dragon Pickaxe, and used to be one of the only methods of obtaining one, but in one of the updates to this content, they added the pickaxe to various other drop tables as well, to make sure accounts had an alternative to going into the PvP-heavy wilderness. The final wilderness boss you can obtain the Dragon Pickaxe from is the quirky and unique Chaos Elemental. It was released in 2006, but its current drop table is different from its RuneScape 3 counterpart. In OSRS, the main drops a player would come here for is of course the Dragon Pickaxe and perhaps the Dragon Two-Handed Sword. But funny enough, the Chaos Elemental is one of the few bosses whose collection log can be completed without a single kill, since its drops are all available from other places. The Chaos Elemental has no confirmed origin story, but due to several factors, it most likely had ties to the ancient god Zaros' empire. First off, in an issue of the Postbag from the Hedge, it says its name is Lethe Napier Phlegm, which is an anagram for the Fallen Empire, a reference to Zaros. Another wilderness boss, the Chaos Fanatic, also has baby Chaos Elementals surrounding him, and notably uses an ancient staff, further hinting to a connection. The Chaos Fanatic drops pieces to the Odium and Malediction wards, and has some interesting dialogue. You can obtain the Chaos Elemental pet from this guy as well, which could potentially be a less dangerous option to grind out, since this boss is only in level 42 Wilderness as opposed to 53. To obtain the other pieces of the Odium and Malediction ward, you will need to visit the Colossal Scorpion deep in the wilderness and raid her nest of baby scorpions. The most dangerous part of this adventure will be the other players, so keep an eye out for sneaky PKers. The final pieces of these wilderness shields can be obtained from the Crazy Archaeologist, a man of science and chaos who many may have killed in the past, not for his piece to the ward, but because of his rune crossbow drops. It's an excellent way to obtain this powerful ranged weapon on a lower level account. During the fight, he confesses that his name is Belloc, and that we're old and belong in a museum. Do with this information what you will. He is the final wilderness boss on our list, and we are lucky to have made it through this adventure with our belongings and life. In the beautiful kingdom of Varlamore, west of its capital city, Civitas Ilias Fortis, is a beautiful mountain range called the Hailstorm Mountains, and on one of these mountains in particular, named the Dark Frost, resides our next entrant into the video. The Huecoatl is a massive draconic worm-like monstrosity coiled around this mountain, ready to defend itself from intruders. This ferocious beast is best fought in a group, but the mightiest of adventurers may take on this challenge alone. The Huecoatl has a number of good drops, but most notably the Dragon Hunter Wand, a powerful magical dragonbane weapon. You may also find an ancient earthen tome with the very secrets of nature itself inside, and Huecoatl's hides may also be obtained to make durable armor used by experienced archers. This creature has a long history with the inhabitants of Varlamore, but the most well-known story is the tale of a clever dwarf who used a mirror to scare the Huecoatl with its own image, asking for some of the treasure the Huey had hoarded. In exchange, the dwarf would get rid of the threatening reflection in the mirror. Every so often, the dwarf would climb the mountain and ask the Huey for more gold. Deep underneath the region occupied by the Huecoatl is a dwarven city known as Camtorum, and even deeper under that resides the next entries into our video. The otherworldly Moons of Peril, powerful Nagua spirits summoned by an ancient dying shaman to inflict death upon the living. There are 3 of them in total that serve as the bosses of the dungeon, each able to drop a piece of their armor set that are based around the abilities of the boss itself. First up is the Blood Moon, a powerful Nagua of the element blood, a jaguar warrior whose armor set is meant to inflict maximum blood loss and can randomly allow you to attack faster in a bout of bloodlust. The Blue Moon is a Nagua of ice and wind. Its armor set special effect allows you a chance at attacking instantly with the Blue Moon Spear when used with bind spells. This is a unique melee magic hybrid style and can be especially devastating in PvP. The final Moon of Peril is the Eclipse Moon, and this set is a melee ranged hybrid set with a powerful weapon being the Atlatl. Unlike most ranged weapons, the Atlatl has its damage based around your strength bonus. This set has a unique effect that can inflict burns on the enemy, making it incredibly effective for both PvP and PvM. The dungeon is one of the few encounters in the game that you really don't need supplies for, as in a similar way to the Gauntlet, you can make all of your supplies in the dungeon from local ingredients. These bosses are meant to be fought in tank gear due to their low hitting but high volume attacks and unique combat mechanics that make them immune to damage during parts of their fight. They can still be incredibly profitable and are the staple of both Ironmen and main accounts. To mix things up, let's go visit another skilling boss. Here we have the Wintertot, a skilling boss mostly based around the fire making skill and collecting wood to light fires and repeat. The boss itself is very mysterious, having appeared in the northern tundras of Zeah and freezing the surrounding land solid. It has no confirmed origin, but it ended up in this prison when a great dwarven hero named Din used his powerful smithing knowledge and Arceus magic to create a massive holding cell for this icy demon. From this boss, you will mostly obtain experience, but a lucky adventurer may pull a dragon hatchet or maybe some comfy clothing to keep you warm in the battle against this icy foe. To find our next boss entry in the video, we will need to visit another icy region. Deep under the Weiss Mountains, in the fortress of Gorok, lurks an abomination from another world. The Phantom Musfa is actually the dreaming form of the Majorat Djallin, who is having a nightmare and is available to be fought after completion of Secrets of the North, where you fight a quest version of the boss that is significantly easier. This Musfa creature now guards the Gorok dungeon, seeking to ingest any adventurers dumb enough to attempt to challenge it. For those who do manage to defeat this beast, you can obtain ingredients to create the coveted Venator bow, a weapon that is strongly suited for taking on multiple enemies at once. Or you might obtain an ancient relic used to turn the ancient staff into a wand weapon that can be attuned to various ancient elements for extra effects. Musfa exist in RuneScape 3 and are known to be predators of the Majorat, and are also created from the dreams of the elder god Ma, the mother of Zaros, and the Majorat themselves. This is likely a similar situation here, as the Phantom Musfa's examine is, quote, a creature of nightmares, and it seems Gielinor greatly feared these creatures, as it's the form he took while having a nightmare. It's definitely time for us to warm up from our icy journey to the north and travel to the Feldip Hills, near the iconic Castle Wars, where I spent the fleeting days of my youth using death runes I earned from picking flax. In a dungeon to the south is one of the strangest creatures in the entirety of RuneScape, the Thermonuclear Smoke Devil. This is a Slayer boss that may only be fought while on task with a minimum of 93 Slayer. This creature drops some powerful items that every wizard in the land covets, including the Occult Necklace and the Smoke Battle Staff. This boss also drops the Dragon Chain Body, one of the most coveted pieces of gear from way back in the day. This boss is like a strange mix between a vacuum and a laser cannon, and appears to be related to the common Dust Devil. It is confirmed in a post bag from the hedge that in the center of, I guess you would call its face, is actually an eyeball and not a mouth. So I hope that information is helpful, my friends. It's officially time to cover our very first raid of the video. The Chambers of Xeric is something we've talked about a lot on this channel, but we haven't gone into detail on each of the bosses in the dungeon, so let's do that. The first boss, Vespula, is a giant interdimensional insect that was summoned during an experiment where Xeric and his subordinates began to stare into the void, and it stared back. This room is full of larvae that, if not taken care of, will spawn more Vespulas. This boss reminds me of the movie The Mist, where an interdimensional rift leads to eldritch insects eating people. Next up we have Vasa Mysterio, related to Rey Mysterio, one of the baddest ass looking creatures in the entirety of RuneScape. He was one of Xeric's priests and discovered a magical crystal that blessed him with immense power, but as he claimed this gift, the cavern he was in collapsed and killed him. But as he drew his final breath, the power of the cavern gifted him eternal life. He tried to overthrow his master Xeric with his new power, but got folded like laundry and cursed to guard this chamber forever. The Chambers of Xeric are a combination of existing structures that were built into the mountain by ancient dragonkins and modern architecture built on by the great architect of Xeric, Tecton. Tecton is a massive golem-like creature whose existence is spent forging weapons in preparation for the return of his master, but once he was a human just like us. In his life, he served Xeric as his chief architect, building many statues and monuments for his lord, but after Xeric's exile, he began constructing this hideout deep within the mountains, hoping to please his master. Xeric was so impressed that he gifted Tecton a powerful new body that we see here today. In my opinion, Tecton is one of the more difficult combat bosses in the dungeon. He is weak to crush attacks, but the most annoying part is how during the fight, he will sometimes return to his anvil and begin to repair any damage that you did to his body. He is one of the only creatures in the dungeon that can personally drop a unique, and he is capable of giving an onyx to lucky adventurers, but he is usually killed for his guaranteed overload potion drop. If you thought Tecton was strange, the next bosses will really blow your mind. Next up, we have semi-immortal metallic shrimp monsters that are capable of using every combat style. That would be an awesome metal band name. The Vanguard bosses in the dungeon probably have the craziest backstory and were originally powerful warriors, each a master in a separate combat style. But when Xeric was pushed into exile, the Vanguards fled to preserve their lives, meeting back up with Xeric at Mount Quidamortum, begging to serve him once again. Xeric forgave them, or at least they thought. He lured them into the chambers, and in a fuming rage, he melted them all the way down to their very souls, and reforged them as crustacean-like creatures, cursed to guard the tombs forever as punishment for their cowardice. The dungeon also contains an ice demon, which is allegedly the lord of all ice fiends. This boss is fought in a similar manner to the Winter Tot, as it must be weakened using kindling burnt in a brazier, but after it is successfully weakened, it can take combat damage. It is especially weak to fire spells, as you could imagine, and it's fairly simple to deal with. The Muttadiles are super cool bosses located within the dungeon that are essentially hounds of Xeric mutated by experimentation, and the large Muttadile was pregnant when Xeric warped it into its current form, which made the unborn hound in its womb also warp into a Muttadile. It feeds from a meat tree surrounded by blood crystals when damaged below 50% health, and this requires it to be frozen in order to kill it quickly and to keep it from healing. The final boss of the dungeon that drops the coveted items like the Twisted Bow and Kodai Wand is the Great Olm, guardian of the secrets and power of Mount Quidamortum. It is thought to be a dragonkin experiment, potentially created by the great and wise dragonkin Carullum, who has a base just north of the chambers of Xeric. If you wish to defeat the Great Olm, you will need to make use of all three combat styles and engage in some unique strategies for avoiding damage here, mainly what is called running the head, where you manipulate Olm's line of sight to be out of range during certain attacks, making the fight much easier. I gotta say that learning this technique is quite hard to grasp at first, but the rewards for learning this fight are immense, and you can actually tell if you've gotten something special based on the color of the ancient chest that you get your loot from. If you've struck it big, it will be glowing purple, or if you're like me, it will be a white light and full of herbs, but at least you got the kill, right? Next up, we will be covering the only two free-to-play bosses in the entire game. Obor is a hill giant boss located in Edgeville Dungeon. He can be defeated for his powerful weapon, the Hill Giants Club, which is an item of prestige in free-to-play, being the best in slot crush weapon. The club is currently 1.1 million GP, making it one of free-to-play's most expensive weapons. Obor is quite easy, but a welcomed addition to the game, as free-to-play has received very limited updates in the existence of old-school RuneScape, and still manages to have a sizable community of dedicated players. Obor can be accessed with the use of a Giant's Key, obtained from killing regular hill giants. I know that there will be several 100 million Slovakians watching this video, so you're probably already going to know this next thing, but the word Obor translates to giant in the Slovakian language. That's pretty cool, huh? The only other free-to-play boss in the game is another giant boss, the Moss Giant Boss, more specifically, Bryophyta. This lady Moss Giant Boss is located in the Varrock sewers. She is near the other Moss Giants and can only be accessed with mossy keys obtained from regular Moss Giants. Bryophyta has some interesting loot on the drop table, including an upgrade for a staff especially good for alchemy made from Bryophyta's essence. This staff allows a person to have a 1 in 15 chance of saving nature runes while casting alchemy spells with the staff charged with nature runes. It also happens to be the strongest magic weapon in free-to-play, making it formidable for both skilling and combat. Any biologist watching probably already knows this next bit of information, but the name Bryophyta is actually the scientific name for moss, and if you're a Slovakian biologist, you're probably starting to get bored with the video because you just know all this information. The final two giants on today's list are the duo boss pair, the Royal Titans. They are the rulers of both the Ice and Fire Giants and are a mid-level boss with quite a few mechanics, being more than just DPS dummies. I actually really enjoy doing this boss. They drop pieces to an amazing weapon called the Twin Flame Staff, which switches spell style to whatever the target you're attacking is weak to. And they also drop powerful prayer scrolls, which unlock prayers for both the ranged and magic styles. Branda, the Fire Giant Queen, is kind of a dick. She rules the domain under Karamja Volcano, but insists on expanding her kingdom and has intruded on the lair of ice giants on the southern Asgarnian peninsula. We truly end up just being a nuisance, interrupting the clash of these two titans. It kind of makes me root for Elric the Ice King though, as he is just trying to chill with his boys in his dungeon. Get it? Chill? Ha 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 ha. The next boss is a one-of-a-kind being, and what many would consider to be a clue scroll boss. The Mimic is a monster that preys on adventurers' greed by disguising itself as a juicy chest full of loot, but then gobbling up anybody who's curious enough to look inside. To fight this boss, one must obtain a Mimic from doing clue scrolls and take it to the Hosidius region of Great Corund. By traveling to Watson's house and using the Mimic on the strange casket upstairs, one is transported to a fight against this deceptive beast. The appealing part of this boss for most players is the chance to obtain rare and valuable Third Age gear, with the pickaxe being the most expensive by far at over 10 billion GP in value. So remember homies, do your clue scrolls. The Mimic has a unique drop called the Third Age Ring, which allows the wearer to transmog into expensive Third Age items, to litter the ground with unimaginable wealth, and troll noobs at the Grand Exchange like God intended. Our next boss fight is one unlike any other, considering you literally have to grow your opponent. Hespori is a skilling boss of sorts, and requires level 65 farming in order to grow and fight, after waiting between 22 and 32 hours after planting, depending when it's planted. This boss can only be fought at the Farming Guild in a special patch, and is a must-do for Iron Men, especially since it drops a unique item, the Compost Bucket, which doubles your compost by being a stackable compost item that gains 2 charges per 1 compost of any type used upon it. The species of plant that Hespori belongs to originates in the far-off land of Mauritania, and is a carnivorous plant similar to a Venus flytrap in real life. It lurks in the swamp waiting for prey to wander by, and snatches it up to digest in extremely powerful acids to make absorbing the nutrients easier. Make sure you never lose a fight to Hespori or you'll end up being an adventurer smoothie. The vampires of Mauritania began to experiment on the Hespori and used it to create the next boss in our list, the very first boss of RuneScape's second raid, the Theater of Blood. To kick off our second raid of the video, we will begin with the Maiden of Shugadinti, which, as I mentioned a second ago, is partially made from the bark of Hespori due to its extreme regenerative properties, which allow the Maiden to heal when it attacks. The Maiden is a bloody foe who wields a terrifying power and can drain the blood from the still beating hearts of the weak, and only teams of the strongest heroes have a chance of felling this terrifying beast. The Maiden was not always a bloody monstrosity, but was once a human named Seraphina. She was experimented on and is now permanently mutated into an unrecognizable form. Cursed to do battle in the Theater of Blood for the amusement of the ruling class of vampires. What makes her story so tragic, though, is she was never even forced to do this originally, but agreed to undergo this mutation in exchange to save her brother from death. But now neither her or her brother have retained their humanities after undergoing these procedures, and the sick plan of the vampires has succeeded. The next foe that you will encounter in the Theater of Blood is the horrific pestilent bloat, a huge rotting mass of meat and flesh, created by a lunatic vampire named the Butcher. It is an amalgamation of various dead creatures, including 3 giants' heads, an entire ogre corpse, 4 buckets of human blood, 2 cyclops arms, 2 catapulpon legs, an apple pie, and a sense of pride. The fight itself is mostly kiting or hiding from the boss until it deactivates, and then smacking him up while he lays his chunky ass down for a quick nap. I gotta say, I really think the fight is pretty fun as you constantly feel pursued by it, and it keeps you on your toes, kind of like a good horror movie would. The third boss in the theater are the Nilocusts. This room consists of a hive of attacking arachnid beasts that require swapping between all 3 combat styles to defeat. They are a race of creatures that come from the homeworld of the vampires, known as Vampirium. The ancient god Zaros found the vampires on the world of Vampirium and offered to take them to a new world where there would be more blood than they could drink. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? Zaros transported them to our world, but almost like wicked contraband, they brought the Nilocusts with them as some sort of sick, twisted pet. These creatures function very similarly to ants, where the same colony of individuals may have different types, such as a guardian or a queen. Each Nilocust fulfills a different purpose for the colony, and it's quite easy to get stacked out by these guys because there is strength in numbers. The next boss in the Theater of Blood, in my opinion, is the most intriguing by far. The great dark beast from the Shadow Realm, Sotetseg, has quite a rich origin story, as it is a strange beast who found our world through a rip in the fabric of reality, described in its examined text as, quote, an intruder from the Shadow Realm, corrupted by high alchemy, or blood magic. While experimenting on the Shadow Realm under the direct order of Lord Draken, a scientist took a normal dark beast and began to experiment with vampire magic on it. This scientist even used a device to send this beast to the Shadow Realm itself, hoping to uncover powerful secrets for Lord Draken. Dark beasts seem to be natively from the Shadow Realm, and this one was able to navigate and explore the realm for this vampire scientist. But one day, it returned to our world with a message. Abandon deeper. The tortured experiment 1. Trapped. Follow within the shadow's voice. After hearing this insanely creepy message, the scientist does not abandon his experiments, but instead decides to go into the Shadow Realm, hoping to meet the entity he was communicating with. Needless to say, this scientist was never seen again. And fun fact to break up the Shadow Realm dread surrounding this boss, but the word Sotetseg actually means darkness in Hungarian. While fighting Sotetseg, it will suck you into the Shadow Realm, and this place can be devastating if you're not careful with your footing. The next boss is a sinister foe from the homeworld of the vampires that now serves as a mighty gatekeeper for the final boss of the raid. This creature is what is known as a Yarasa, which literally means bat in Turkish. He is the king of this species of bat-like creature that evolved alongside vampires on their homeworld. They are mostly blind, similar to bats in real life, but make up for their sight with incredible senses like superhuman hearing and smell. When the Dark Lord Zaros taught the vampires of society, they finally had the strength of numbers and coordination to wipe out the dangerous and feral Yarasa. Zarpus was the last of his kind and managed to survive on Vampirium for millennia, avoiding death by the vampires. This was until Lord Draken himself returned to the homeworld and captured Zarpus. The mighty Lord Draken then gifted this beast to Vitor Verzik for her amusement and to use as a plaything at her Theater of Blood. Which now brings us to the final boss of the raid, Vitor Verzik herself. Lady Verzik was the head of her vampire family on the homeworld of Vampirium, but ended up leaving that world and first stepped foot on ours many thousands of years ago, and probably caused quite an earthquake. She and her kind were brought here by the dark god Zaros, whom they refer to as the Stranger from Afar. Not only did she bring the deadly Nilocus we mentioned earlier, but she brought many powerful artifacts, many of which the champions of Gielinor seek to this very day at the theater, such as the Scythe of Vitor, an ancient heirloom owned by the founder of the Vitor clan, and the deadly Grazi rapier, a possession passed down from her father. And of course, the Avernic Defender, gifted to her by Zaros for her services to the Empire. If you explore the Theater of Blood, you are bound to find the discarded armor of Saradominist Justiciars, as Lady Verzik used to hunt these warriors down and collect their armor to gloat about her victory over Saradomin. And as you can see, she definitely hasn't missed a meal. The blood of heroes must taste much better after a proper battle. The actual fight with Lady Verzik starts off with us gathering a weapon named Dawnbringer. It is obtained from the corpse of a long-dead adventurer and used to cast powerful light spells at her. Lady Verzik is quite lazy, so the point of this is to piss her off enough with Dawnbringer to get her big ass up out of her seat. Lady Verzik will begin assaulting you with a variety of attacks and summoning Nilocus to aid her in battle. Once she is weakened sufficiently, she will get enraged and take on the form of a massive Nilocus. She will then begin to chase you around the room and try to devour you whole. If you manage to defeat her, you will gain a chance at the many riches we discussed earlier, as well as a unique staff gifted to her from Lord Draken himself, known as the Sanguinesti Staff. This weapon drains the blood of your foes and provides nourishment to the caster. In other words, it heals you. Theater of Blood is often regarded as the best raid in old school RuneScape, surpassing even Raids 3 due to the fact players enjoy the back-to-back boss fights without puzzle filler rooms. And interestingly enough, the new CEO of Jagex, Mod North, even stated Theater of Blood is his favorite content and regularly does runs with his friends. The next set of bosses are some of the most well-known in the game due to where they reside. The God Wars is one of the most lore-rich and memorable pieces of content to ever be released in RuneScape. and to this day adventurers go here in hopes of obtaining powerful gear and riches. The first boss in this dungeon that we will be visiting is the one that I've always found to be the most interesting, and no, it's not because I have a thing for redheads. I have always enjoyed the Judeo-Christian angelic theme that this boss encounter has. Xiliana is a member of the race of Icene, humanoid winged creatures that for all intents and purposes are the racial rival of the vampires, as they represent the virtues of light and justice, far from the chaotic darkness of the vampires. Xiliana drops the Armadil crossbow, obtained in a historical conflict with the forces of the god Armadil, but she also possesses a powerful Justiciar's weapon, the Saradomin sword, that is capable of inflicting the lightning of Saradomin on the blasphemous. Each of the bosses in this dungeon drop a hilt to the legendary god sword, and the one this boss drops will give your god sword the ability to heal and sustain yourself. Entering into combat with Commander Xiliana often has mortal consequences, as not only can she overwhelm opponents with her powerful magic and thousands of years of swordsmanship, but she is surrounded by the faithful of Saradomin, including the powerful centaur Bree, who wields a bow with terrifying precision, the arcane lion Growler, the only known member of his kind in the entirety of old school RuneScape, and of course the armored unicorn Starlight, a hero of the unicorn race, eternally faithful to the god of light. The next boss represents the legendary god Armadil, of whom very little is known about. However, we do know a bit about his winged followers, the Avianci, a flying race of bird-like humanoid creatures that serve as his military. General Kriara is a giant Avianci who commands the power of storms themselves and causes challengers to be knocked back with powerful hurricane-strength winds. Kriara drops pieces to the powerful Armadil ranged set, as well as a hilt to their very own godsword, capable of summoning the might of Armadil to destroy anything in front of you with massive damage, commonly used in PvP fights. Kriara's bodyguards are simply smaller Avianci that each use a different combat style, and do have an incredibly rare chance of dropping a piece of Armadil armor at around 1 in 16,000. The next opponent we will be facing off against is the massive battle-tested general from the war-torn world of the goblins. He is a member of the Org race and general for the god of war Bandos. He is accompanied by goblin bodyguards who, in comparison to the massive General Gardor, look like little pipsqueaks. He drops pieces to the powerful melee armor Bandos, as well as their own godsword hilt that allows you to do massive damage while lowering the stats of your opponent. The final general of the dungeon is by far the most evil. Krill Suteroth is a member of the demon race and general to the god of chaos Zamorak. Krill Suteroth is a massive Avernic demon and has been a faithful servant of the god Zamorak for many millennia. He has the most unique layer of the generals, as the pure evil of his encampment is so strong that it literally drains the light from the surrounding areas. He drops the powerful and cruel Zamorakian Hosta, a weapon intended to inflict wounds that are hard to treat with its jagged points. And he also drops some powerful magic weapons such as the Staff of the Dead and the Steam Battle Staff. He too drops a hilt for the Godsword, giving this weapon the ability to brutally freeze opponents in place, preventing their retreat from battle. His bodyguards are very unique, including a multi-faced demon of unknown origins named Balfrog Creoth, and another bizarre-looking hammerhead fellow named Sanon Karlak, but he just goes by Stan. Hopefully in the future we can find out some more about these pretty cool looking demons, but for now they remain a mystery. Speaking of unique demons, what about a giant black demon with a demonic altar growing from its back that can manifest the Shadow Realm in close proximity to itself? Skotizo was a general to the god Zamorak, just like our last boss, but decided to betray the god of chaos and steal the artifact he was supposed to be obtaining. Skotizo fled to Zeah and used this item to create the Catacombs of Korund. You may know of this artifact as the Dark Altar located in the Arceus district. This relic gives us access to the Arceus spellbook and can revive the dead. Skotizo can only be fought after obtaining a key to his arena from monsters around the catacombs, and he drops ancient shards used to empower Demonbane weapons, and a reskin for your Slayer helm. You might even get lucky and get a neat little pet. Our next boss is very obscure, and like some of the other bosses, does appear in a quest, but isn't what I would call a quest boss, as he can be fought after it for rewards. Which, make sure to hit that subscribe button, because in the future I would love to make a video on every quest boss explained. But back to the threat at hand. Those who explore the ruins of Tapoyak in Varlamore has a great challenge awaiting you in the heart of this sacred place. The Amoxliatl is a Nagua, similar to the Perilous Moons mentioned earlier. This creature drops many treasures, including a powerful dual-wield hammer weapon that strikes with mighty crushing blows. This entity is also very susceptible to fire magic, so prepare accordingly. The temple it inhabits holds many secrets that have been long forgotten, as the original inhabitants are dead. The temple was built by the now extinct race known as the Old Ones, and who knows what terrible icy treachery may have taken place here many millennia ago. The name Amoxliatl actually has an interesting meaning behind it, as in Nahuatl it means Book of Water, possibly alluding to this creature's mastery over ice magic. Next up, we have our very first sailing-related boss, as you must have completed the Troubled Tortugan's quest and obtained a whopping 45 sailing to access this creature. Griffins are a new Slayer task that you can be assigned after the quest, and the boss variant is called the Shellbane Griffin. This creature drops many goodies, but most notably the Bell's Folly, a new must-have item for Iron Men. It is a very powerful stab weapon, which would be a great option in the mid-game before obtaining something like a Fang. This creature is capable of several powerful attacks, but most notably one that can sling you around, kind of like Kriara from God Wars or a Dragon Spear special attack. If you wear a Tortugan shell while fighting this beast, it will not sling you around, and I recommend getting your Ninja Turtle cosplay together before heading here to take on the Shellbane Griffin. Next up, we have another kooky academic boss with the Deranged Archaeologist. He is very similar to the Chaos Fanatic and Crazy Archaeologist as a human boss, and can be found on Fossil Island. He has some interesting drops, but most notably the Steel Ring, an incredibly powerful defensive melee ring, and it is technically still best in slot for melee defense. The world of RuneScape is over 20 years old, and one of the earliest bosses to send noobs back to Lumbridge was the legendary Queen of the Caridian Desert, the Calphite Queen. And yes, she is Calphite mean. The Calphite are a species of beastly insect creature from the desert that live in a caste system. Each individual of the species serves a specific function for the hive, and at the top of this hierarchy is the Calphite Queen. She was the first boss in RuneScape to utilize protection prayers against the player, which made the fight very difficult at first, and it was one of the first few places where switching combat styles was incredibly helpful. Many players would also turn to the incredibly powerful Varrock melee set to pierce her protection prayers. She was hunted for her incredibly valuable drops, including the most pimptacular melee plate body, well I guess chain body, in RuneScape history, the Dragon Chain Body. She has had her drops adjusted a few times over the years, and in the most recent iteration, the Dragon Pickaxe was added to her drop table, giving an alternative way to obtain one as opposed to camping wilderness bosses who had exclusively dropped them up to that point. Deep beneath the crystal city of Prifddinos resides a training ground for the elven warriors of the Amlod clan. In this gauntlet, they learn how to survive in the wilderness, craft their own weapons and armor, and ultimately how to use them with lethal proficiency. In the final encounter here, they must overcome a deadly challenge to prove their worth, and this challenge is the next boss on our list, the Crystalline Hunlif. This beast is one of many powerful predators from the elven homeworld. Very little is known about the Hunlifs in old school RuneScape, but RS3 does give some more insight on this beast, as one of the members of the Amlod clan fights one and absorbs its power and can now transform into a Hunlif like a werewolf. This boss originally just dropped the powerful Blade of Saeldor, but almost 2 years after this, it was changed to now drop the enhanced Crystal Weapon Seed, which could be turned either into the blade or the new Bow of Fardenheinen. This item has become one of the most coveted in the game, as it is a great option for endgame PvM content for players who don't have a twisted bow. This item is so desired and deemed necessary that many refer to this boss encounter as the Red Prison. The drop rate is 1 in 400, but unfortunately, many have gone thousands without their prize. It's time to cover our final raid for old school RuneScape, at least until the reveal of Raids 4. The Tombs of Amascut is a raid in the Caridian Desert and is one of the best pieces of content in the game in my opinion. It contains both puzzle and combat challenges, and many rewards for adventurers strong enough to brave the inhabitants of the tomb. The first encounter we will be covering is the Great Beast Zabek, the guardian of the Krondys Path. Krondys is a crocodilian god of the Mennephite Pantheon, and Zabek here is obviously of a similar reptilian persuasion. This boss uses all 3 combat styles as well as blood magic to heal itself. Some of the special mechanics of the fight include waves you have to dodge, and a screaming attack where the player must seek refuge behind rubble in the arena. Zabek was originally a normal crocodile, not particularly blessed with size or strength, but his cunning is what drew him into Amascut's service. Zabek used its intellect to outcompete the other members of its race, and as time passed, the size and strength it once lacked had been achieved. His appetite grew alongside his strength, and eventually Amascut took notice, making a pact with Zabek for endless food. In exchange, Zabek would help her catch Krondys. Amascut ended up betraying Zabek and cursed him with endless hunger instead, with every scrap of food turning to dust before entering his mouth, and he was now unable to die to hunger due to Amascut's power. It wasn't until the quest Beneath Cursed Sands that an adventurer came along and put Zabek out of his misery. Next up, we will be taking on the Cerberus Path. Cerberus is an insectoid demigod of the Caridian Calphites, and his representative here is by far the smelliest boss on today's list. Meet Kefri, the souped-up booty beetle who's coming for your soul. This creature can be a formidable foe who firebombs you, summons other Calphites, and slings literal feces into your eyes. When going into battle with this beast, I suggest bringing a Charis Partisan, a powerful weapon that excels against the Kalphite foes. Kefri is no ordinary Kalphite though. She is a member of the Dawn Scarab race, a long-lived, intelligent species native to the desert. Kefri had spent many years in isolation due to her wanting to devote her life to Scabrous' teachings, but eventually she longed for children to pass on her knowledge. Dawn Scarabs are magnificent creatures, but are nearly extinct, and this meant it would be virtually impossible for Kefri to find a mate. The goddess Amasket, however, offered Kefri a deal. She would bless her with children of her own in exchange for her servitude. Amasket, of course, betrayed Kefri, and even though she did bless her with children, they were warped and corrupted. She also wiped Kefri's mind, turning her into a thrall, and in her last moments of consciousness, she cried out to Cerberus, who attempted to answer this call, and then Cerberus was captured by Amasket. Kefri was eventually put out of her misery during the Beneath Cursed Sands quest. It's kind of depressing that all we have to remember this beautiful, intelligent, and magnificent creature by is poop stuck to the bottom of my shoe. Next up, the Path of Ap Mechan contains a wave-based assault from our monkey brethren before fighting an undead giant baboon named Baba. Baba, much like Kefri, doesn't smell too great, and all over her room there are giant piles of trash and what I perceive to be turd. This fight can be incredibly frustrating as she will begin to roll giant turd balls at you, and depending on the difficulty of the raid, they can insta-kill you by knocking you out of the arena. Little known fact, but Baba actually lives in Asmongold's spare bedroom. During her mortal life, Baba was a baboon matriarch or queen who ruled over her territory, encompassing most of the Caridian desert. As she aged, she began to worry about the future of her clan as she didn't see her daughter as worthy enough to take over as ruler, claiming she was arrogant and lazy. Amasket offered Baba immortality in exchange for her service, and with a single spell, Amasket wiped out the entire baboon clan and resurrected them as empowered thralls. She commanded them to capture Ap Mechan, and with their new necromantic power, they were easily able to subdue their demigod and bring her here to the tombs of Amasket. Thankfully, with the help of Osmuten's Fang, I was able to put her out of her misery. The final demi-boss before we get to the end encounter is down the Het path. Het is the warrior son of the god Tumechan and his champion, and this demi-boss is nothing short of an incredible warrior. Akka is a literal spirit of war. During his mortal life, Akka was a powerful warrior of the Caridian and servant to the god Het. He began to feel, though, that Het had abandoned him and joined a cult named the Children of Rebirth. This cult believed that in order to become their perfect self, they would need to perform a ritual of perfect death. The entire cult drank a deadly poison at the same time to pass into the afterlife together, but Akka, being an incredibly powerful warrior, managed to survive the poison, and when Amasket arrived, she took control of Het and locked him in a sarcophagus, and cursed him to eternal torment between life and death. Amasket used Akka to lure out Het, as the god felt a duty to answer the prayers of his once powerful champion. When he arrived, he was surprised at the abomination to manifest in front of him, and commenced battle with Akka. This provided enough of a distraction for Amasket to subdue and capture Het, and she sealed Akka back in his tomb to await the next battle. Before we move on, I wanted to share a fun fact. This phase that we're in right now has a very colorful not safe for work nickname among players. The final boss or bosses of the tombs of Amasket are two ancient automatons, the Warden of Tumechan and Elidinus respectively. These entities are cursed behemoth golem-like beasts used to defend the inner sanctum and power located in the temple. They are fought by destroying a charging obelisk in the center of the room, and you can choose which one to fight by blocking the charge to the specific warden on each side of the arena. You must use all 3 combat styles to defeat this mecha mummy robot, and between the main phases, it will expose its core so we can dragon dagger it up like it's 2006. The final phase contains a Hulk smash of a mechanic, where the warden will pound the ground, causing waves to fly out at us, damaging us crucially, and as we get closer to defeating this monstrosity, it begins to summon the dead demi-bosses we defeated on our way in, adding to the fight even more complexity and risk of death. To those who overcome this challenge, you may obtain some of the strongest items in Gielinor, including the Tumecan Shadow, the best staff in the entire game, the Lightbearer, a ring that can restore your special attack, and many other goodies. Most people come here to try and obtain the rune pouch upgrade, allowing it to hold another stack of runes, but who knows, maybe your next chest will contain riches beyond your wildest dreams. The next boss on today's list is another one of our beloved Slayer bosses, and in fact was the very first one ever added to old school RuneScape. I guess you could say they released the Kraken. This boss is the upgraded Big Daddy version of the Slayer mob, the Cave Kraken, which can only be killed after 87 Slayer while on task. And one weird requirement the boss has is 50 magic. This boss drops several goodies such as the Trident of the Seas and an upgrade for the Abyssal Whip to turn it into the Abyssal Tentacle. The Trident of the Seas was old school RuneScape's very first charged staff, which just means it can be charged up with a spell, freeing the user to use another spellbook. Essentially, you could basically use things like Vengeance and Cure Poison on yourself while still being able to do offensive magic damage, making this one of the most sought after Iron Man drops for the last decade. This boss is fairly AFK or away from keyboard, and in my opinion is one of the most important bosses on the list, as when it was released in 2014, old school RuneScape was seemingly on the way to fizzling out, not having a lot of end-game content. But the team crafted this guy to fill the high-end Slayer niche, giving players something to work forward to. This, along with many other updates, gave old school RuneScape its unique identity from RuneScape 3, and to this day we enjoy our tentacled friend. He was also the very first boss to drop a jar, which is a cosmetic item used to create a display in your player-owned house to flex your boss accomplishments to your guests. RuneScape 3 and old school RuneScape share content often, and I typically think it works out pretty well. Our next boss was a legendary OG era boss of RuneScape 3 that took the lives of many noobs. The Corporeal Beast was added to old school RuneScape in October of 2014. It was actually backported into old school due to many players requesting it, since it was an iconic boss released during the mid-2000s golden era of RuneScape. It was the beast who dropped the coveted and iconic spirit shields. This creature is a mighty beast who in RuneScape 3 hunts a little girl's dreams and eats them, basically, all because it had been driven to insanity by an infectious dark core inside of it. But in old school RuneScape, it kind of has no backstory, since the RuneScape 3 version is introduced through quests like Summer's End, and the old school version just appeared one day. The old school version also does not drop the legendary Divine Spirit Shield like it did back in the day. The players spoke and it did not pass the poll to be added to the game. It was one of the first true group bosses added to old school RuneScape, but since then, savvy players have learned how to defeat it solo, by using stat-reducing special attacks on it and teleporting out to do it all again. This makes it incredibly meticulous, so if you see an Iron Man with one of these shields, you are in the presence of a true Giga Chad. In the entire history of RuneScape, there are very few items that are as iconic as the Fire Cape. It serves as a benchmark for those who have put in the time, effort, and focus into defeating the next boss on our list. Tiztok Jad is the final boss of the Fight Caves, a challenge located on Karamja in a city made of obsidian and lava. The Tizar are a species that built and occupy this city inside of a volcano and are the ones who host this challenge. You must fight your way through 62 waves of monsters before you finally make it to Jad. He is capable of using all 3 combat styles, but since most people take him on using ranged attacks, they are never at risk of being hit by his fierce melee swipes. He has a combat level of 702, which for many years was the highest in the game until the addition of the Corporeal Beast. During production, Jad was known as Lord Magmus, and to this day his configuration files are still under the same name. I gotta say, I like this a little better than Jad. Jad was the greatest foe the Tizar could muster against us for many years. That is, of course, until the addition of the new city, Mor Ul Rek, located even further into the volcano. The city of Mor Ul Rek contains, you guessed it, more Jads, and in fact, you must defeat 3 of them at the same time in the new Inferno challenge. Once you defeat this triple behemoth challenge, it is time to face the ultimate champion of fire. Tizkal Zuk is a massive humanoid-shaped Tizar creature that is one of the most difficult challenges in the game by far. You must fight your way through 68 waves of foes and several Jads to even be on the menu for Zuk's dinner. To those who brave these searing depths and survive, you will be the owner of the most prestigious item in all of old school RuneScape, the Infernal Cape. Once you beat Zuk for the first time, you are able to unlock a Slayer perk called Hot Stuff, which allows you to fight Zuk on a Slayer task. This is great because you get a DPS boost from your Slayer helmet, but it also gives some of the best XP in the game, as clearing the Inferno gives around 125,000 Slayer experience. The lore behind Zuk is interesting on old school, as the Inferno was actually stumbled upon by the modern Tizar. They believed it to be an ancient incubation chamber, but upon laying their eggs inside of it, they became feral and empowered when hatched, beyond their normal strength. Close by, Zuk is locked behind something called the Ancestral Glyph. He becomes so enraged after the player defeats the Triple Jad challenge that he breaks free of his prison, and the broken Ancestral Glyph floats freely in the lava. This is the object that can be used during the Zuk fight to survive Zuk's hits, and without it, victory would be hopeless. Good luck in the Inferno, adventurer. You're going to need it. Next up, we're going to cover the true kings on our list, and the first is undeniably the most iconic. The King Black Dragon was released in 2002 and is a legendary beast said to have been created by the ancient Dragonkin as a mighty weapon. He is known to be great friends with Bob the Cat, and over the centuries is said to be quite bored with the constant cycle of eating adventurers who wander into his dungeon. He drops modest rewards due to the fact he is such an old boss, but the lucky adventurers out there may find themselves with a powerful draconic visage drop, or even your own bite-sized KBD to explore Gielinor with. He is technically a wilderness boss, I suppose, since you must travel through the wilderness to get to him. You could technically call him one. He appears in the Tale of Two Cats quest and instantly murders an adventurer who wandered into his dungeon. Rest in peace, Ranger Noob 889. Bring your anti-dragon shield next time. The next 3 kings on our list are actually brothers. Deep beneath the briny shores of Waterbirth Island is an ancient enemy of humanity that has fought against the Fremennik for many eons. The Dagonoth are a race of amphibious reptilian creatures capable of incredible violence. They take on many forms as they work together as part of a caste system to obtain food and procure territory. At the top of this hierarchy are the 3 Dagonoth kings, one for each of the different corners of the combat triangle. The first king is Dagonoth Rex, the melee brother who wields a massive deformed claw, capable of ripping a grown man clean in two. Dagonoth Rex is the oldest of the kings, and he drops 2 powerful melee rings, said to have been worn by ancient Fremennik warriors. Next up is Dagonoth Supreme, the ranged brother. He is capable of hurling spines through the strongest Fremennik shields. Supreme is said to have led to the death of the Bukala, an ancient Fremennik warrior, potentially even the owner of the Seercol, a powerful bow dropped by Supreme that was allegedly used in a battle against the Moon Clan. Its special attack greatly weakens the power of witches and wizards, making it the perfect weapon to fight against the inhabitants of Lunar Isle. The final brother is Dagonoth Prime, who is said to fly on the northern winds, even though it doesn't appear to possess wings. It does have a humongous eye in the middle of its chest that emits massive magical blasts that can turn enemies to ash. This creature has a chance to drop a powerful magical ring of a long-dead seer, as well as each king being able to drop the powerful dragon axe. These creatures have been in the game since 2005 and have managed to stay relevant due to their useful drops. If you're going to take on the kings, make sure to bring every combat style, plenty of food, and to teleport out should things begin taking a deadly turn. Bossing has definitely changed a lot over the course of RuneScape's history, and power creep has created the necessity for difficult challenges to push the player and keep them engaged and ultimately logged into the game. The Barrows brothers were a unique challenge when they were first released on the 9th of May 2005. Lore-wise, they are thralls enslaved to the mysterious Majorat Sliske. They were once powerful human warriors who traded their souls for great power, which can be observed in their special weapons and armor. Each brother has a unique special ability and set effect, as well as the tombs that they reside in has the interesting mechanic of draining your prayer points, which can be deadly against any of the brothers. There are 7 of them in total. Kirill is the archer among them, wielding a powerful automatic crossbow that is capable of lowering a foe's agility, and with the Amulet of the Damned, it has a 25% chance of dealing 2 hits to the opponent. Verak the Defiled is our first melee brother of the list, and arguably has the best looking fit of all of them. His set is also incredibly powerful, and has a whopping 25% chance to proc a guaranteed hit, ignoring the defense of his opponents. When combined with an Amulet of the Dead, it adds a whopping +7 prayer bonus for each piece, for a total of 28 from the set and amulet combined. Next up, our most powerful brother of the bunch, Darok the Wretched, the great executioner wielding a massive axe. His set allows him to hit higher the lower his hit points are, making it popular for PvP since you can hit well over 99. The Amulet of the Damned adds a recoil effect to this set, which can proc to return 15% of the damage taken to his opponents. The next brother is the Arcane Master of the Crew, Aram the Blighted. His set allows magic attacks to lower the strength of his opponents by 25%, but the Amulet of the Dead is what makes this set truly powerful, as it allows it to cast ancient magics and grants a 25% chance for combat spells to deal 30% more damage. Next up, we have Torag the Corrupted, who wields powerful shadow-forged hammers, used to beat his enemies into an early grave. His set effect has the niche ability to drain the run energy from an opponent by 20%, at an almost 25% chance of proccing. This is kind of useless, but the full set effect with the Amulet of the Dead allows the wearer to gain 1% defense per 1% health missing, almost as a parallel to the Darok set effect, but for defense. And now we have our final Barrows brother of the list, Guthan the Infested. He is the user of a massive bloody war spear, and his set is one of the most widely used for things like Slayer, since it has a 25% chance to heal you for your next hit. In conjunction with the Amulet of the Dead, this set allows you to heal 10 points past your maximum health level, which that's kind of useless, but the set itself is pretty decent. To this day, the brothers await the call to emerge from the Shadow Realm and fight on behalf of their lord Sliske. Deep in the volcanic chasms of Mount Corulum is a laboratory containing experiments of a sinister nature. The dragonkin who once inhabited this volcano wished to create powerful draconic beings, and in this conquest they created a ferocious alchemical hydra, and to this day the hydra is locked in a laboratory room, searching for a way out. Who knows what havoc this creature would wreak if it were to ever be freed. This creature is a Slayer boss that requires 95 Slayer to kill, making it technically the highest level requirement boss in the game. This creature has a variety of rare drops, but most people come here in search of a powerful draconic weapon known as the Dragon Hunter Lance. This item is made by combining the claw of the Hydra with a Zamorakian spear, and it is a highly sought after weapon. The dragonkin who created the Hydra is currently missing from this laboratory, and one can only speculate as to his fate or what other abominations he could have created during his lifetime. Slayer bosses come in all shapes and sizes, and a much more accessible challenge for the mid-level Slayers of Gielinor are the pair of bosses, the Grotesque Guardians. Dusk and Dawn are gargoyles found at the top of Mauritania's Slayer Tower. They can only be fought with 75 Slayer after obtaining an item called the Brittle Key from the gargoyles in the tower. This place was once called Vigora's Folly. It was built by a former follower of Zaros who had turned instead to serve Zamorak, the Lord of Chaos, and used his chaotic magic to construct this tower. During the God Wars, the God of War Bandos used this tower to perform a ritual in hopes of creating a new, more durable soldier than the squishy little goblins that swarmed any enemy at his command. Bandos sent one of his Org generals, Snarldor, with a piece of Bandosian metal called tourmaline, and they performed a ritual at high noon, which caused the statues of the tower to come alive. And at the top of the tower, there were two massive statues that came to be known as Dusk and Dawn. A fight broke out between the Bandosians and the newly resurrected gargoyles due to the fact that the tower was built with Zamorakian magic, and now these intruders were awakening the statues within using a different type of magic. When the fight began, General Snarldor and Dusk became entangled in midair, which resulted in Dusk's wing being chopped clean off, and Snarldor came crashing down into the swamp as a result. The general ordered a full retreat and fled from Mauritania, never to be seen in this land again. Dusk and Dawn drop an item called the Black Tourmaline Core, which can be used to upgrade Bandos boots into Guardian boots, incredibly powerful tank boots that reinforce the flesh of the wearer, which ironically is what Bandos intended with the ritual to begin with. The Guardians drop many granite trinkets, and you should consider taking on this challenge to prove to Gielinor you are virtually indestructible. Our final skilling boss of the video is also our newest one to old school RuneScape. Located at the ruins of Unka is a boat that can take you to an epic victory or maybe a watery grave. The Temporos is a spirit of water, said to be as old as our planet itself. It has been resting for many years until its recent tantrum in the Ardent Ocean. Currently, there is a group of heroic fishermen named the Spirit Anglers who are attempting to subdue this primordial threat to make the oceans of Gielinor a safer place. With the release of sailing, the seas of Gielinor have never been more alive, and this creature is one of the first dangers you face out on the water, as the entire area it inhabits is filled with massive thunderstorms that can sink unprepared vessels, and in fact, you race through this storm during the Barracuda trials, dodging the thunderclouds and riding the currents of whirlpools. To defeat this foe, you and your crew must gather harpoon fish, cook them, and launch them into Temporos' body at high velocity using your cannons. If you manage to defeat this monstrosity, you can claim loot beyond your wildest dreams, including a Tome of Water, which greatly improves your efficiency with water magic, or the legendary Dragon Harpoon, which will make you the greatest fisherman in the land. The mortal races of Gielinor have often pondered the question, what happens after they die? Well, I can tell you, at least in game. The dead of Gielinor travel to something called the River of Souls, a mass of flowing ectoplasm that is said to carry souls of the dead to unchartable planes, to move on in their eternal journey. This process is guided by the mysterious Soul Altar located in the Arceus district of Great Corrund. You can even glimpse small parts of the River of Souls reaching out to the Soul Altar for direction and power. If you've completed the quest A Kingdom Divided, you may have even used this altar to perform necromancy, to summon thralls to aid you in battle. The entrance to this river, however, is guarded by our next boss on the list. The entrance to this river, however, is guarded by the next boss on our list. The Cerberus is a Slayer boss that can only be fought while on a Hellhound task. It is a three-headed monstrosity that has taken as many souls as it has guided into the afterlife. Behind Cerberus, you can see the boat meant to take souls to their final destination, but if Cerberus decides you're not getting through, you are in for a formidable combat encounter. This creature drops many upgrades to various boots, enabling the creation of Eternal, Pegasian, and Primordial boots respectively. The in-game Cerberus shares many similarities to the real-life Cerberus, which is said to guard the River Hades in the underworld. Cerberus may answer many esoteric questions about RuneScape, but I have to say it raises many more, like where does this river actually go? Who stations Cerberus here? And do you really think you can save them? Every RuneScape journey begins in the region known as Misthalin. It's where we first spawn into Lumbridge, into the chaotic world we know and love. The capital of Misthalin is the beautiful and ancient city known as Varrock. It is a modernized city in comparison to other settlements in Gielinor, given it has a king, its very own newspaper, a museum, and even indoor plumbing. And the next boss on our list has grown powerful on the garbage and turd water in the sewers of Varrock. Scurrius is a massive rat king, introduced as a mid-level boss that could teach mechanics to lower-leveled players that they would eventually encounter in more difficult situations, like prayer flicking and killing add-ons. This boss drops specialized weapons that are incredibly powerful against rat kind, making them best in slot here. After you obtain these weapons, you can even get some of the best mid-game combat experience per hour, while also being engaged and having fun. You make these weapons after receiving a Scurrius spine drop, and a weird smelly guy outside named Historian Aldo is capable of turning this drop into a powerful weapon. Rat Kings are a concept that exists in the real world and happen when rats' tails become fused together. No one is truly sure how they come to be this way, but it has always been taken as an esoteric sign when finding a Rat King in nature. Deep beneath the Mauritanian coastal swamp is a hive of the most deadly insect-like creature in all of RuneScape, arguably even more so than the Calphites of the desert. The Araxite hive is full of venomous pools and egg sacs filled with unhatched abominations that pulsate slowly in an eldritch manner. But deep within these tunnels resides the leader of this nest, Araxor. Released on the 28th of August 2024, Araxor was another RuneScape 3 to old school RuneScape transplant, and the community seemed to love the addition. The fight is obviously quite different from its RuneScape 3 counterpart, but they do share similar themes, and even the same boss fight music. This creature introduced the Noxious Halberd, a powerful venomous weapon that added a lot of depth to melee combat due to its 3-tile range, and the ability to do insane slash damage. You may also obtain some powerful jewelry add-ons from Araxor, empowering your melee skills even further with the Best in Slot Rancor amulet. This boss is just another example of successful integration of a RuneScape 3 boss added to old school. The final Mauritanian boss on the list is probably my favorite of what the continent has to offer. On the far eastern coast, the creepy little town of Sleep holds a mystery that could unravel the very fabric of the minds who seek its answers. This town is a vampire-governed human town, founded by a former servant of Saradomin, the Justiciar Phosani. She turned her back on the Lord of Light and built a monastery dedicated to Zamorak that eventually came to be used as a place for the townsfolk to fade off into eternal slumber. This was due to an elixir that was thought to extend one's life, but does so at the cost of never-ending sleep. During this crisis, our next boss, an abomination from another reality, found the sanctuary and begun feeding on the hellish nightmares of the townspeople. This creature is the Nightmare, a being of incomprehensible evil. It is an endgame boss encounter, making it even more formidable than just having a scary backstory. For those who manage to defeat the Nightmare, there is an even more difficult version of the fight that is solo only, called Phosani's Nightmare. As strong as we have become in our adventures in RuneScape, we would still never be able to defeat this abomination without extra help. A siren named Shura knows all too well how to combat the Nightmare, as before it arrived in Sleep, it had terrorized her village. The Nightmare drops one of the best looking gear sets in the game, the Inquisitor set. It was once Justiciar armor that has been dyed with the blood and brain matter of the innocent. You can also obtain a powerful staff with many useful variants called the Nightmare Staff. I hope that in the future we find out more about the nightmare, where it came from, what it wants, and I pray that whatever hellish realm it came from can never be accessed again. In the land of Great Corund, deep within the walls of the Forthos dungeon, many secrets are contained, and if you wish to uncover the truth hidden within, you must be prepared to fight for your life. The walls of this dungeon are lined with the webs of bright red spiders, making navigation here difficult, and in the heart of this labyrinth resides the queen of these arachnids, Sarachnis. She is a mid-level boss that can actually be quite deadly. Her examine says it best though. I'm going to need a really big newspaper. She is weak to crush attacks and also drops a great mid-level crush weapon, the Sarachnis Cudgel. She is a great boss to camp on an Iron Man, as she also drops a item called the Giant Egg Sack, which is full of red spider's eggs that can be used to craft potions. The examine text of this item is the exact same as unhatched Pokemon eggs in gold and silver. It's making sounds inside. It's going to hatch soon. It's unknown at what point these red spiders first came to infest this temple, but clearly it was long after it was abandoned by whoever built it. Sarachnis seems to be absorbing power from the magical relics within these walls, and I hate to think what would happen to the citizens of Great Corund should she ever escape this labyrinth. The next boss on our list is one of the most well-known in the RuneScape franchise. It was originally a formidable foe when it first came out in 2006, but since then, power creep has turned him into mostly a cute meme. This creature is the Giant Mole. He resides beneath Falador Park and has been at perpetual war with Wyson the Gardener since he was first put into the game almost 20 years ago. The mole uses only melee attacks and throughout the fight will dig away from you into a different part of the chasm in which it resides. The giant mole is so revered all throughout Gielinor that it even has its very own exhibit in the Varrock Museum, stating that its scientific name is Talpidae Wysonian, clearly named after Wyson the Gardener, who probably discovered it. The drop table of this boss is quite dated, and it doesn't have much to offer mains in the modern era, but it is great for Iron Men who need birds' nests, as Wyson will reward you for killing the mole by exchanging mole parts for nests. By far the most important fact about the giant mole is that its pet examine is a reference to the Limp Bizkit song Rollin', as it says, "Keep molin', molin', molin'." I saved the next group of bosses for the end of the video because truly they are my favorite. They technically qualify as quest bosses as you fight them during a quest. However, they do have a unique collection log and can be fought repeatedly after the quest, making them eligible for today's video. In the future, I do plan to do an entire video on every quest-only boss in old school RuneScape, and if you'd like to see that, please hit the like button and subscribe to stay up to date on your favorite lore videos. The legendary Grandmaster quest Desert Treasure 2 has to be the greatest quest ever written in any version of RuneScape ever. There are probably many different opinions out there on this, but I'm sorry, you are wrong. Easier variants of these bosses are fought during the quest and are still quite formidable, but after the completion of it, you can fight them in all their glory in hopes of obtaining the powerful magical armor Virtus, or pieces to the feared Soul Reaper axe. The first of these bosses that we are going to cover is the dreadful Leviathan. The Leviathan seems to have once been a normal organism from our world, but was pulled into the abyss when a Zerosian general opened a massive rift above a temple at the bottom of the ocean here. She did this in hopes of teleporting her forces into an ancient temple to obtain a powerful artifact stored inside. This hole in space-time sucked in most of the Zerosian fleet who opened the rift to begin with. They were pulled into the abyss, and with them, the Leviathan in the waters below. Since then, the Leviathan has managed to survive, and presumably ate many of the Zerosian sailors who were sucked in with it. But over time, it has adapted to this strange place, and now feeds on the defiled flesh surrounding it. It's definitely one of the most difficult bosses in the game, especially the Awakened version. To those who manage to defeat all 4 Awakened Desert Treasure 2 bosses, you will be awarded with the ability to wear the Blood Torva kit, also known as Blorva. It's one of the rarest cosmetic overrides in the game, and if you see someone rocking this set, you're in the presence of a true legend. The Leviathan is capable of using all 3 combat styles in quick succession that speed up as the fight goes on. It has several distinct special attacks that are easily capable of stacking you out. This beast may seem like it has no weaknesses, but during the quest, the witch who orders you to kill the Leviathan mentions there is a large gap in the scales on the Leviathan's back, and with the use of ancient magics, we may be able to stun this beast, and potentially even defeat it. This boss is unique among the others in the Forgotten Four, as it was never under the service of Zaros, but since it fed on a Zerosian fleet admiral who was named Persariah, it is in possession of one of the 4 artifacts we need to open the ancient vault for Desert Treasure 2. Nothing is known about the Leviathan prior to it entering into the abyss, but part of me feels bad for it. What if it had a family? What if it had baby Leviathans that depended on it? I guess we'll never know. The next of the Forgotten Four that we're going to cover today is the gluttonous monstrosity Duke Succulus. Before the fall of the Empty Lord, Duke was the commander of an entire legion of demonic forces, and held the rank Legatus in Zaros' army, even though his name is Duke, which is also a rank. After Zamorak betrayed Zaros and fractured the Zerosian Empire, the Duke took control of the remaining loyal military forces and fled north to the fortress known as Gorok. The Duke is depicted with a statue inside of the ancient vault, and as you can see here, he looks a lot different than he does during the quest. He is a Chthonian demon, which is way different from traditional Avernic demons, and each creature they eat adds to their power, therefore they often have ravenous appetites. The Duke has always had good intentions, if you will, as he wants to regroup and gain enough power to return his master Zaros' empire back to its former glory. How he plans to achieve this goal is what is questionable though. Over the many hundreds of years in this fortress, the human inhabitants lived and died inside these walls as the Duke slowly grew fatter and fatter, but how? The people of the fortress began to grow suspicious and believed that the Duke had begun eating the inhabitants, and this indeed was the case. Now, in the modern era, there are no mortals left to roam the halls of the fortress, just the Duke and his tig ol' biddies. The Duke may appear to be a fat, sloppy mess, but he was a Zerosian military leader and is quite deadly in combat, but he is considered to be the easiest of the 4 Desert Treasure 2 bosses, and in many cases, he is camped over the others for the Awakener orbs used to access the Awaken variants of each boss and Virtus pieces. He's also a little easier to damage considering that you can use Demon Bane weaponry against him to do massive damage, making him significantly easier. When we first start the fight, the Duke is actually taking a nap, and we have to figure out how to wake him up. After gathering mushrooms and salts from around the arena, We whip up a batch of Red Bull and wake him up, and let me tell you, he is quite grumpy. He uses mostly melee slams and magic projectiles, but he is capable of performing a special attack that is very similar to Itachi's Genjutsu that you must hide behind a pillar from. Upon defeat, he simply goes back to sleep and drops you some loot, hopefully a juicy piece of Virtus. The next boss of the Forgotten Four held the title of Carnifex Maximus, or Grand Imperial Executioner for Zaros himself. He wielded a great axe, rusted with the blood and brain matter of thousands of mortal souls. Vardorvis may seem like a Resident Evil boss, and that's because he kind of is. He has always been a grotesque being, as even during his mortal life, he was a vampire. And I assume the role he played as the guy who beheads everyone didn't give him a lot of time to care about his appearance. But who knows, right? After the death of Zaros, he remained loyal to the Empty Lord, and at the battle to defend the Zarosian city Lassar, he met his new mortal enemy. Yonrik Lovakange was an Camdo dwarf fighting on behalf of the Saradominist forces, attempting to siege Lassar and take control of it from the Zarosians. During the battle, Vardorvis chased the Lovakange dwarf all the way from the battlefield to the continent of Zeah. During the pursuit, Vardorvis was ambushed and beheaded. Being a vampire, it is not known how they managed to actually slay him, but I assume this had something to do with a blessing of Saradomin, perhaps. His corpse was unknowingly dumped into an environment containing a strange ancient disease known as the Strangling. His body was consumed and reanimated by this mysterious strangled virus. He became the abomination that currently is Vardorvis. He mostly uses melee combat during the fight. However, his decapitated head can appear and use a powerful ranged attack to disable your protection prayers. Vardorvis is by far one of the best designed bosses in the game and has an equally epic backstory. Each of the Forgotten Four drops powerful relics from the Zarosian Empire. We've covered Virtus and the pieces to the Soul Reaper axe, but each general also has a chance at dropping a crystal that corresponds to the element they represent. For example, Vardorvis drops a blood quartz. This allows the ancient scepter to heal more when using blood spells, and is incredibly useful for encounters like the Inferno, and many people camp Vardorvis for this upgrade. The scariest thing about Vardorvis is he can never truly be killed, and whilst we may subdue him and overcome him in battle, the Strangled will resurrect him until the very star we orbit burns out, and the last ray of light shines out into the darkness. The next boss is by far my favorite in the game. Not necessarily my favorite to fight, because when I first did this quest, she took me several hours to kill on my Iron Man. But anyway, this is the Whisperer. She was a siren during her life, serving under Zaros, but worked closely with the Majorat Sliske. Sirens are amphibious humanoid creatures from the lands to the east and can be found around the cursed Archipelago, which was recently added to the game with sailing but can't be accessed. Sirens have deep magical knowledge, as many of them are practicing witches who use the magic of nature to cleanse corruption in the world. The Whisperer, however, is the polar opposite of that. She is possessed by the Shadow Realm itself. During Desert Treasure 2, we encounter her in Lassar, where she has remained since the city was sieged by Saradominist forces. She retreated into the Undercity and slowly murdered all the inhabitants, and to this day waits for more souls to bring to the pitch black nothing. Most people use magic to take on this foe and combat her natural corruption. She, however, is capable of using every combat style and introduces a new mechanic to the game. insanity. The Shadow Realm is known to take the sanity from those who dwell too long in its depths, and she takes this to a whole new extreme with a sanity bar that slowly drops during the fight, and if it reaches 0, game over. She, like the other bosses, has an Awaken variant, which is damn near impossible, and she is certainly one of the most formidable foes in all of RuneScape. Due to a strange pillar that causes the Shadow Realm to manifest here in Lassar, she can never truly die. Her soul, or whatever is left of it, belongs to the Black Stone. Her fate is sealed, and I have a feeling that so is yours. You only have one future, hero. A judge has already passed your sentence. Your fate is sealed, and only one question remains. Do you really think you can save them? I hope you enjoy your sleep, my friends, as much as I enjoyed going on this adventure with you today.